Our tale kicks off with a savage backstab. Suho, a master of the blade, was forced to his knees. Facing the very friends who betrayed him, his frame shook as toxic veins crept up his arms. A hacking cough tore through his lungs. Each ragged breath confirmed it. This wasn't any ordinary toxin. This was a lethal, high-grade venom. Looming over him were two of his supposed allies. Help was nowhere to be found. Instead, they mocked him, savoring every second of his agony. A warrior sneered, "You should have joined us, Suho." But our hero had carved a different destiny. He stayed true to his badge, choosing ironclad morals over their filthy, corrupt scheme. They just cleared one of the infamous 5 disaster gates, a literal hellhole of nightmare monsters. But these snakes wanted to keep the rift open. They refused to finish the mission. By sparing the beasts, they ensured the carnage would continue indefinitely. Constant peril meant guaranteed work, endless clout, and peak social status. No monsters meant no fame. Suho flashed back to every battle they'd fought together. He trusted them with his soul in the trenches, yet here they were, relishing his downfall. They stared at his dying form without a hint of guilt. Suho alone had dared to say no. The archer sauntered forward, tossing out a second chance like it was nothing. "Join us and live," he offered. But Suho wasn't about to play the fool. Trust the snakes who just spiked his blood? No way. Besides, the venom was already reaching his heart. He was past his breaking point. Survival was off the table. But if he was going down, he'd drag at least one of these backstabbers straight to hell with him. Suho ignited his remaining life force. A jagged, overwhelming aura exploded outward. The traitors froze. Pure terror gripped them as they scrambled backward. Shaking like a leaf, the woman tried to play it cool, begging the others not to lose their heads. Even the archer sensed the shift. This was going south fast. Suddenly, Suho blurred into motion. He lunged, his blade carved through the warrior's arm before anyone could blink. With lethal precision, he decapitated the dark mage. The archer retreated frantically, pulling the healer back. That arrogant smirk, gone, replaced instantly by the cold face of absolute dread. The healer panicked, spamming spells to save the warrior, but to her horror, nothing worked. His wounds wouldn't close. She looked at Suho and saw a monster of pure willpower. Suho wasn't just some dying guy anymore. He was a vessel of raw, unyielding energy. His weapon evolved into the intangible sword, a blade manifested from pure, unadulterated grit. But that peak power drained him dry. His strength vanished, and his broken body finally gave out. Stumbling back, he plummeted off the cliffside, vanishing into the abyss of the valley below. After a deathly silence, Suho's eyes snapped open to pure bedlam. Screams and sirens filled the air. Boots pounded the pavement. A firefighter was hauling him away, but Suho was totally lost. His mind was a foggy mess. Everything felt like a twisted, high-definition fever dream. The rescue worker bolted toward safety, weaving through a sea of panicked citizens. None of it added up. He was literally dying seconds ago, so how was he still breathing? Amidst the rescue chaos, reality finally hit him. He looked at his surroundings. A gate had ruptured a full-blown dungeon outbreak, and the streets were crawling with nasty goblins. Hordes of the green monsters were tearing the city apart. Then Suho spotted a familiar sign, Sindorum Station. Seeing those words on the ground made the puzzle pieces fall into place. His memory wasn't glitching. This was the exact spot where the original contamination started. He'd lived through this nightmare once before. Then out of the blue, a stray arrow whistled through the air, piercing his rescuer. The firefighter screamed and hit the deck. They both crashed to the asphalt. Goblins closed in. Despite the agony, the hero looked at Suho. He screamed for Suho to bolt, but the guy stood his ground, eyes locked onto the heavy axe. Moving on, pure instinct, Suho snatched it and launched the weapon with bone-shattering force at a goblin. The axe sliced through the air like a missile, burying itself deep and dropping the monster instantly. Suddenly, in the heat of battle, a holographic interface flickered to life right before his eyes. A system notification. It confirmed his awakening. For a heartbeat, Suho just stood there, completely floored. This was total déjà vu. The screen glowed, prompting him to select his new character class. He almost tapped warrior out of habit, but he caught himself. Not this time. He was delaying. Suho shifted his focus. The remaining goblins were cackling, their high-pitched screeches vibrating through the air. The monsters were vibing like they'd already won, but Suho wasn't about to let that slide. He lunged into the fray. He was a blur of motion, dodging strikes with terrifying, effortless precision. Their attacks were just a breeze. One overconfident goblin tried to catch him, slipping with a flank, but the creature stopped dead, paralyzed by terror, because right in its face Suho was already grabbing the very same axe he'd thrown earlier. The monster's eyes went wide. It knew it was cooked. Honestly, if these things wore pants, that goblin would have definitely soiled itself. Suho didn't care for theatrics. Before it could even shriek, Suho delivered a lethal strike, silencing the beast before it hit the dirt. He didn't stop snatching a dropped goblin blade from the bloody pavement as he kept moving. He knew the drill. Goblins are nightmares for noobs, but for a seasoned pro like him, they were barely a warm-up. He'd survived hell, so clearing these mobs was a walk in the park. He tore through their ranks like a whirlwind, each swing landing with surgical accuracy and lethal intent. His skills were sharper than ever. Within minutes, the entire goblin squad was nothing but loot. The carnage ended in a flash. As the smoke cleared, Suho stood alone, gripping his stained weapon. He'd let his bloodlust take over. In that moment, he'd been fighting on pure, unadulterated instinct. Raw strength is great, but he needed a cool head to survive the trials ahead. Fate had hit the reset button, giving him a golden ticket to change his entire future. A fresh start from level 0, and he wasn't about to fumble the bag. Then suddenly, a barrage of notifications pinged, rewarding him for already mastering high-level swordsmanship skills. But a pair of eyes caught his attention. The firefighter was staring at him like a ghost. Suho's combat prowess was way too sus. The man wondered, is this kid actually a player? Suho gave a cryptic nod before refocusing. He finally knew exactly which path he would take. He was going healer, decision locked. He approached the dazed man and asked to see his wounds. The guy was baffled. He just risked his life for Suho, and now roles were reversed. Suho didn't wait for permission. He triggered his first magic skill, the healing light. A soothing golden radiance enveloped the injury. Within seconds, the flesh knit back together perfectly. The man was speechless. How could this kid be a healer after he just butchered a horde? He fought like a legendary swordsman, yet healed like a saint. Before the questions started, a new prompt appeared. It was time to choose starting gear. He didn't hesitate for a second. He grabbed a standard beginner blade, the exact same steel that had served him in the past, and prepped to storm the gate. His sudden determination was making the firefighter seriously uneasy. That dungeon was a death trap, but Suho had a secret weapon to rely on. He'd unlocked elite sword mastery before picking a class. These innate talents were the ultimate cheat. They weren't restricted by his role. As he leveled up, his combat and support skills would evolve. He was becoming a hybrid monster. He remembered Isabella's Holy Spirit, the absolute peak of healing. If he'd had that god-tier power back then, maybe his friends would still be alive. Not this time. He was building the ultimate dual-class build, the Sword Saint Healer. Recalling the scumbags who betrayed and abandoned him, his resolve turned into cold, hard steel. He approached the shimmering portal, the very site of his previous demise. Back then, he was nothing but defenseless fodder. This time, however, every blade path was etched into his soul. He was ready to conquer it. Zero hesitation. Suho marched into the abyss. As the light swallowed him whole, he materialized within a suffocating pitch-black woodland. Without warning, the system interface flickered to life, announcing the zone as green-red. An eerie title, but reflection was a luxury he lacked. Moments later, Suho discovered a sickening scene of goblin carcasses littering the damp earth. Analyzing their mangled remains, they weren't just killed, they were fleeing a true nightmare. Their contorted limbs screamed pure terror, not simple defeat. Suddenly, a primal growl echoed through the trees. Suho whipped his gaze toward the noise, and instantly, the culprits emerged. Two massive hobgoblins hauling the bloody remains of their latest kill. Forget those puny pests from before. These were hobgoblins, monstrous, hulking, and far more lethal, cruel, and twice as deadly. The moment they locked eyes with Suho, they grinned with bloodthirsty glee. To these brutes, human flesh was a 5-star delicacy. They unceremoniously dumped their current meal and aimed their rusted blades at Suho, starving for a fresh slaughter. Little did they realize, what they couldn't possibly fathom was that this human wasn't some helpless victim. They were facing a high-tier predator. The lead beast lunged its blade, whistling through empty space. Suho evaded with surgical precision. He was technically outclassed, and his blade was too dull to pierce their iron-like hide. But strength wasn't the goal. He knew exactly where they were vulnerable. With a lightning-fast burst, he struck at the lead hobgoblin, targeting its weakest point, the eye. Direct hit. The monster unleashed a deafening shriek that shook the very foundation of the forest. Suho, merciful as always, silenced the beast for good. Yet he hadn't planned for such a swift end. His strike was lethally efficient, a total reflex error. He'd intended to farm this thing for new skills and combat experience, but he'd finished it prematurely. Pivoting toward the survivor, Suho resolved to utilize this one properly. Enraged by its partner's death, the beast roared and barreled forward, flailing its weapon in a blind fury. Suho remained ice-cold, weaving through the onslaught with perfect agility. The brute swung wildly, left and right like a mindless animal, yet every strike missed its target. In this reality, repetition was the key to unlocking new abilities. Grind enough, and the system rewards you. Suho was banking on that. After dodging a few more desperate swings, a smirk played on his lips. Evade skill unlocked. But he was just getting started. Now it was time for target number 2. Suho started countering the heavy strikes, meeting steel with steel. Parrying was more than just defense. It was the cornerstone of elite swordsmanship and the gateway to high-tier techniques. Absolute necessity, and Suho craved that power. After a series of perfect deflections, the notification finally popped. Parry skill acquired. Sadly, his training partner was already gassed. It stumbled, lungs burning as it gasped for air. Reaching its absolute breaking point, Suho granted it a quick end, severing its head in one clean motion. No malice, just business. Armed with two brand new abilities, he was hungry for the next clash. He sought more prey not for glory, but to farm levels and refine his growing arsenal. To become invincible. Outside, the waiting hunters were fuming. Word had just broken that a trespasser had breached their assigned gate. As the rumor caught fire, the air filled with rage. Egos were bruised. They snarled about the audacity of whoever dared to invade their private hunting grounds. Several hunters were already sharpening their blades, eager to give this intruder a brutal welcome home. They weren't letting this disrespect slide. Nearby, a firefighter was locked in a high-stakes meeting. He was briefing suits from the Hunter Association. The big players were finally paying attention. They were digging for intel on a specific individual, Suho. The firefighter spilled every detail. To them, Suho was an anomaly, a man who'd soloed a zombie legion and somehow mended his own wounds amidst the slaughter. The lead officer's eyes widened. The investigation was just starting. By the time he arrived, the goblin horde had already been utterly decimated. Even wilder, the culprit was allegedly a healer, a claim he dismissed as pure insanity. He argued that healers lacked the raw combat lethality to pull off a solo slaughter. Yet if this mystery man truly solo cleared, a goblin-infested gate, ignoring him, was impossible. A monster like that had to be recruited. Meanwhile, Suho was busy dominating the battlefield. Systematically reaping hobgoblins for experience, he moved with the cold efficiency of a predator. Slicing through necks with surgical precision, he purposely left a single survivor trembling in the dust. One soul-piercing glare from Suho sent the terrified creature sprinting for its life instantly. Everything was going according to plan. Suho needed that coward to lead him to the pack. Seizing a brief moment of silence, he checked his status window to survey his massacre gains. His attributes were surging. Staring at the mountain of corpses, a lucrative realization struck him. These carcasses still held value magic stones. Even low-grade ones were worth their weight in gold. At 50,000 won apiece, the profit margin was simply too high to walk away from. Usually Suho wouldn't waste time scavenging, but his current bank account told a different story. With finances looking more like a beggar's than a hunter's, every single stone mattered. He wasn't letting a single coin go to waste, harvesting glowing gems from the dead. Stashing the loot into his inventory, a sense of grim satisfaction finally washed over him. A solid payday. But before he could even exhale, the peaceful atmosphere shattered instantly. A crushing wave of bloodlust slammed into him as 30 vengeful hobgoblins closed in fast. Their guide, the same sniveling wretch he'd released. Now the trap was finally set. As the mob lunged, Suho remained unfazed, launching himself skyward with supernatural agility. Striking like a shadow, he carved through their ranks before they could even blink. Severed heads tumbled as he danced through the fray, his blade meeting zero resistance. The system chimed in approval. Level up. Fresh stat points flooded into his profile. His strength surged. With his power peaking, the real fun was just beginning. No more playing around. Suho decided it was time to bring the curtain down. Plunging into the heart of the swarm, he unleashed a ruthless whirlwind of lethal steel. A rogue hobgoblin lunged for a desperate frontal strike. Instead of flinching, Suho grinned. His eyes sparked with sadistic joy. The thrill of the hunt was finally kicking in. The gate's alpha, a level 20 hobgoblin chief, roared as it led the final charge. Its opening strike whiffed completely. Simultaneously, a pack of cowards tried to ambush his blind side. Suho reacted instinctively, backslashing the ambushers. Desperate, the boss unleashed its ultimate trump card, fear. A psychological nightmare skill designed to paralyze victims in a cage of pure terror. Powered by a boss's malice, the mental pressure was absolute and suffocating. In a low-rank gate, such a potent mental assault was an unfair death sentence. Suho lacked any resistance gear. His mind was wide open to the crushing dread. Sensing its prey's vulnerability, the chief lunged forward to deliver the final killing blow. Big mistake. Suho wasn't some greenhorn. He was a battle-hardened veteran of the Abyss. He'd survived hells far worse than this. He knew exactly how to break the spell. Suho gripped his blade and slashed his own palm. That searing agony was his wake-up call. Adrenaline shattered the paralysis. He instantly cleared his head and parried the boss's strike. Ignoring the alpha for now, Suho pivoted to thin out the remaining trash mobs first. He blurred across the arena, a whirlwind of death, leaving nothing but silence behind. The horde was extinguished. Now only the trembling chief remained in the spotlight. After mending his self-inflicted wound, Suho stood tall. With the distractions finally eliminated and his body back in peak form, he locked eyes with the boss. It was a final one-on-one, the hunter versus the boss. Judging by that beast's face, the tables had turned. Its swagger vanished instantly. The two clashed, trading heavy blows in a brutal dance of death. Suho poured his soul into every swing, but his low level was holding his raw power back. His blades barely left a scratch. Charging in like a tank clearly wasn't going to cut it anymore. Time for a tactical pivot. Suho stopped the blind assault and started hunting for a lethal opening. He plunged his steel deep into the monster's thigh. In a panic, the beast unleashed its fear skill. It tried to paralyze him with pure terror, but this time Suho didn't even flinch. Once you conquer your nightmares, they lose their sting. Suho had already mastered his own shadows. Unfazed Suho turned that wounded leg into a target. He shredded the monster's thigh with relentless precision. Following a flurry of devastating strikes, the massive boss finally hit the dirt completely broken. It was clinging to life by a thread. But Suho wasn't ready to end the show just yet. Instead of a finishing blow, he cast healing light straight onto his sworn enemy. The half-dead beast was utterly baffled. Why was this human savior suddenly acting like its personal medic? But Suho was wearing a twisted grin. He had just unlocked the ultimate combat exploit. By looping attacks and heals, he could turn this boss fight into an infinite experience farm. The cycle began /wound heal repeat. It was an endless loop of pain and recovery. Suho's stats skyrocketed. His skills evolved, hitting those coveted A and B ranks in record time. Meanwhile, the once mighty boss was reduced to a trembling mess of pure, unadulterated trauma. It couldn't even meet his gaze. Suho had squeezed every drop of value from this entire dungeon. The monster's role as a punching bag was over. With a cold stare, Suho delivered the end. One clean decapitation later, the gate shattered. Suho stood alone as the undisputed victor. Crowned, the gate's MVP bonus experience surged through him, pushing his level to a solid 10. A huge milestone for any hunter. Even his healing light skill leveled up to E rank. He even unlocked a brand new skill, Cure. If he kept scaling like this, nothing could stop him. Imagine neutralizing every poison on Earth. This was just the epic prologue to his legend. The future looked blindingly bright. With the loot secured, it was finally time to bounce. Suho headed for the exit. Outside, the atmosphere was electric as the gate began to destabilize. Onlookers held their breath, whispering in awe. Had someone actually cleared this nightmare solo? Then, Suho emerged. He walked out with main character energy, completely unfazed by the surrounding chaos. No sweat, no fatigue, just pure icy composure. The crowd could only stare in stunned silence. He didn't say a word, letting the rumors catch fire as he vanished into the city. Top-tier guilds swarmed the area immediately, desperate to recruit the mysterious solo legend. But Suho ghosted them all. He had a specific target in mind, a man in a sharp suit. He stopped right in front of the high-ranking official, greeting him with total confidence. This wasn't just some suit, it was Yang Chulmin, the Hunter Association's big-shot team leader. Chulmin looked like he'd seen a ghost. He never expected the Gate Slayer to be this kid. Cut to the association headquarters. Team leader Yang and Suho were now locked in a private meeting. It looked like a routine registration, but Chulmin's brain was basically short-circuiting. He couldn't stop replaying their first encounter. The vibes were just on a different level. He remembered the casual handshake and how Suho acted like clearing gates was just a daily errand. At first, Yang figured it was just a boring license renewal for some veteran hunter. You know, the typical paperwork pros do all the time. But he was dead wrong. Suho was a total rookie, registering for the first time. A healer who solo cleared a gate, impossible. Chulmin watched Suho casually munch on snacks, trying to reconcile the healer tag with the monster he'd seen. While Suho treated the office like a lounge, Chulmin stared at the mind-blowing aptitude results. Statistically speaking, Suho looked more like a frontline beast than a support healer. The data was undeniable. He possessed the raw strength and killer instincts of a veteran vanguard, coupled with ice-cold composure. None of it added up. While Chulmin spiraled into his thoughts, Suho broke the silence, asking if something was wrong. That snapped Chulmin back to reality. He started drilling Suho with standard questions about his background and schooling. Just the usual routine. But suddenly, the missing pieces of this mystery started clicking into place. We discovered Suho was a college dropout who ditched his physical education major. Usually, students from that department pick high-damage roles like warrior or archer, but Suho had taken a completely different path. He chose the healer class for one reason: he absolutely loathed feeling pain. Then he started detailing the carnage inside the gate. He broke down the sequence of events with a cold, almost surgical detachment. He hid one massive flex, though the raid was effortless. He simply claimed he did what he had to. Simple as that. But the second Suho mentioned Chief Hobgoblins, Chulmin's entire body went rigid. Red flags were waving. Dungeons crawling with Chief Hobgoblins are never supposed to be a walk in the park. Sensing the tension, Suho casually accessed his void storage. In the blink of an eye, he dumped a mountain of loot onto the desk. The heavy thud left Chulmin reeling in pure shock. His jaw hit the floor, panic rising in his chest. Shimmering before him were the mana stones Suho harvested after slaughtering the hobgoblins. Shards from the fodder littered the pile, but one massive gem stole the show. That elite crystal belonged to the chief. Clueless about the fortune he held, Suho asked for an appraisal. Chulmin tried to keep his cool, but his eyes were glued to the glittering mountain of monster loot. It was a massive payday. Chulman straightened up, locking eyes with Suho to ask if he truly wanted this. Suho's nod sent a jolt of pure hype through the team leader, trying to steady his breath again. Chulman wondered if this was just some impulsive whim, but Suho's calm smile said everything. This was no accident. While Chulman was still buzzing from the news, Suho's vibe shifted as he dropped the real motive. Forget the fame or the cash. It was personal. He despised every monster and every gate that spawned them. Since he was a child, a gate outbreak ripped his family away, leaving him to rot in an orphanage alone. He figured slaying beasts would finally silence the screaming pain in his soul. But even after stacking bodies, that heavy knot in his heart remained. The hollow ache never faded, leading him to a life-changing realization. History was written in blood, but he could still decide whose future he would bleed to protect. He refused to let anyone else endure his nightmare. He wasn't hunting for vengeance, he was fighting for peace. He wanted to be on the front lines, grinding for real change. That's why he wasn't joining a guild, but the South Korean Hunter Association. Chulman was floored, yet his veteran instincts warned him to speak up. He had to keep it real about the drawbacks. Association salaries were a joke compared to private guild bags. The pay gap was massive, but Suho didn't even flinch at the low numbers. He just wanted total gate access, VIP entry rights, and the power to lay down the law on corrupt hunters. That authority was his ultimate goal. Chulman was stunned. Typically, the association owns gate rights, but they usually sell them off to the highest bidder for one simple reason. Nobody wants to risk their neck for a government paycheck. Everyone talks about heroism, but they really just want a safe desk job where they can collect a check without ever seeing a monster. Most hunters hide in administration, but Suho was built different. He wasn't looking for a safe space or comfort. He was a rare breed, a true guardian, who thrived on the front lines to shield the people. A legit hero of the people. The joy was so intense that Chulman actually felt a bit lightheaded. Shaking off the hype, he focused back on processing those high-grade mana crystals. Now, earning a license requires crushing both the written and practical aptitude tests. Bad news, registration was dead, and the actual exam was set for tomorrow morning. Luckily, Suho had Big Bro Chulman in his corner after single-handedly dominating an entire dungeon. With Chulman's clout, securing a VIP pass from the top brass was actually doable. Bureaucracy was easy, but that dreaded written exam, that had Chulman sweating bullets for his friend. Cramming everything in 24 hours was a suicide mission for most, but Suho just smirked. His philosophy was simple. When a window opens, you dive through it, no questions asked. One tiny problem, our protagonist was straight up broke. He couldn't even cover the basic testing fees. Biting the bullet, Suho asked team leader Chulman to handle the mana crystal trade for him. As the ultimate wingman, Chulman agreed instantly. He was officially the only person Suho could trust. Having Big Bro Chulman in his corner meant everything. Soon, the grueling physical evaluations were finished. Moments later, Chulman wired over the fat stack of cash from those liquidated mana stones. Cut to Suho absolutely demolishing Chulman's snack supply like a king. Those crystals really saved him. He pocketed 3 million won, plus some sweet perks for signing up as a government-sanctioned hunter. Tax-free living was a nice bonus, but Suho wasn't done. He had one final favor to ask. Word on the street said the association had a massive archive. Suho needed to study for tomorrow. Chulman flashed a grin and gave him the green light, even walking him straight to the entrance. He assured Suho that no badge was needed for entry. Before they split up, Chulman wished him luck. Suho watched him walk away, appreciating the genuine kindness of his loyal comrade. In his heart, Suho knew Chulman was destined to lead the entire association one day. With Chulman gone, Suho locked onto the archives. He needed clues connecting to his previous existence. He recalled world-shattering catastrophes, yet the finer details remained frustratingly blurred in his mind. Mortality makes past life memories fade, but Suho knew the key was hidden somewhere in these stacks. He hungered for a specific skill or lost lore. Finally, he spotted something that felt off. A titanic primordial tome sat there far too massive for any normal bookshelf to contain. Intrigued, he hauled it out. As he pried it open, the system pinged with a cryptic alert. This relic wasn't from Earth. The notification hinted at a unique method to unlock its power. Reading wasn't enough. Grinning, Suho hoisted the heavy book high above his head like a gamer. He felt like a total dork waiting for a quest to trigger his arms, shaking from the weight. Annoyance flared. He was positive this was the secret activation pose. Why wasn't it working? Right as he began to curse, the system chimed. The Library of Memories was acknowledging him. Suddenly the room warped. Magic flooded his vision, and in a heartbeat his reality shattered. Gone was the dusty archive. Suho stood before a celestial tree, its roots anchored in luminous stone. Cosmic branches pierced an impossible sky, while a winding staircase spiraled upward into the infinite. Welcome to the Library of Memories. This mystical realm bestows a terrifying gift upon its wielder. It grants absolute recall every sight, sound, and trauma. Usually the brain protects us by forgetting. But with this, you're cursed with a flawless, unshakable memory. The previous master of this ability, a former association staffer turned Hexagon Guild manager. She actually stumbled onto this power by accident. She used this ancient tome as a pillow during a nap and woke up with god-tier memory. Suho marveled at her dumb luck, silently thanking her for paving the way for his own awakening. He made a mental note to buy her dinner later. Then a new system prompt appeared. It asked for his life story. Suho realized this could permanently restore every fading memory he possessed. Memories rot and distort over time. This was his chance to freeze the truth forever. He had to have it. Precise total recall was non-negotiable. Suddenly, a notification flashed. Accepted. As his life story uploaded, a violent gale erupted. The library was now archiving his existence. Suho drifted upward, cocooned in a swirling storm of glowing ancient text. A complex mana diagram ignited over the tome. The final system announcement echoed through the void. The library was open. Every detail of his life was now at his fingertips forever. Suho examines his trembling hand, sensing a strange glitch in the reality recording process. Something is off. Since this entire dimension is likely a massive illusion, he decides to test his newfound powers immediately. Closing his eyes, he plunges into a past nightmare. He sees his younger self broken and bleeding. Traumatic emotions hit him like a tidal wave. This burning rage proves the memory is terrifyingly real. He glares at the traitors, spineless cowards who delayed the gate sealing just to save their own skins. He'll never forgive them. Never. His consciousness now drifts through a sea of glowing system notifications. The memory leaves a bitter taste. He instantly regrets digging up such a brutal, soul-crushing moment. Suddenly, a golden window flickers to life. An impossible notification appears, offering him a path to godhood. Having touched the realm of the transcendent, the system initiates a full reboot for player on Suho. Speechless, the illusion shatters as reality returns. A wild realization begins to take shape in his mind. Did the system actually trigger a regression? He recalls reaching the pinnacle of the divine sword. He once wielded the world's first SS rank skill. But as a transcendent, a new door has opened. This is an uncharted destiny. Suho realizes his second life isn't just luck, it's a calculated miracle. It wasn't just a coincidence. Moments later, he steps out of a taxi at a life-changing location. He breathes in the air, reflecting on his second chance. This redo is the ultimate weapon he needed. He can finally rewrite the tragedies of his past and crush the chaotic gates before they explode. Too many lives were lost last time. Now speed is everything. Every single second is a lifeline. He arrives at a towering monolith known as Nexus. Its massive scale is genuinely breathtaking to behold. This is the nation's premier hunter academy. For Suho, it's not just school, it's his first major payday. Chasing a better future, he marches inside. A bubbly receptionist welcomes him with a curious professional smile. "I'm here for Director Kim Soo," Suho states. The girl blinks, stunned. "Do you have an appointment?" "No appointment." But he tells her to deliver a message. The solo conqueror of Syndrome Station has arrived. Inside the director's office, a composed woman looks up. She introduces herself as the legendary Kim Soo. The head of Nexus Academy meets her guest. "I'm on Suho," he says, taking the offered seat. She recognizes his feat at the Syndrome Gate. But Suho's reason for visiting, he wants a scholarship. The director is floored. Suho doubles down, announcing he's taking the hunter licensing exam tomorrow morning. Confused by his boldness, Kim Soo asks a crucial question. "When exactly did you awaken your powers?" Today, he answers coolly. Her jaw drops as she frantically scans his empty file in utter disbelief. An unranked rookie awakened today, taking the exam tomorrow after soloing a catastrophe-level gate. That's impossible. Suho just nods. He mentions a contact at the association pulled strings to get him in early. "My goal is the top spot." His unwavering confidence leaves the director completely speechless and intrigued. Here's the deal. If he takes first place, Nexus grants him a full-ride scholarship with total support. He knows an unknown rookie hitting rank 1 sounds insane. But Suho isn't some wide-eyed beginner. He's a war-torn veteran of 1,000 gates. Their belief doesn't matter. His results will talk. Kim Soo knows soloing a high-rank gate is a miracle, yet she remains skeptical of his claims. The hunter exam is a different beast, she warns. The pass rate is under 20%. Suho's terms are simple. If he isn't number 1, the deal is dead. No strings attached. Why Nexus? Why not the giants like Hexagon or Prime? Suho doesn't sugarcoat his blunt answer. Despite their size, Nexus is struggling. They haven't produced a single top-tier breakout hunter in years. Their reputation is tanking. Internally, Kim Soo admits the truth. They are desperate for a major win. Their current roster lacks any real stars. If Suho actually takes the crown, it changes their fate. Nexus would feast on that publicity. His timing is flawless, even if his claim sounds like madness. She studies him, wondering what kind of monster makes such a ballsy gamble, with zero hesitation. "How much are you looking for?" she asks. Suho counters by asking about the top student rewards. The prize for the best. A complete tuition refund and elite perks. Suho just smiles confidently. On top of that, he'd pocket a 30 million won bonus and secure a direct ticket into the elite Nexus Guild. Suho gave a cool nod, acknowledging the Academy's prestige, but then a sly smirk played on his lips. Make it 300 million, he countered, a demand so bold it left Director Kim completely speechless. He doubled down, arguing that for the Academy's top-tier prospect, the price tag should match their massive reputation. 300 million was pocket change for a giant like Nexus. And deep down, Director Kim knew he was right. Swallowing her pride, she finally caved, promising to deliver the full bag once he claimed the top rank. Suho began his trek across the campus, quickly realizing this place wasn't just big, it was a god-tier fortress. It dwarfed most theme parks, and the guide beamed with pride while showing off the state-of-the-art facilities. Nexus reigned supreme as Korea's undisputed #1. Though Suho noticed the guide looked absolutely drained, realizing they'd been dragged out of bed just for him, Suho offered a sincere thanks for the late-night tour. It's an honor, the guide replied warmly, just as Suho spotted a lone figure grinding on the practice field. Intrigued, Suho asked about the student, whom the guide described as the most relentless worker in the entire academy. The name Daehan piqued Suho's interest, as the guide shouted a quick reminder for the boy to rest. Daehan just flashed a determined grin, insisting that he needed to break his limits to stay ahead. Since he was a third year, Suho recognized him instantly. In his previous life, they'd bled on the same battlefields. Daehan had been the nation's ultimate wall, a legendary tanker famous for his impenetrable defense and insane endurance. It was a total tragedy when the combat meta shifted, leaving traditional pure tankers in the dust. But seeing him now swinging a heavy axe instead of a shield, Suho saw the glaring mistake. Daehan was wasting his god-level potential, making this the perfect chance for Suho to scout a future powerhouse. The guide facilitated a quick intro, bringing the two rising stars face-to-face under the moonlight. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if the battle axe was truly his weapon of choice. Daehan confirmed it. Daehan explained that his coaches pushed the axe, claiming it was the best fit for his massive, powerful frame. The guide chimed in, praising the weapon's ability to shatter enemy lines with nothing but raw, destructive force. Suho pressed further, asking if the axe was the only weapon the boy had ever actually mastered. Daehan admitted he was a slow learner and feared that testing other gear would be a waste of time. Even after 2 grueling years, he felt like he was barely scratching the surface of the axe's true power. Suho analyzed the situation in silence. The problem wasn't a lack of effort, but a total mismatch of souls. Daehan was running a marathon in the wrong direction, his legendary dedication being swallowed by a weapon that didn't fit. If progress stalls that hard, you pivot immediately. A simple rule the top academy had somehow ignored. It was mind-blowing that even a prestige school like Nexus could fail a talent this badly. He suggested a new mindset. Since stats eventually adapt, you should pick a weapon that feels like an extension of yourself. System buffs can fix your form, but true battle instinct comes from the heart, not just proficiency numbers. In a real dungeon, that axe was a death sentence, clearly clashing with Daehan's natural combat rhythm. The heavy swings left him wide open, making a man of his size an easy target during those long cooldowns. Daehan went pale. Hearing that 3 years of blood, sweat, and tears were built on a lie was devastating. Suho acknowledged his grit, but pointed out that his true destiny wasn't DPS, it was being an unbreakable wall. He advised Daehan to equip a kite shield and a heavy mace, the true kit of a frontline king. According to Suho, this tactical shift would turn him into an absolute monster in any combat scenario. Daehan wavered as switching his entire playstyle the night before the big exam felt like a massive gamble. Suho then asked him to consider what truly serves as the backbone of a legendary raid party. Forget the flashy mages. In the heat of battle, the tank is the one who decides if everyone survives. A true guardian needs a shield to hold the line, and secondary tools to dominate the enemy's movements. The realization hit Daehan like a truck, and he decided to bet everything on Suho's visionary insight. Suho smirked, impressed by the big guy's resolve, and wished him luck before they parted ways. As Daehan rushed off to train, the guide reminded Suho that Director Kim was still waiting for him. That explains the guest intro, but the guide couldn't shake his suspicion. Was Suho secretly a pro instructor? His deep knowledge of warfare and legalities was uncanny. Suho confirmed his role, but in his mind, he knew he looked majorly sus for an unranked guy possessing such high-level insights. He labeled himself a stakeholder instead. After a quick nod, the guide announced the contract was finally signed and sealed. It was back to the director's office before the big day finally arrived. The Hunter exam hub was absolutely swarming. Hopefuls stood shoulder to shoulder, blades drawn, all hungering for that prestigious Hunter rank. Every soul present had ground tirelessly for this shot, honing their abilities to a lethal edge. Total irony, right? The legendary solo gate clearer Suho was actually feeling like absolute trash. Post-test Suho exited, while pondering the exam's true intent. It was designed to weed out those using illegal performance enhancers. However, Suho saw through the facade. Modern cheaters weren't popping pills to get ahead. They were abusing secret skill buffs instead. He spotted a few candidates radiating mana levels way beyond a standard level 5. It was impossible. Suddenly, the system chimed in, revealing his mana perception had evolved significantly. His magic detection was now fully maxed out. With this god-tier vision, spotting these fake power-ups was child's play. No red flags had been raised yet, but the room was crawling with frauds. It was time for a reality check. Glancing at Chulman, Suho felt relieved to see at least one genuine guy. Moving through the crowded hallway, as everyone bragged about their performance, Suho felt like a total cheat just by being so overpowered. Chulman approached, curious about the results. Suho signaled a definite pass before asking why the big man was hanging around. Chulman was just pulling extra shifts for the understaffed association. Apparently, this written exam was a notorious soul crusher. It was supposed to be impossible, yet Suho was chilling. He claimed he solved every single problem with ease. He then asked to discuss a sensitive matter. Chulman agreed, provided it wasn't a request for test spoilers. Suho admitted it was test adjacent. He dropped a bombshell. Why weren't there any protocols to detect active skill buffs? Chulman was stunned. Suho noted that while they checked for drugs via blood and urine, they were missing something. They seized illegal gear and substances, but magical cheating was slipping right through the cracks of their security. He suggested using high-level detection to flag the fakes. Chulman took the advice seriously, looking genuinely impressed. He vowed to investigate before the physicals began. Suho turned away, ready to gear up for the next phase. Chulman paused him, admitting he really wanted Suho to pass so they could finally tackle missions as partners. After a quick good luck, Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the grueling practical exam site. Suddenly, an announcement blared a 2-hour delay. Apparently, the dive capsules were experiencing some technical difficulties. Everyone was herded toward the cafeteria or the lounge to kill time while the staff sorted the mess. Suho didn't buy it for a second. That glitch was definitely a cover story for Brother Chulman's secret investigation. The hammer was falling on the cheaters. Chulman was moving with the precision Suho had anticipated. With 1,200 hopefuls and a tiny 10% success rate, purging the frauds would make passing even harder. Only the absolute cream of the crop would survive this. Suho began scanning the crowd for any potential threats. He needed to know who was worth his time. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted nearby between two rival examinees. "Back off, loser," the second guy hissed. But the aggressor just smirked, claiming he was simply looking for a spar. He taunted him, saying he was just scared of getting exposed. Fed up, the second man shoved him hard. "Get out of my sight," he spat. Instead, the bully leveled a wooden blade, daring him to make a move. Just as the tension peaked, Suho intervened, his blade clashing against the wooden sword with a sharp crack. The attacker recoiled in shock. The other guy stared at Suho, wondering if he had actually lost his damn mind. Suho kept his cool, telling the victim to step back. "Who the hell are you? An undercover cop?" the guy asked. Suho shrugged, claiming he was just another candidate. He warned that brawling with a lowlife wasn't worth the trouble. It was better to let a professional handle it. The bully, now furious, glared at Suho with pure venom. He demanded to know why Suho was interfering. Flashing a grin, Suho offered to be his new sparring partner instead. If he wanted a fight, Suho was game. The attacker just laughed, looking at Suho with total disdain. He refused to waste energy on a weakling. Suho blinked, amused by the insult. Apparently, the bully thought that block was pure luck. He told Suho to beat it before things got ugly. But Suho flipped the script, mocking his fear. The guy lost it. He demanded an explanation. Suho challenged him to prove it wasn't just luck, calling out his obvious cowardice. Enraged, the man took the bait, spitting insults at Suho. Suho agreed to fight, but insisted on official rules and a proper arena. Once the higher-ups cleared it, they stepped into the ring, pulling every eye in the building. The ref gave them standard association gear. He warned that any lethal moves would end the match instantly. The bell rang and the attacker lunged, swinging wildly. Suho blocked the strike without breaking a sweat. The man went for an aerial smash, but Suho stepped aside like it was nothing. Shock and fury hit his face. He vowed to crush Suho, but our protagonist just stepped on his sword, calling him absolutely pathetic. That was the breaking point for Park Young, a battle maniac known for his dangerous obsession with power. He was a predator, always hunting for his next big fight. His hunger for strength was bottomless. Suho remembered Yong's past reputation and was actually surprised to see him in this testing group. He knew he had to shut Yong down now to stop history from repeating itself. Suddenly, Suho launched a savage kick that sent the swordsman flying across the room. As Yong hit the dirt, Suho mocked his trash talk. Shaken Yong couldn't process how Suho was this fast. Suho warned that mindless aggression fails against a level 10. Most of his past victims were probably low tier. Yong forced a grin as he stood back up, admitting Suho was a different breed of calm. He promised to stop holding back. Suho just shrugged. Yong unleashed a storm of blades, but Suho dodged one-handed. The pressure was rising, and Suho could finally feel some real weight behind the attacks. Finally, Yong went for his ultimate move, the legendary Dragon Sword technique. Light blinded the room as they collided. Yang thought he won, but when the dust settled, Suho hadn't moved an inch. He tanked the whole thing. Yang's hands shook as he screamed for answers. Suho just smirked, calling the move sluggish. It was nothing more than a cheap imitation. Without a hunter's license, mastering the true dragon sword was a pipe dream. Blinded by shame, Yang charged again, but Suho danced around him like he was an NPC. Suho baited a final reckless swing by crouching low. Yang shouted that it was over, thinking he had the kill. Instead, Suho countered with a brutal uppercut to the jaw. Yang went down for the count. He lay there in a daze, unable to comprehend his defeat. Suho just repeated that he was too slow. Even as he fumed, Yang could only mumble Suho's name. Suho realized he'd just become the man's new obsession. With the loudmouth dealt with, Suho hoped for some peace and quiet. Meanwhile, the proctors watching were absolutely speechless. Suho broke their trance casually, mentioning that he might have hit Park Yang a bit too hard. He asked them to clean up the mess and move to the next room. Inside, Suho spotted several high-level hunters acting as technicians. They were clearly undercover inspectors. The noise was getting on his nerves, and he just wanted the whole thing to be over. A tech told him to get on the bed and pointed out the emergency kill switch for the dive. Suho nodded, ready to get started. The system roared to life as cables were secured to his temples. A notification popped up. The hunter practical test was officially live. As his mind synced, the progress bar hit 540, then 77%. Then total synchronization. The healer class scenario flickered into existence. Suho woke up in a war-torn wasteland. He knew this wouldn't be a walk in the park, especially with the healer pass rates being so low. All around him, victims were screaming for help, buried under jagged ruins. He saw a young girl struggling to move a massive boulder by herself. Suho mentally cursed the association for making the simulation this dark. It felt way too real. Before we dive in, let's talk context. This practical test is the absolute crown jewel of the hunter exam. Its purpose, judging how well you fit your class. And every year the simulation's lethal scenarios shift. The passing bars change too. Usually candidates face brutal duels or endless waves of bloodthirsty enemies. Your rank depends on your kill count and survival time. But for healers, the rules are totally different. It's not just about raw healing output. While your mending skills matter, they aren't the main focus. The system hunts for one thing: sacrifice. Healers who treat their own lives as shields for others. That's how you score big. As monsters swarmed, Suho analyzed the grim logic behind this scenario. A healer is supposed to die protecting their patient. Small problem, Suho's god-tier stats were still active. He snatched a blade from the dirt, realizing he'd need a massive beatdown just to actually die. Unlike the other candidates, he found the idea of getting beaten to death completely idiotic. Dying once was plenty for him. Nearby terrified screams echoed as the monsters finally breached the perimeter. But Suho knew the truth. Those cries were illusions. He was standing in a graveyard. He approached a girl. He checked if she was okay. Trembling, she begged him to run. But Suho knew the mission's secret. He had to guard her until the bitter end. Stay calm, he reassured her. Help is on the way. I'll keep you safe. With cold resolve, he stood his ground against the approaching nightmare. Outside, the sim players began stumbling out of their pods. One trainee stepped into the light. He cursed his performance, wishing he'd done more. A staffer thanked him, telling him to pack up. She dismissed him, then turned to another screen. It flashed the profile of the next participant. Kangjin Young, Archer Class. Survival time, 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She sighed at the data. This season's difficulty spike was absolutely tanking everyone's scores. Curious, she asked Director Shin about Suho's progress. 30 minutes, Shin replied. She froze in shock. No way. 30 minutes. She sprinted to Suho's terminal, needing to see the impossible timer herself. 30 minutes. Is he a warrior? She gasped. Shin shook his head. No, he's a healer. You're lying, she shouted. But Shin pointed to the sword on screen. Look at how he moves. They watched the playback together, witnessing Suho's lethal grace. Are we sure he's really a healer? His combat skills were terrifying. She wondered if he'd be disqualified for refusing to die. Shin clarified that death wasn't a requirement. The true objective was protecting the patient until the end. She nodded, finally seeing it. Shin added that Suho was actually hitting every single success condition. He never left her side, fought with everything he had, and never stopped healing. He was truly risking it all. As long as the patient lived, disqualification was off the table. Hearing that, the woman realized something. The exam's top spot was already claimed. Meanwhile, inside the digital hellscape, Suho was still cooking. With insane precision, he erased monsters in single strokes. But even after winning, he wasn't satisfied. He needed more speed. As fresh waves spawned, he deleted them, one by one, with cold efficiency. With unwavering focus, he cleared the field. A system alert popped up. Your footwork mastery is exceptional. Mastery complete footplay. Suho realized that even though this was a sim, the mechanics were 100% real. The system recognized his perfect physical control. It acknowledged that his movements were entirely his own. Direct bodily control meant he could master high-level physical skills, even in a virtual environment. The experience points were lower than real combat, but the training value was off the charts. Beyond his footwork, he'd ground all his basic sword techniques up to a prestigious A rank. No loot, no level-ups, but the technical gains were massive. If he could keep this momentum and push his skills to S rank, he might eventually unlock Park Yong's legendary dragon sword technique. Another alert flashed. Legend status. Your understanding of the blade surpasses all known records. The system, awed by your unique style, wishes to register it. Create a new swordsmanship skill. Fusing his basic arts and footwork, Suho grinned. Let's call it Guardian Sword. A window appeared. Register Guardian Sword as the official name, Suho confirmed, as the system hailed his supreme mastery. The system forged a legendary unique skill, Guardian Sword S rank. This lethal new ability surged his blade arts and footwork by 50%. As a reward for this feat, 10 stat points dropped, while the system urged Suho to keep refining his deadly path. A final notification flashed, Sword Mastery S rank unlocked. This was a privilege reserved strictly for those who truly breathe the blade. Now every restriction on high-level techniques vanished, stacking another 50% power boost. Suho paused, his mind drifting back to his past life. It had taken a grueling decade to reach this peak before, but this time around, his past memories acted like a cheat code for growth. His worth was absolutely skyrocketing. Back to the exam, the monster count was set in stone, a predetermined bloodbath. He couldn't help but admire the massive scale of the preparation involved here. Missions cleared. Now only 2 paths remained: perish here, or slaughter every last beast. Meanwhile, the monitoring room fell into deathly silence as supervisors stared at the footage. They were witnessing history. Never before had a candidate completely wiped the entire monster field. Between his terrifying combat and miraculous healing, the examiners were floored. One even joked that the rankings were now pointless. The king was crowned. Cut to Hexagon Guild HQ. Their star student Kion was a lock for first place, or so the arrogant members bragged. They beamed with pride over their investment until a certain letter arrived, sparking instant chaos. Kion wasn't the top dog. Suho's name was etched in gold. The room turned cold instantly. Panic flared as they looked for Kion, just as the guildmaster's phone vibrated. Suho was already chatting with the team leader, who apologized for the delay during the rush. Before showering Suho with praise for seizing the #1 spot, he admitted that Suho's insane consistency was beyond his wildest dreams. Suho played it cool, being humble, but the leader insisted this victory was Suho's alone. Plus, his overwhelming performance had accidentally snared several high-profile cheaters using illegal boosts. This meant major reform was coming. A win for everyone. Then the leader's voice turned serious. Was the Great Hunter Association still the goal? Suho admitted he'd stick with the guild for a bit, but his true sights hadn't shifted. The association was still the endgame. Relieved, the leader promised to keep him posted. He'd ping Suho when the recruitment gates opened. Suho grinned and signed off. The leader signed off with a warm reminder to stay healthy and keep his stomach full. Hanging up, the leader looked at his own meager meal, reminding himself to do the same. On Suho's end, something felt slightly off about that tone, a lingering sense of worry. Before he could dwell on it, his phone buzzed again with a very familiar caller ID. It was Kim Soo. She called to celebrate his massive win and confirmed his payout was already processed. Suho was impressed by that big guild efficiency. Then came the real pitch. She wanted Suho at Nexus Guild, promising a god-tier contract. Intrigued, Suho pushed to see how much they actually valued his potential. Kim Soo went all in, promising to move mountains to keep their top scholar happy. Flexible terms, no problem. She pushed for a face-to-face meeting to seal the deal. Suho politely dodged the invite, citing a busy schedule for the day. He'd check his calendar later, but dropped a hint that Nexus was the logical choice. Since he was their scholarship kid, it made sense. Kim Soo's reaction was pure hype. Her fangirling was so loud her colleagues stared. She begged him not to sign elsewhere. Amused by her energy, Suho chuckled and agreed to a meetup. Call ended, smile remaining. Her excited squeals still echoed in his ears. Suddenly, the taxi pulled to the curb. He stepped out into the crisp air, ready to face the world he'd finally conquered. With the trial conquered and his license secured, the bag was officially collected. His ascent was beginning. The path lay clear. Fueled by silent grit, he locked his sights on the lighthouse market to start. Glancing at his screen, Suho smirked at how efficiently he had checked off his entire survival checklist. Only one piece remained: a weapon. He bypassed the flashy tourist traps, seeking a hidden low-key armory. The mainstream spots wouldn't have his rare find. Standing before the weathered door, he felt hopeful. Could this dusty corner hold his destiny? Suho stepped inside, met by a grizzled smith's blunt greeting. "I'm a fresh hunter seeking something light," Suho stated. The owner waved him toward the bargain bin. The low-tier gear was buried under mountains of dust. These blades clearly hadn't seen action in years. Most trash loot lacked verified stats, but Suho knew better. Some gear required liberation to awaken fully. These hidden gems pulse with a faint, lethal aura that amateur players completely overlook in their search. It was a silent siren song. Suho reached out his fingers, brushing against a weathered, unremarkable spear. He triggered magic detection and his pulse quickened. He had found it, the ultimate diamond in the rough. Suho chuckled, knowing the owner would lose sleep if he realized he had practically given away a legend. No more waiting. Suho closed his eyes, channeling his raw magical essence directly into the ancient spear. The weapon was a bottomless pit, greedily devouring his mana. He felt his strength fading very fast. Breathless Suho crumpled to the floor, completely exhausted. A few more seconds and he would have collapsed. Magic depletion is no joke. Awakening this beast required a magic stat of at least 100. It was a dormant titan now. He vowed to grind levels fast and finally unlock its fury. Meanwhile, at the PBS headquarters, Jinwoo's phone buzzed. A call that would change his entire career. "I'm the one who broke the records," Suho stated, identifying as the undisputed ace of the test. He dropped a bombshell. He neutralized that insane gate disaster at Syndrome Station single-handedly and alone. Jinwoo froze, his mind reeling. This kid soloed a high-rank nightmare before even having a license. It was unheard of. In that moment, Jinwoo realized he wasn't talking to a rookie, but a monster. When asked why me, Suho admitted he'd tracked Jinwoo's blog, seeing something others had clearly missed. He knew about the silver spoon, but respected the hustle. Jinwoo actually cared about real journalism. Suho promised a future of world-shaking headlines. He proposed that Jinwoo work as his exclusive reporter. An exclusive partnership. Jinwoo hesitated, wondering if this was a ploy to leash a wealthy journalist. He didn't want to be a lackey. He dismissed Suho as another ego-tripping hunter with delusions. The deal was tempting, but the vibes were off. Jinwoo craved exclusives, but valued his independence. Suho clarified he wasn't looking for a subordinate but a partner. Jinwoo responded with a blunt refusal. Jinwoo suggested Suho's offer was just a tactic to boost his market value before joining guilds. Suho admitted some truth to that, but not entirely. He wasn't doing this to increase worth. He wanted fame for one bizarre reason: to become a civil servant. Jinwoo was caught off guard. Did Suho mean the Hunter Association chasing fame to be a public official? Seemed completely absurd. He wanted to work in the field for the Hunter Association. That was his true hidden intent. Jinwei eyed him skeptically. Was Suho just another silver spooner, treating hunter work like some casual hobby? Dropping the bomb, Suho revealed his orphan past. Losing everything to a gate, forged his obsession with conquering them. Scrolling through his laptop, Jinwei wondered if Suho was for real or just another clout chaser in this chaotic era. It was a toss-up, honestly. But ultimately, he respected Suho's grind and acknowledged the man's unique perspective on life. Still, he shot down the pitch. He liked calling his own shots, but Suho wasn't backing down one bit. Suho tossed out a bet, hooked Jinwei bit, asking for the terms. Suho needed to earn his total trust. The flex was simple: prove his worth as a hunter. He'd storm the Tower of Challenge completely solo. Jinwei froze. That tower was a death trap, and a solo clear was considered a total myth. A full raid team struggled there, so going solo was pure suicide. But Suho's confidence was on another level. If he pulled off the impossible, Jinwei would have to sign on as his exclusive personal reporter for life. Suho vividly recalled the Jinwei from his past life, a legendary elite broadcaster from PBS known for his insane pride. He was a savage journalist who bowed to no one, yet the two of them had been a powerhouse duo before. His reporting was lethal and his influence massive, but that same brilliance made him a target for the powerful elites. Like a permanent thorn in the side of corruption, Jinwei eventually got crushed by politics and vanished into retirement. This time, Suho vowed to change fate. On the call, he laid out the high-stakes gamble one more time: conquer the tower solo, and Jinwei is his. Despite the shock, the reporter took the bait and agreed. If Suho actually cleared it, Jinwei promised to back him with every ounce of his journalistic power. The line went dead after Suho's cold declaration. Left alone, Jinwei felt his blood start to boil. Is this guy serious? Suho was living rent-free in his head, leaving him spiraling over where this crazy request originated. He was low-key annoyed, but he didn't hate the vibe. There was a raw, genuine energy to the proposal. Suho didn't seem like a fraud. Torn between rage and hype, Jinwei muttered that he was finally losing his mind. He shrugged it off as a what-if gamble. If it's real, he wins big. If not, whatever. Flash to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands before the massive, intimidating iron gates. Flashing his license, the gatekeeper warns him. Solo entry is legal, but it's basically a one-way ticket to the hospital. Noting Suho's fresh rookie ID, the man assumes he's clueless and begs him to find a party instead. Even lower floors can be lethal, but Suho stands his ground. He's chosen his path and he's sticking to it. The guard quotes the 70,001 fee. Suho just gives a sharp nod, ready to pay up. "Don't die out there," the man shouts. Suho doesn't look back, disappearing into the darkness of the tower's maw. Inside, Suho reflects. This place is the ultimate grind zone for any player still stuck under level 20. Since his level was reset to 0, there's no better playground to reclaim his former glory and power. He shoves the heavy doors open. Immediately, the cold robotic voice of the system echoes through the stone hall. Withdrawal is always an option, the system drones. One word, and he'd be warped back to safety instantly. Suho unsheathes his blade just as the floor activates. Suddenly, a slime monster lunges from the shadows, hungry for blood. The beast is massive and deceptively fast. For a split second, Suho is actually forced onto his back foot. It's only level 1, but its erratic bouncy movements are a total pain in the neck to track. Getting bogged down here would be embarrassing. With a surgical strike, Suho drives his steel straight through its core. But the monster isn't done. The slime begins to quiver and split. This annoying thing has the multiplication trait. The severed core fragments into smaller, hostile clones. They have a limit, but their sheer numbers can overwhelm anyone. This regeneration is exactly why rookies bring squads. Facing a horde solo is a nightmare for most players. No time for games. Suho goes full beast mode, leaping through the air and skewering slimes with lethal precision. A slime lashes out with a tentacle. Suho catches it mid-air using the momentum to slingshot himself back into the fray. With a final elegant whirlwind of slashes, the last of the slimes dissolve into nothingness. Floor 1, cleared. The system chime rings out. Floor 1 conquered. Will you proceed to the next trial? Resolve burns in Suho's eyes. 48 floors to go, and he's just getting warmed up. The second floor challenge ignites. As the environment shifts, Suho thinks back to his previous life's climb. The all-time peak hit level 48, but today's top hunters barely reach floor 29. Both milestones required massive team efforts. Standard procedure involves entering the tower in squads, where the more heads you bring, the deadlier the trials become. Running in a pack slashes your experience gain, yet most challengers choose safety over rapid solo growth. Elite hunters usually stack their ranks with level 20 warriors, but as Suho processes this tactical meta, he effortlessly crushes floor 18 and glares upward. He realizes the old rules don't apply to him. Without a second thought, he triggers the challenge for the 19th floor. Unlike previous levels, swarming with trash mobs, this stage features a solitary colossal boss. It's a high-stakes duel, where one decisive kill secures the win. The beast manifests, and Suho lunges forward with predatory lightning-fast speed. One flash of his blade and the monster falls. The system clears floor 19, offering him an immediate ticket to 20. Suho halts his climb to inspect the corpse. Something feels off about this particular kill. Instead of dissolving into pixels, the creature leaves a pulsing red gate. It's a cryptic invitation from the tower itself. He pulls a rare relic from the remains, instantly sensing its mysterious and hidden function. The item is inert alone, but Suho's mana sensory skill reveals a pocket dimension tethered to the red gate. This hidden realm is the legendary subspace fortress of the Fortress King Zhongpyong. It's a complete anomaly, allowing living souls to drift in and out at will, unlike standard item-bound spaces. Stepping inside, Suho finds a cavernous interior. A radiant orb flickers, announcing the previous master's demise. The system offers him the keys to the kingdom. He grasps the glowing core without hesitation, and it melts into his very being. The system crowns Suho as the new sovereign of this subspace stronghold. This isn't just gear anymore. It's an innate skill etched into his soul forever. The interface explains that the fortress evolves alongside Suho's magical output. Suddenly, the entire space begins to warp. The jagged cave transforms into a luxury suite. Suho is genuinely stunned by the sophisticated upgrade. It's far more high-tech than he imagined. It expands and reshapes itself based on his personal tastes. He feels a wave of relief for snatching this from Zhongpyong-ho. That villain used this space for pure evil, hoarding contraband and trafficking innocent lives. The memory of those dark crimes makes Suho's blood boil with disgust. But now this power serves a better master. He's ensured that history won't repeat its twisted dark cycle. By dethroning a future king and claiming a private base, Suho has scored a massive win. With burning resolve, he prepares for the next grind. Elsewhere, Jinui scrolls through his phone feed with intense focus. Public interest is shifting toward Nexus. Suho once mentioned joining the Great Hunter Association, but this massive media blitz suggests Nexus is already betting big on his future. Would Suho actually sign with them? Jinui can't shake his doubts, yet his mind keeps racing to Suho's progress. Suddenly, a notification pings. Floor 30 has just been decimated. The tower's record lies in ruins as someone storms toward floor 31. The surrounding crowd goes dead, silent in shock. Wild theories spark. Was this a master team or something completely inhuman? The collective shock intensifies when the system screams that floor 31 fell mere seconds after the challenge started. Jinui is paralyzed. If this is Suho's work, he's been dead wrong. He'd written Suho off as a lucky show-off. But this godly speed proves Suho is a monster he'll be chasing for a long, long time. At headquarters, Director Kim is visibly shaken. She scrambles to verify the impossible live reports. Suho is shattering world records in real time. Knowing his worth, she realizes they need an offer he can't ignore. She signals the president and management team, ordering an emergency meeting at the main office. Word of Suho's meteoric ascent through the tower is sending massive shockwaves across the globe. If he joins the association, he'll be a once-in-a-century talent. Suddenly, Chulman's phone vibrates. It's the vice president. Curious, Chulman answers. The boss demands to know his current location. Learning Chulman is on site at the tower, the vice president smells an opportunity. He orders Chulman to secure Suho. Chulman's eyes light up, thinking he's finally recruiting the star. But the vice president quickly kills the vibe. He doesn't want a contract. He just wants a clout-chasing photo with the president. He hangs up, leaving Chulman fuming. He sneered, realizing these greedy suits were the reason the world viewed the association as a den of incompetence. To him, only true hunters should rule. Glaring at the tower, he plotted a way to drag Suho inside. Deep within Suho, just conquered floor 48th, shattering the world record once more. Fatigue gnawed at his bones. This relentless grind was suffocating. How much longer could this nightmare last? But seeing his status window changed everything. Reaching level 39 was a massive win. 5 bonus stats per floor. That's pure gold for a solo climber. Mastering the system felt like crafting a legendary avatar. Honestly, he was starting to love the thrill. Stats locked in. Suho braced himself. The 49th floor's trial had finally commenced. A radiant crystal shattered, birthing the ultimate nightmare, a level 49 tower dragon. Suho froze. Even without pure blood, this beast's power level was absolutely cracked. Its dragon lineage alone was terrifying. Was this floor even designed to be cleared? No hesitation. Suho gripped his blade, teeth gritted, and lunged straight at the monstrosity. Determined to finish this, Suho closed the gap, preparing a lethal counterstrike. The beast struck back. Suho vaulted into the air, noticing a chilling detail while suspended. For a titan, its speed was unreal. Suddenly, shadows bled from its razor-sharp claws. A violent gravity well yanked Suho toward its gaping maw. Inches from death, he reacted. He seized its jaw, flipped over the skull, and brought his blade down with world-shattering force. A deafening roar erupted. The dragon thrashed, hurling Suho back. He scrambled to find cover. Gasping for air dread set in. His ultimate attack hadn't even nicked the scales. He'd only managed to piss it off. The beast slammed the earth, unleashing raw devastation. Fissures tore through the arena. Diving behind a boulder, Suho thanked his insane stats for survival. That shockwave was a one-shot move. He realized the level didn't matter, its natural tankiness was illegal. Normal hits were pebbles against steel. He needed the dragon's Achilles heel, the reverse scale. Below level 100, the beast couldn't perfectly mask its one fatal flaw. Scanning the chaos, he saw it near the tail. He bolted forward like a lightning strike. He hammered the scale with everything. A soul-piercing howl rang out as the system chimed. Rage mode activated. Suho left his blade buried deep within the dragon's vulnerable spot. This wasn't over. A prolonged war of attrition would only end in his death. He twisted the steel deeper. In a blind fury, the beast unleashed a terrifying mental assault. Suho froze midair, trapped in a waking nightmare. The system flashed a red fear warning. He spammed his cleanse, but the system coldly rejected it. This fear was absolute. Just as the tail swept in, Suho ripped open a portal and vanished into subspace. He downed a purification brew instantly. The shadows in his mind finally dissolved. Safe at last. In this sanctuary, he was the sole ruler of reality. A casual market purchase just saved his life. Talk about lucky timing. This boss was built different. Even after curing the fear, he lacked any natural resistance. Spells were trash here. He was forced into a loop of retreating and burning potions. It was a losing game. He even considered summoning the mad pulverization scholar for help. Suddenly, the system dinged. A secret skill book had just unlocked a basic fusion formula. The combination jar manifested. Without hesitation, Suho tossed in 3 bizarre artifacts. A thief's old socks, a minstrel's broken instrument, and a cleaner's dirty broom. Fusion sequence start. With an absolute formula, success was a 100% guarantee. One man's trash is a hunter's treasure. From the debris, a rare relic emerged. Presenting first Mumu. Creating this unique ring netted him 10 massive bonus stat points. World-first items are usually S rank but a growth type. This was a straight S+ god tier drop. He equipped the ring, and the system instantly locked it to his soul. Suho flashed back to his past life. When he missed out on the first Mumu, that crazy pulverization scholar snagged it first and leaked the recipe online. Not this time. Suho claimed his prize. Feeling the surge, he pulled up his status window and dumped 4 points into magic, hitting the big 100. The system pinged his magic stat just turned blood red. A milestone he hadn't touched even at level 50 before. Purple status used to feel like a pipe dream, but now, 700 points for purple. It's a massive grind, but Suho's never felt more ready to reach it. Stats locked in, Suho summoned his trusty old spear. He began pumping raw magic into the blade. The steel drank the mana like a sponge. Once it hit the limit, the system confirmed the weapon's successful awakening. The spear evolved. Behold, the Shadow Spear. Now, round 2 officially begins. Lore drop. This was the Shadow Lord's own relic, carved from the remains of a legendary shadow beast. It recognized Suho as its master. Now, he can pull it from the shadows and repair it with mana. Suho knew this was endgame tier, just like Zhongpyeong's fortress. The Shadow Lord was a literal monarch-level entity. This was his personal weapon. If that beast is in this gate, Suho just stole its greatest asset. Massive flex. He secured it before the villains could. Let's see what this baby can do, he grinned, summoning it. It was the perfect upgrade, especially since he couldn't launch attacks from inside his pocket dimension. To kill the beast, he had to hit the reverse scale while it napped. Suho exited safety and scaled the cliffs. Raising the Shadow Spear, he launched it like a missile into the crystal embedded in the dragon's tail. Bullseye. The spear sunk deep, and the dragon thrashed in pure agony. Suho didn't wait, he jumped. System alert, the dragon is berserk. It roared with dragon fear, but Suho vanished back into his fortress. 0 debuffs taken. He played it smart, abusing hit-and-run tactics by striking and dipping back into safety. It was a grind, but finally, the scale's health bar flickered below 10%. It wasn't shattered yet, but it was cracked enough. The dragon's stealth ability was officially offline. No more hiding. Suho went full aggro, bursting from the fortress and launching himself into the sky. He slammed the Shadow Spear directly into the dragon's eye. The shockwave rocked the ground, tossing Suho aside. But this beast wouldn't die. While it frantically searched, Suho flanked it, charging straight for the tail again. It unleashed another roar, but Suho was faster. He shattered the core. The reverse scale was toast. The dragon's aura plummeted. Chugging a purification potion, Suho soared up for the final execution. One clean rip through the jugular and the titan fell. It's over. The system pinged. Floor 49. Cleared. He just broke the tower's world record. Reward 10 bonus stat points. Straight to the bank. The loot started raining down. Catching his breath on the dirt, he realized he'd actually conquered the whole tower. A feat neither of his lives had ever achieved. Hitting level 40 unlocked a brand new skill. Healing Spirit, a massive AoE heal that can sustain an entire army. But wait, the system was still cooking. For completing the impossible, the system dropped Dragon Blood. Suho's jaw hit the floor. This was Yoma's trump card. So that's where that monster got it, right here in the Dragon Mountains. Dragon Blood grants the user draconic strength scaling with how hard they push their limits. Before he could stash his spear, it started vibrating. It was reacting to the fallen dragon's shadow. It devoured the shadow whole, evolving once more. The Shadow Spear just got a major buff. It unlocked a hidden trait, Shadow Devour. This wasn't even in the original item leaks. The weapon's ego was waking up. One look at the updated stats left Suho speechless. Binding and Regen jumped from A to S rank. Now Shadow Binding can literally tear a target's shadow away. It locks them down while Shadow Fangs shred their soul, causing massive, unhealable bleed damage. Growth items are just built different. Suho was ready to dip, but a glimmer on the ground caught his eye. A massive fang. The system identified it as a Great Dragon Fang, packing a lethal, incurable debuff. It completely negates all recovery. Suho couldn't believe his luck. He just scored a legendary dragon drop. Getting this was supposed to be impossible. It proves that Dragon was a pure blood, dropping the rarest loot. This entire raid was a total goldmine. After looting every drop, Suho finally prepared to head out. He knew Jin Hui would be camping outside. Suddenly, the tower's core crystal shattered into 1,000 pieces. The system announced the Trial Tower's conquest. The legendary conqueror was none other than the player Suho. Every other player was violently ejected. A rift opened, sending several battered hunters crashing onto the concrete. They rolled across the asphalt, looking completely dazed. One hunter collapsed, clutching his head in pure shock. He whispered that this was impossible. Had a solo player really just cleared the entire trial tower? His partner demanded to know Suho's identity. The hunter simply pointed toward the mysterious figure standing alone. His partner whispered a confirmation. The massive crowd gathering outside was already getting completely out of hand. It was suffocating. Suho was instantly swamped by a sea of reporters and blinding camera flashes. Reporters screamed for a statement, but Suho's only thought was how bone-tired he felt in that moment. That tower dragon hit way harder than anticipated. Now all he craved was some serious downtime. A screaming media circus was the last thing he needed. Suddenly, he spotted Jin Hui in the distance. Jin Hui sat frozen on his car's hood looking totally shook. Suho just thought, what a psycho. Soloing that tower was madness. Suho strolled up and casually dropped a hand on the reporter's shoulder. Jin Hui yelped, tumbling to the ground in terror. His jaw dropped when he realized who stood before him. He stammered Suho's name, wondering how he'd ditched the mob. Suho smirked, saying he just slipped away. He made it sound like some high-level stealth skill that let him vanish without a single trace. Reaching out, Suho questioned why the reporter still doubted him. Jinhui hesitantly grabbed his hand. He stared at Suho like he was nuts, asking if he realized how crazy he sounded. Suho stayed chill. If the trust wasn't there, he should just say so, and Suho would handle things his own way. Dusting himself off, the reporter admitted he wouldn't have helped this much if he didn't trust him. He urged Suho into the car before the vultures noticed. As they sped away, Suho's phone buzzed. It was Chulman calling to congratulate him on the clear and express his gratitude in person. But Suho had vanished too quickly. He thanked the leader, explaining he was just hiding to recover. Chulman chuckled, noting Suho always blows past expectations. He asked if Suho was still nearby for a meeting. Suho mentioned his ride had already arrived before asking if there was actual business to discuss. Chulman admitted it wasn't urgent but hoped Suho could visit the association if he wasn't totally drained. Suho repeated the association slowly. Chulman confirmed, calling this entire situation an absolutely unprecedented event. The world thought this tower was unbeatable since it had been a public gate for so long. Given the scale, an inquiry was necessary. Suho noted he didn't recall investigations being mandatory before. When top guilds clear gates, doesn't the association usually just request the data they need? After a brief silence, Chulman relented and wished him rest. Suho thanked him and hung up. Reclining, Suho realized the high-ranking chairs definitely wanted a piece of his spotlight. It was all for PR and photos. He respected Chulman, but the big shots meant nothing to him. Getting dragged into their red tape now would only lead to a massive headache later. He intended to lay low until his official enlistment. Jinhui glanced at him from the driver's seat. The reporter asked for a favor. Suho nodded, and Jinhui brought up Suho's insane power level. Why not go for high-tier government roles? Suho smirked, knowing the state's budget easily rivaled private guilds. The state held real authority. Jinhui countered, reminding him that private guilds owned the spotlight. Suho stayed calm. Fame is fleeting, just a staged show. Right now, private guilds play the heroes. Eventually, admiration turns to fear. Jinhui nodded slowly, realizing Suho's perspective was actually pretty deep. Suho sighed. To end this gate crisis, he needed massive institutional support. Going solo wasn't enough. That's why he chose the association. Jinhui smiled, noting Suho's conviction gave him a huge edge. Nobody else possessed that level of duty. Suho thanked him while mending his arm with a quick spell. Jinhui then asked if he'd be applying through the standard recruitment process. A talent like Suho rotting in a rank 9 position. Total waste. He was aiming much higher. Jinhui guessed rank 7, but Suho dropped a bombshell. He wanted rank 5. Jinhui nearly lost it. Stop asking if I'm serious, Suho deadpanned. Jinhui couldn't help it. The guy was a complete enigma. Suho gave a cryptic smirk. He'd spill the tea, but only if Jinhui kept this off the record. Eyes on the road, man. As Suho laid out his master plan, Jinhui's jaw practically hit the floor. That's genius, Jinhui exhaled. Suho just nodded calmly. It was perfect, but the world wasn't ready yet. He needed the perfect moment to drop the news. When he did, the entire industry would catch fire. This meant Jinhui had the ultimate scoop. He turned to Suho, a sudden realization dawning on him. Are you just using me for clout? Jinhui asked. Suho shrugged. What are reporter friends for, if not leverage? Jinhui barked out a laugh. Fine. If Suho was this bold, he'd happily play his part. Headed home, Jinhui asked. Suho's address was leaked, and the paparazzi were already swarming like vultures. Crowds were already camping outside his door. Suho just grinned he'd vanish again, just like he did inside the tower. Jinhui hesitated, then offered a lifeline. Look, why don't you just crash at my place for now? He lived solo in a massive bachelor pad, complete with a guest suite that was pure luxury. With high-end security, it was an impenetrable fortress. Suho paused, finally curious about the location. Kaiser Cheongdam. Jinhui flexed. Suho blinked. Even for him, those 100 billion won luxury apartments were next level. They arrived, and as Suho stepped into the penthouse, he actually froze for a split second. Not because of the view, but because this place was the literal final boss of rich kid aesthetics. It was quiet, expensive luxury that didn't need to scream. Jinhui just waved him in like it was nothing. Make yourself at home, Jinhui offered. Suho sighed. This is what life looks like with premium DLC enabled. Born into wealth, the guy was living a different game. Jinhui pointed toward a high-tech control pad. It was a smart hub with a dedicated community app for everything from gourmet delivery to elite shopping. You could even summon an emergency healer with one tap. You look way better now, Jinhui noted. Suho looked far more refreshed than when they started. I told you, Suho replied, I'm a healer. Jinhui's brain lagged. He asked again, and Suho repeated it with an annoyed sigh. Yes, he's a healer. The journalist apologized, but his mind just couldn't compute. A healer doing that. It made zero sense. Healers usually hide behind tanks in elite guilds. They don't solo clear the Tower of Challenges like god-tier assassins. Grabbing his bag, the rich reporter headed back to the office, tossing Suho the door code on his way out. "I've got this," Suho waved. Once the door clicked shut, he finally summoned his glowing system window. He pulled up his stats, ready to dump the massive points he'd earned from that legendary tower run. After balancing his stamina, he poured everything into sensitivity, the hallmark of an elite successor tier build. This wasn't just a powerful build, it was the path of a true monster. Even Suho was stunned. Next, task security. Back in the day, Suho was a master at sniffing out hidden surveillance gear. With his boosted sensitivity, nothing could hide. Jinhui was a friend, but Suho wasn't about to be naive. Rich families always have skeletons and cameras in the closet. Better to be a bit paranoid than end up dead. After a thorough sweep, Suho collapsed onto the sofa. This place was bigger than most subspace-grade mansions. Honestly, hunting for bugs was more exhausting than slaying that dragon. Finally, he allowed himself a moment of peace. But his phone was blowing up. Notification after notification, flooded in his private info, was officially out there. His number had been leaked to the masses. The spam was endless. Time for a complete digital reset. He needed a burner and a new identity. He pulled up that community app Jinhui mentioned earlier. It was surprisingly smooth. He scrubbed his data, moving everything important to a fresh, secure private device. While his old phone screamed with messages, he prepared to cut the cord. He glanced at the clock. It was 5 p.m. Just enough time for a quick breather before the real work began again. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, a silent building began to tremble as a mysterious gate manifested. The portal bled an eerie, haunting light. As the shadows shifted, a terrifying new threat entered the world. Masked figures emerged from the rift, scanning the shadows with lethal precision. No witnesses, no cameras, absolute silence. They unzipped their gear, planting explosives with terrifying clinical speed. But right as the detonators were being armed, Suho materialized behind them, looking as relaxed as if he'd just strolled into a coffee shop. "Blowing up public property, not exactly a five-star idea," he quipped, shattering their professional focus. The crew paralyzed in shock. This sector was ghost town, empty, he shouldn't be here. Suho nodded. "Usually, yeah, but I knew you'd show up." Chaos broke out as their leader screamed for a retreat. He lunged for the exit, but one girl wiped out hard. Her squad paused, thinking she'd just caught her foot. They tried to hoist her up, but she was dead weight. Her legs were literally glued to the concrete. They were clueless that Suho's shadowbind had already locked her down in abyssal chains. "Something's wrong," the man barked, frantic. The girl's voice dropped to a frigid whisper, "Abandon." He wouldn't leave her, but she snapped, commanding them to eliminate Suho instead. 3 killers lunged at once. Desperation drove them, but an invisible hammer slammed them into the tiles before they could even blink. Suho's overwhelming aura crushed their spirits. So he mused, "Are you the infamous Banshee Squad?" Banshee. The most feared cell in the underworld, synonymous with explosive devastation and pure mayhem. Their eventual downfall was legendary, but not before these 4 ghosts leveled half the city. Total disbelief washed over them. How did he know? Suho just stepped closer, cool and collected. He yanked off a cap. Kwak Du Ho. The brawn. Just a day laborer with monstrous strength. He gestured to the next. Seo Kya-won. Middle school science teacher and master chemist for explosives. Kim Hyun-min. The getaway driver. A humble courier who blurs out of existence after a hit. Finally, his gaze landed on the girl. Koo Yoon-hwa. College student. The real brains behind Banshee. With her EMP gift, tech and mana meant nothing. "How do you know all this?" she gasped. Suho smirked. "Secrets have a way of surfacing when you know where to dig." She knew the game, but the mystery was eating her alive. "Who the hell are you?" "You're sharp," Suho noted. "You already know who I am. But if you're still playing skeptic, I could just call the cops and let them handle your resume." He wasn't bluffing. "What do you want?" she finally cracked. Suho sighed, noting that this crime scene wasn't exactly private. "Pack up your toys. We're finishing this conversation at your base," he commanded. She analyzed him, rattled by his sheer knowledge before nodding. Suho glanced at Hyunmin. "Can you stand yet?" "Open the portal. It's not like we're calling an Uber," Suho joked. Back at HQ, Suho invited them to get comfortable. Yoonhwa scoffed, then tore her mask off aggressively. "It's just hot in here," she snapped, refusing to give him the satisfaction of obedience. "Start talking. How did you find us, and what's your endgame?" Why would a legendary gatebreaker hunt down common terrorists? Suho's lips curved upward. "Slow down one question at a time," he chuckled. "Let's just say I have my own methods." He used classified abilities to unmask them, just as they had used theirs to vanish. Yoonhwa locked eyes with him. "The pitch. Now." Suho leaned in. "I want you on my payroll." He brought up his TV interview. "The association," she guessed. He nodded before her temper flared. This wasn't a trap. He was aiming for the rank 5 exam, then the elite circle. "I'm climbing the ladder straight into the special forces," he declared. Yoonhwa's jaw nearly hit the floor. "Don't look at me like that. I know you hate those guys, it's why you target them. I get it because I'm a gate orphan too. He once believed it was just bad luck. Then he discovered the accident was actually a cold-blooded corporate plan. Cleared land meant billions in real estate. The feds let the gate shock happen for the cash. Greed fueled the development, and Suho knew exactly who held the pen. His mission was clear. I'll run the special forces and burn the people responsible to the ground. They held total sway over the association, manipulating government offices and legally crushing any hunter they targeted. His deal promised vengeance through cold strategy instead of mindless chaos, yet Yunhua remained skeptical of any guarantees. Suho vowed to crush the Rank 5 trial. With a confident smirk, he told her to just watch him. He warned that one more strike would lead to their arrest, before ending the tense meeting right there. Suho realized they were reeling. In his previous timeline, the Banshee was a phantom no one could touch. Interrogating them revealed the truth: they were just mirrors of himself, broken souls warped into monsters by grief. Early guidance could have saved them from this spiral, now before they plunge into the abyss for good. Suho committed to steering them right however long it required. He was positive Yunhua would take the bait. His proposal was irresistible, and his skills were unmatched. He left them to weigh their options and choose wisely. Cut to the Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was absolutely fuming over the current situation. He ripped into team leader Yang Chulman for blowing a basic assignment, making sure he understood that. The president even emptied his calendar for Suho. While he ignored it today, he laid down the law. Another failure would mean his head leaving Chulman with no choice but to bow in silent submission. He accepted the threat and retreated to his post. But as soon as he cleared the door, he let out a weary sigh, drained from the endless berating, wondering for a split second if he seriously thought about ditching this mess for a private guild, but then reality snapped back. He remembered his original mission. Having survived hell, he could definitely stomach one more pathetic, miserable day. He muttered a self-encouragement. Right then, Pai Song-yol, the special investigation chief, made his entrance. A hand gripped his shoulder. Already annoyed, Chulman cursed his luck for bumping into this guy now. Masking his irritation, he politely asked about the chief's business. Pai just smirked with his signature playful vibe. He joked about Yang getting roasted again, even throwing a backhanded compliment about his legendary patience. For putting up with the vice president's nagging, though, Yang quickly shouldered the blame for the entire mess. While walking, Pai changed tracks, mentioning the wild rumors about Suho, supposedly stirring up major trouble. Chulman countered that Suho wasn't exactly a troublemaker, even if the gossip was spreading like wildfire. Pai observed that few knew the truth, then dropped a casual offer to assist Chulman's predicament. Pai proposed something insane: just slap a fake charge on Suho and haul him in for interrogation. They would fix it later. Pai argued it was simply about keeping the optics clean and organized. If Suho was brought in, the president would be satisfied, and the crisis would look solved. Suho would walk free later, leaving the association looking like the ultimate bosses. He further suggested. Since Suho planned to join anyway, it was a win for everyone. Yang could only stare in disbelief. He called Pai's plan reckless, knowing that poking a powerhouse like Suho could blow up in their faces. Unfazed, Pai mocked Yang's ethics, wondering why a man in his chair was shaking over one hunter. Yang gave a polite reply, but Pai kept pushing, reminding him that the legal team still held power. They could still indict any hunter they wanted, and back then, every awakened warrior feared them. He urged Yang to ditch the rulebook and be flexible. Following a heavy, suffocating silence, Yang gave a curt nod. Pai exited, leaving behind a final chilling reminder about his support. There were always dirtier paths than just following laws. Alone, Yang reevaluated every word spoken. He once admired Pai for being the only grounded hunter in an association full of detached elites, but now, doubt set in. Knowledge is a dangerous drug, and Pai was clearly overdosed on it. He was a loose cannon. Disturbed, Yang slipped outside to find some peace and process the chaos. He thought of Suho, how he went from an association ally to a total outsider overnight. It made sense. Top-tier guilds were throwing insane cash and perks at him that nobody could refuse. Still, Suho's true motive remained a mystery. Elsewhere, Suho hopped out of a cab and triggered his ring. He summoned the first Mumu, reflecting on the sheer recklessness of his very first activation. But after dominating the Tower of Challenge, he was the master now. It was showtime. Stalking toward the blood center, Suho ignited his mystical mana radar. He scanned the perimeter until a ghostly energy trail surfaced. Rifts always bleed mana, and this hidden gate was leaking. Wrapped in haze, he found a portal requiring a blood toll. Without flinching, Suho slashed his palm to offer a crimson key. The seal drank greedily before the system flashed green light. Hidden gate detected. Suho pocketed 5 bonus attribute points instantly. Entering the blood decree, he tossed glow powder into the abyss. The subterranean maze stretched deep, hiding predators in its belly. Suddenly, a warm, viscous liquid splashed onto his forehead. Thousands of level 63 vampire bats loomed overhead, eyes glowing. Suho smirked at the welcome, unleashing his crushing S-rank intimidation. The swarm plummeted instantly, paralyzed by his sheer spiritual pressure. He drove a shadow spear home, letting it feast on darkness. Wiping the entire room, he checked his stats with satisfaction. This was a total slaughter. Intimidation made levels meaningless. While others focused on 2 stats, Suho mastered them all. He balanced his growth to become an absolute combat god. He wondered if he was becoming too overkill for bats. Then a strange anomaly in the combat log caught his eye. A blood slime had been pulverized in his aura's crossfire. The cleanup was light work, proving his skill's absolute dominance. Unless facing elite bosses, nothing could resist his fear aura. He reached the boss vault, heart pounding with lethal excitement. With zero hesitation, Suho breached the final inner sanctum. His blade hissed out as a monstrous predator lunged. Parrying the Vampire King, he countered with a lethal arc. Suddenly, a massive golem charged, forcing a lightning-fast dodge. These weren't the real bosses, just high-level elite gatekeepers. He danced between them, carving stone and shredding leathery wings. Avoiding a crushing punch, he buried his steel into earth. A mana shockwave erupted, slamming both titans against the walls. The smoke cleared, but the twin horrors remained standing tall. Pure physical force wouldn't drop these high-level dungeon monsters. Time to get serious, as both enemies synchronized their attack. Flanked from both sides, Suho summoned a second shadow blade. The dust settled, revealing his blades buried deep in both. They still twitched, but Suho had finally cracked the code. Holy silver was the key. The system signaled divine activation. His blades ignited with holy radiance, crackling with celestial light. Divine lightning crashed down, decapitating the bat in one shot. He stood over the corpse, watching it erupt like trash. Holy power was a cheat code. The golem lunged one last time. Suho dismantled it instantly, his blade shredding through stone. The prince responded with a blood mist, plunging his hand down. A suffocating aura made detection impossible. Suho braced himself, sensing the prince could strike from any shadow. A chill spiked down his spine. He pivoted instantly as the prince lunged, parrying the strike with flawless precision. The boss froze in shock. How did a human predict his move? Suho responded, with a cold, devastating counterslash. He expected a fatal blow, but the prince just sneered. He mocked Suho's weak efforts, laughing they'd never leave a scratch. Suddenly, a crimson alert flared. The cursed prince unleashed blood scream. Suho immediately slammed his blade into the earth. Healing Soul activate, a blinding wave of holy light erupted, making the prince recoil in visible agony from the purification. As his wounds vanished into thin air, Suho smirked. The secret was out. He was actually a legendary healer. The prince glanced down, eyes widening in horror. A fresh wound bled on his gut. Suho's strike had actually carved through. Suho prepped his next move, but the prince erupted in a primal roar. Humiliated by a lowlife, he charged blindly. You filthy human steel clashed against razor-sharp claws as the two spiraled into a high-speed dance of death. The exchange was savage. Thinking he finally had the upper hand, the prince unleashed a relentless flurry of killing blows. Flicker. Suho vanished, reappearing behind the beast for a pinpoint strike. The prince hacked up a mouthful of dark blood. As the royal stumbled, Suho pressed the advantage. Refusing to lose, the prince tapped into even darker forbidden power. They collided with the force of a meteor. Violent shockwaves tore through the battlefield, shattering the very air around them. They hit the ground, and the dust settled on a gruesome sight. The cursed prince's head rolled across the dirt, severed. Suho strolled over to the decapitated head, looking down with cold eyes. He scoffed at how underwhelming the victory felt. Suddenly, the head lunged, biting Suho's hand. The prince hissed inside his mind, promising to enslave his soul for eternity. With a look of pure disgust, Suho ripped the head off and tossed it. To him, this prince was just a mosquito. A system chime echoed the kinship transformation had begun. Suho's knees buckled and he collapsed onto the floor. Life felt like it was being drained away. Vertigo hit him hard, and a ravenous burning thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince cackled that it was over. Suho just gritted his teeth. Shut your damn mouth. He ignored the noise as the change deepened. To steal the vampire's trait, his synchronization had to hit the threshold. The plan was simple. Once corruption reached 50%, he'd nuke the infection with holy water immediately. He was almost there. He reached for the vial of holy water, but it suddenly shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. The prince's laughter echoed this was his realm. That's when the grim realization finally hit Suho. The bastard had been playing it safe. The destroyed hallway was magically restored, and the prince's corpse had vanished completely. Everything had been reset for round 2. Refusing to back down, Suho desperately searched for a new winning move. The system flashed red. His blood was turning foul. The prince declared victory certain. There was no escape. No way out, Suho smirked. He still had one final ace. The system responded instantly to his hidden card. Requirements for Dragonblood's second awakening met. He had finally reached level 50, the threshold of true power. Surviving a near-death mental and physical crisis triggered it. A new notification appeared. Dragon armor was ready. Suho grinned. His timing was flawless. The vampire transformation froze as the system confirmed the massive power-up. All conditions for Dragon Blood Phase 2 were satisfied. The dragon armor surged to life, wrapping him in power. He now wielded the dragon's talent and legendary dragon skin. As the passive effects kicked in, the scales tipped. The vampire takeover was forcefully aborted. Purification began transmuting the tainted ichor into pure royal dragon blood. His system drank the purified energy, while the dragon blood's aura incinerated any remaining traces of the curse. Suho had successfully tamed the chaotic vampire essence. Suddenly, his body felt lighter and more powerful than ever. He'd originally planned to trigger this at level 50 in a custom gate, but fate had other plans today. He pulled up his stats to check the new skill. There it was, the dragon's talent, shimmering with divine light. It was an innate trait reserved for true dragon descendants, a symbol of ultimate nobility and absolute superiority. While active, he was immune to any plague or corruption. Better yet, he could now absorb those foul energies. He could purify, heal, and evolve. The system never showed the conditions, but Yongma had taught him the secret. Because the vampire transformation was a lethal threat, the system flagged it as the perfect catalyst for awakening. Even though the talent cleansed his blood, it preserved the vampire's raw power inside. He checked his sealed skills. He'd come so close to turning that he wondered if he'd technically become a hybrid after all. He aimed for vampire traits, knowing dragon and vampire bloodlines would clash violently within his veins. The raw power sufficed. Then a rare notification flashed. He'd unlocked a legendary ability, Blood Weapon. Reserved for vampire nobility, this skill demanded a massive crimson sacrifice to activate its true potential. A monster massacre was required. He'd grind levels while mastering his phantom shadow technique simultaneously. The cursed prince started yapping again. Suho snapped, telling the royal brat to shut his annoying mouth. Desperate, the prince whined, wondering how Suho survived a lethal bite without turning into a monster. As the prince spiraled into self-pity, Suho saw the signs. Phase 2 was starting. The system pinged. The king's despair fueled a violent mana surge. Suddenly, a sickening rain of blood drenched the chamber. From that scarlet storm, the king rose. Now, level 80, his killing intent felt like a physical weight. He vowed to slaughter any being above him, to burn, crush, and erase them from existence. Dragging them to hell, massive blood wings snapped open as his demonic shriek tore through the air. Suho felt the mana spike. This wasn't just a boss anymore, it was a literal god of death. The king evolved. He fired a condensed sphere of dark energy that triggered a world-shaking explosion upon impact. Dust swirled, but Suho vanished, reappearing like a ghost directly above the king's massive wings. He swung a lethal strike, yet the king laughed it off, mocking Suho's pathetic attempts to wound him. Total immunity. Suho realized the boss wasn't just getting stronger, his tactical intelligence was evolving too. The king's wings slammed into Suho like a steel bat, launching him back. Suho quickly regained balance. Danger levels peaked. The king charged, but Suho stood his ground, parrying the monster's relentless heavy blows. Igniting his blade with divine light, he bet everything on holy energy to pierce the king's darkness. Crack. The king shattered Suho's blade with his bare hands, sneering that divinity was now useless. Suho leapt back. If a holy buffed sword shattered like glass, standard weapons were officially garbage against this beast. No more games. He summoned his bloody sword. The king went berserk, screaming for Suho to surrender it. Amidst a savage onslaught, Suho channeled holy light through his blood blade, clean-cutting through the king's attack. The king froze in disbelief. This was impossible. Suddenly everything clicked for Suho. Blood weapons scaled with his stats. At his current level, this blade had ascended to a legendary red rank. Game over. The king manifested a crimson spear, howling that he'd rip Suho's limbs off one by one. He charged like a bullet. Suho instantly morphed his blade into a massive, impenetrable blood shield. Clang. The king reeled. Suho smirked, reminding the monster that shapeshifting wasn't a skill unique to royalty. With a fluid motion, the shield became a razor edge again, carving a deep arc through the king's throat. One clean execution. The king's head bounced on the stone floor, his arrogant smirk still frozen in death. The head still mocked him, claiming decapitation was a joke. Suho just punted it across the room like trash. He summoned a shadow spear, piercing the floor. Pitch-black chains erupted instantly. The shadow bind crushed the head, sealing it tight. Suho knew he had to end this nightmare now. No more resurrections. A system alert flashed. Vampire blood activation sequence initiated. The essence surged into the blood jade. The king shrieked in agony as his life force was harvested. Ignoring the screams, Suho inspected the glowing blood jade. Seeing this legendary artifact up close was surreal. It pulsed with stolen life. Legend said only the true master could perceive the jade's inner crimson light. The original monarch was once a lowly healer, until a hidden gate pulled him into a world of gore. Called Blood Decree, he challenged the king and lost. One bite transformed him into a bloodthirsty creature. Game over usually. A bite meant mutation, turning victims into monsters and sealing the gate forever, but he fought back. Using high-tier healing, he successfully purged the toxic vampire infection. Hidden skills awakened, rewriting his DNA. With this god-tier power, he finally crushed the Cursed King. He cleared the gate and rose as the Blood Monarch, the world's most terrifying global threat. Suho eventually hunted him down, extracting every secret regarding kin conversion and legendary blood weapons. Yet the king still howled, spewing threats and refusing to accept this absolute crushing defeat. Suho smirked, baiting his foe. The system surged as his phantom shadow resonated with the cursed king's dark reflection. The abyss swallowed everything until the void was absolute. Suho breathed a sigh of relief. Blood's decree was finally extinguished. Hidden Gate conquered, the system chimed, crowning Suho the ultimate MVP. A shimmering exit portal materialized, signaling his grand departure. Suho paused to process the chaos. The sheer terrifying scale of dragon power was finally sinking in. Kin conversion was creepy, sure, but it paled against the raw majesty of dragon blood. Still, that vampire's escape left a bitter taste. Then came the notification. After scanning Suho's insane growth, the system forged a legendary skill tailored specifically for his soul. 10 bonus stats flashed on screen. Then he saw it: New Blood, a skill totally unknown to the current meta. Skimming the description, his eyes widened. This wasn't just a buff, it was a straight-up jackpot for his future dominance. Plus, he snagged an S-rank original vampire skill, a power even the legendary Blood Monarch couldn't dream of wielding. His old traits were mid-tier at best, lacking that royal or original tag. Suho realized this massive upgrade was the direct result of New Blood. He'd planned to hoard known skills, but this fresh reality was way more cracked. But he didn't let the hype go to his head. Winning today didn't mean tomorrow was guaranteed. He stayed frosty. Goal achieved. Gate closed. Suho dropped the cold hard truth before turning his back on the ruins. He got the bag, now it was time to level up. Cut to the towering, glass-walled monolith of the Nexus headquarters. Professionals swarmed the Nexus halls as Miss Sue marched her squad toward the inner sanctum. Through the heavy double doors sat a man radiating pure authority. This was it, the legendary guild leader himself. He beckoned her inside. Miss Sue stepped up, carrying a direct message from the monster rookie and Suho. He's joining tomorrow. The guild leader froze, echoing the words like he'd just heard a ghost story. Staring out the window, he let the silence hang. Prepare everything, he commanded. This changes the entire game. Swiveling around, his expression was grim. And Suho is a wild card. We have no idea what he's cooking. They had to move fast before he ghosted them. Outside, the skyline loomed large as we transitioned to a plush interior. Inside a high-end suite, Suho walked in to find Jin Hui absolutely crashed out on the designer sofa. Jin was literally drooling. Suho just stared, wondering why his place looked like a frat house. The reporter groggily blinked awake. He reminded Suho of the tower victory. Since they were roommates, now the hype was just too much to handle. Plus, they were partners now. Jin hugged a bottle of booze like a long-lost friend, celebrating their massive W. This deserved a rager, Jin pouted, explaining he'd come home to an empty house and a missing hero. He couldn't let history slide without a toast, so he started the party solo. Suho just sighed at the mess. Long day, huh? Suho muttered. He promised Jin that this was only the first of many legendary wins. The victories would only get bigger. Jin, looking totally wasted, squinted and slurred. You really mean that, boss? Just chill, Suho replied. The future is ours. He glanced at the mountain of snacks covering the table. Suho arched an eyebrow. It's late. You really going for another round? The tipsy reporter's eyes lit up instantly. With a goofy, wide grin, Jin doubled down. He reached for a fresh glass of wine beside the appetizers. Suho admitted that Jin's app recommendation was actually fire. It worked exactly like the reporter promised. He loved the vibes of the new pad too. Between bites, Suho mentioned he'd been checking out Jin's blog posts. Jin was clearly crushing it. Suho figured his new roommate was low-key loaded based on his lifestyle. As they clinked glasses, Jin chuckled. Rich didn't even begin to describe his level of flex. He was the youngest son of a literal Keeble dynasty. We're talking infinite money glitch levels of wealthy. Suho paused mid-sip. A real-life Keeble heir, he took a slow drink, processing the reveal. Jin leaned in. Since Suho was being real, he decided it was time to drop his own bombshell secret. He was the youngest son of Dason Group's president. Suho shrugged. So, that makes you the main heir, right? Jin shook his head. His old man had kids scattered across different families like some messy K-drama plot. His mom was just a mistress, making him the secret illegitimate son. He'd never told a soul until now. But since they were ride or die, now he wanted Suho to know exactly who he was working with. Suho's eyebrows shot up. So is this reporter gig just a rich kid hobby for you? Jin shrugged. Kind of, but I actually love the grind. His dad basically gave him a blank check. Even with zero inheritance rights or corporate clout, he held no real power. He even turned down a subsidiary's leadership bluntly, admitting he was a reporter, not a businessman. Raising his glass, Suho noted that at the very least, Jin-Hoo was a top-tier journalist. Grinning, the reporter felt truly honored, confessing he'd never encountered a hunter as unique as Suho. They both stood up as Jin-Hoo proposed a toast to celebrate their new partnership. Suho agreed instantly and their glasses clinked. By the next morning, reality set back in. Suho stumbled through the apartment, yawning, met by Jin-Hoo's surprisingly energetic morning greeting from the kitchen. While brewing coffee, Suho asked if he really worked weekends. Jin-Hoo nodded. The grind never stops. Wiping sleep from his eyes by the window, Suho sighed at the bright morning light. He regretted that last drink, but Jin-Hoo just laughed it off, clearly having had a blast. Suho wondered why he was already hunting scoops. Jin-Hoo couldn't just ride Suho's coattails forever. Suho's casual respect caught Jin-Hoo off guard, making the seasoned reporter freeze in his tracks. After a quick sip, Jin-Hoo shifted focus, asking about Suho's big plans for the day. Suho reminded him of their earlier talk. "Wait, are you actually heading to Nexus?" Jin-Hoo asked. Suho nodded, revealing he'd hit level 50 and unlocked massive upgrades. Jin-Hoo completely froze in shock. He accidentally scalded his hand. Just yesterday, Suho was only at level 40. He stared, shell-shocked. "How do you even jump 10 levels in a single day?" he demanded. Suho just shrugged, correcting him he was actually 51. The reporter's brain practically short-circuited. To Jin-Hoo, Suho was an unsolvable enigma. The more he knew, the more mysterious Suho became. Suho joked that he sounded a bit suggestive. Jin-Hoo just awkwardly scratched his head. "Why the look?" Suho asked. Suddenly the reporter shoved him toward the hallway. Walking into a major guild required a certain vibe. He needed to look like he belonged there. Suho insisted casual clothes were fine, but the reporter wasn't having any of it. He offered his own luxury suits and watches. When Suho resisted, Jin-Hoo doubled down. First impressions are everything at Nexus. He even offered Suho his choice of sports cars. Arriving in a taxi was a no-go. Soon, a sleek red beast rolled into the upscale district. The car turned heads instantly. The butterfly door swung open and Suho stepped out looking incredible. His tailored suit screamed elegance. He cleared his throat, admitting this glow-up actually felt pretty good. A professional approached, handing over a card. "I'm Bai Dong-yuk," he introduced himself politely. Suho accepted with a grin, introducing himself before following the man into the massive guild headquarters. Moments later, he faced 3 Nexus heavyweights. Dong-yuk noted Suho's insane recent level grind. He wondered if this sudden power surge changed Suho's perspective on his future career goals. Suho hadn't forgotten his dream of civil service. He confirmed his mission remained exactly the same. The leaders swapped confused looks. Su-A pressed him. What was his actual endgame here? Why join a private powerhouse like Nexus if he truly wanted a government desk job? Suho kept it real. Nexus was his shortcut. He was aiming for the 5th rank exam. They asked if he was just hunting for bonus points. Suho didn't deny the tactical move. It was all part of a bigger play. Relying solely on the association would kill his leverage. He needed Nexus to show the association he had options. Better offers meant better terms later. He promised total dedication to Nexus during his stay, ensuring this partnership was a two-way street. Dong-yuk listened as Suho pledged 100% effort to the guild's success. The guildmaster leaned back, absorbing the pitch. But one nagging question remained. When Suho first arrived, Nexus was failing, and his true power was a mystery. Betting on him then was a gamble. Now, every top guild in the country would kill for him. So why Nexus? Suho just offered a mysterious smile as the guild leader waited. Suho's talent was undeniable, but his true endgame remained a mystery. Clasping his hands tightly, Dong-yuk warned that without total honesty, this partnership was dead. Suho's eyes flickered shut, admitting he had private motives. He then brought up Dong-yuk's legendary public address, the vow that Nexus would spearhead the total annihilation of every gate in Korea. Suho praised Nexus for supporting victims more than any rival guild, proving their obsession with clearing gates. He felt that conviction was genuine. Driven by that belief, he wanted to offer Nexus everything. With a sharp grin, he hoped they'd stay allies even after he eventually joined the association. Dong-yuk's gaze softened, satisfied by the answer. However, one burning question remained. Why join the Hunter Association when Nexus was already tirelessly saving lives and clearing dungeons? Suho agreed, but argued that if Nexus truly wanted to end the gate phenomenon, they'd need to infiltrate restricted zones, the high-risk gates under heavy government lockdown. He glanced at an image of a chained portal. Beyond mid-tier dungeons lay the 5 Great Gates. That required government-level clearance. Until then, every successful raid would broadcast the Nexus name, alongside his own. This power shift would flip the rankings, propelling Nexus to number 1. Dong-yuk leaned in, noting this golden era only lasted as long as Suho stayed. Suho nodded, promising to give his all while present. Suye's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, asking if he'd already scouted teammates. Suho confirmed it, revealing his first pick, Kang Daehan. Suye froze, doubting her own ears. Suho simply shrugged and casually dropped a bombshell. He was the one who pushed Daehan to become a tank. Su-ye exploded, demanding his plan. If tanking failed him, what then? Suho just gestured for her to chill. This move followed a deep, calculated analysis. He reminded her that Daehan's exam scores were legendary. Su-ye grimaced, recalling the shock. Daehan had snatched second place. She'd wanted to thank his mentor. But Suho's "it was nothing" attitude only fueled her rising frustration. The third Nexus rep finally interjected, needing a reality check on Suho's wild proposal. Sealed gates weren't just dangerous, they were government-protected fortresses, strictly off-limits. Private guilds had zero access for civilian safety. He questioned how Suho could even get inside. Suho met his doubt with a calm stare, suggesting they talk contracts once he secured a pass. To prove his worth, he paused, then doubled down with an even bolder offer. He'd clear a sealed gate first, and only then would they sign. The secretary broke into a sweat. The terms were insane conditions fit for a king, not a rookie hunter. Suho maintained the deal was fair. The secretary noted that despite Suho's massive potential, the world still viewed him as a green hunter. Suho boldly declared he'd crush a sealed gate instantly, just to prove his true worth. Dong-hyuk's eyes narrowed carefully, gauging the hunter's resolve. The guildmaster smirked, agreeing Suho would definitely deliver. He looked clearly satisfied, vibing with how the day's gamble had paid off. "We'll settle the paperwork once that gate is history," he added. With that, Suho ghosted the building and sped away into the night. Dong-hyuk and his assistant watched the red taillights fade from the window. Coldly, the boss barked out a single order: initiate the plan. Assemble an elite support unit and prep every document for On Suho. The secretary paused low-key, second-guessing such a massive move so early. He asked if they should wait for Suho to actually keep his word first. Dong-hyuk just flashed a sharp, confident grin in response. He'll follow through. Backing him now isn't a risk, it's how we forge an unbreakable alliance. Closing his eyes, he bet everything on Suho's integrity. The secretary stood there, totally shook by his boss's absolute unwavering faith. "What makes you so certain, sir?" Cholman asked. Dong-hyuk didn't blink. "It's not a hunch you felt that energy too, didn't you?" The man finally gave in, recalling Suho's piercing, iron-willed stare, and the sheer conviction dripping from every word he spoke. Cut to the massive Great Hunter Association HQ. Inside a cramped office, the vibe was thick with pure, unadulterated frustration. Yang Cholman was a total wreck, face-planting onto his desk, while clutching his hair in a desperate death grip. He was spiraling, trying to figure out how to lure Suho in, when the guy clearly had zero interest in playing ball. "Maybe a fat reward for the tower," he muttered, before instantly killing the idea. It was a total non-starter for the suits. Management would never sign off on a simple "thank you." They didn't care about being nice or showing genuine gratitude. They wanted a staged photo op with the president to make the public believe they were already best buds. Cholman loathed the idea of using dirty tactics, but Chief Pai's ruthless suggestion kept echoing like a nightmare in his head. The plan: basically kidnap Suho if they had to. Cholman groaned his forehead, meeting the desk with a heavy, hollow thud. "Why did I choose this soul-crushing career?" he cursed, drowning in his own regrets and terrible life choices. Suddenly, his phone buzzed an unknown caller. Barely holding it together, he answered with a weary Yang Cholman speaking. He wondered what ghost was calling him now, but the second the voice hit his ear, his entire world shifted. His face did a total 180. It was On Suho Cholman, bolted upright, eyes nearly popping out of his skull in pure shock. The scene flips to a cozy gukbap joint, steam swirling from boiling pots as Suho and Cholman faced each other. "Been a minute since I visited Suho," mused, eyeing the legendary boiled pork that made this hole-in-the-wall famous. Cholman blinked, totally stunned. "How do you even know this spot?" Suho just offered a chill, cryptic smile in return. He dropped a smooth lie about working nearby back in the day, and Cholman totally bought the story hook and sinker. Sipping his soup, Cholman admitted he never expected Suho to call first. "But wait, why did you swap your digits?" "The clout chasers were getting annoying, so I got a private line," Suho shrugged. "Only the people I trust have this one." The civil servant nodded, feeling for the guy. Being a viral sensation had to be a total non-stop nightmare. Lowering his head, Cholman gave a heartfelt thanks. He'd honestly given up on ever seeing the legendary hunter again. "You really thought I'd just vanish?" Suho chuckled softly, casually picking up his chopsticks to dig in. Then he dropped the bomb. "So are the big bosses riding your back to force me into the association?" Caught completely off guard, Cholman's brain stalled as he tried to process that direct no-nonsense hit. He froze instinctively, shielding his face to hide the panic. What makes you think they're pressuring me?" he stammered. Suho just twirled a chopstick near his cheek. "It's pretty sus for the president to suddenly want a playdate, right? Normally, the association just pushes papers. They don't go out of their way to hunt down specific players like this." Cholman was cooked. He just stared at his bowl with a shaky, awkward grin, totally unable to find the words. "Let's be real," Suho continued. "The executives just want some flashy photos to boost their dying public image." Cholman looked terrified, but Suho just shrugged it off. "Relax, it's fine. I just wish they were straightforward about it. There's no shame in wanting clout." Chulman started to apologize, but Suho cut him off with a casual wave. I actually appreciate you, Suho added. Chulman pointed at himself, his brain totally short-circuiting at the unexpected compliment. Others would have used blackmail or force, but you kept it professional. Chulman rubbed his neck, feeling the awkward heat. Still, it doesn't feel right, Chulman admitted, looking like he wanted to vanish into his soup right then and there. Then Suho dropped the ultimate plot twist. I've decided. I'm actually going to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-bite, his jaw dropping. Wait, for real? Suho just kept eating chill as ever. Yeah, consider it a favor. Suho sensed that confronting the association's top brass was a golden opportunity. Chulman nodded, acknowledging the sheer tactical advantage. Suho inquired about the visit's timeline. Chulman suggested they finish their meal before diving into the specifics. Mid-sentence, a sudden realization struck him. He bolted upright, his eyes shimmering with intense, fiery excitement. Driven by instant resolve, he vowed to arrange the meeting now. Before long, the pair reached the headquarters. They arrived at the Korean Hunters Association. There, Suho posed for a press photo alongside the organization's president. Jung Kyung-won beamed for the camera, welcoming Suho warmly. While noting his incredibly packed schedule, he voiced his gratitude for the accepted invitation. Vice President Park Kumon added that such a meeting was rare. It wasn't every day they crossed paths with such a legendary rookie. Suho smiled, calling the meeting a privilege. Meeting the association's elite was a massive honor. Internally, however, he felt pure nausea just looking at them. The old loathing resurfaced instantly. Kyung-won then leaned in, asking if Suho truly intended to enlist. Suho confirmed his enlistment. Narrowing his gaze, he declared it had always been his ultimate driving ambition. He echoed his exact pre-exam interview statement. The president lowered his eyes, pressing for his underlying motivation. Suho explained that a gate outbreak left him orphaned, fueling his drive to eradicate every portal on Earth. On the surface, he was humanity's shield. But internally, Suho reminded himself there was another darker reason. He had to stop the president and his puppets from destroying everything. Kyung-won praised his noble heart. Suho noted the man would cling to power until his final breath. He'd need to be forced out. He anticipated the look on that old parasite's face when he fell. But the president wasn't the only rot. Jung Kyung-won was just one pest infecting the system. Park Kumon spoke up, praising Suho's sharp impression. He claimed Suho possessed a talent for making impressions. Folding his arms, he noted, Suho didn't crave money. His desire to shield the public earned deep respect. The vice president then solemnly steepled his fingers together. He added, with feigned gravity, that Suho's parents would be beaming with pride at the man he became. Suho offered a hollow thank you, suspecting Kyung-won was the mastermind behind this pathetic recruitment theater. In his mind, he dismissed the man as a spineless bootlicker, born only to polish the president's shoes. Cowards like these caused the failures of his past life. This time, he'd strip their power away. He refused to let them ruin things again. Park Kumon then excitedly asked which department Suho preferred. Suho rubbed his chin, weighing his options, before ultimately choosing the high-stakes gate department as his destination. Chulman was paralyzed by shock, while the vice president demanded why. Suho noted that unlike private guilds, the association held direct portal access, managed the initial sweeps, and led the most elite raids. Kyung-won acted awestruck by Suho's selflessness, noting he had picked the association's most lethal division. Oh, Suho had volunteered for the deadliest sector. Park Kumon declared that a man of his caliber belonged there. The president ordered Chulman to demonstrate their sincerity. Confused, Suho asked exactly what that offer entailed. Kyung-won suggested that, if Suho wanted to end the portals, he deserved access to the actual gates. Since they had many available, Chulman nearly choked. He urgently reminded the president of the extreme danger. He warned that those specific gates were either hermetically sealed or suicidal, but he was cut off. Before the warning landed, Suho beamed, saying the offer sounded perfect. Chulman tried desperately to reason. He argued it was a death trap, but Suho's excitement grew as he vowed to conquer every threat. He would personally clear the gates, endangering humanity. Kyung-won responded with a satisfied, confident nod. Trapped in disbelief, Chulman tried to object, but the president's icy stare asked if there was a problem. Under the heavy pressure of the gaze, Chulman backed down. Kyung-won told Suho to prepare for war. Suho bowed as Chulman fumed. To these unawakened elites, the deadliest gates were just political toys. He loathed leaders who'd never stepped inside a portal. They had zero concept of the true horror within. Countless hunters had perished there, yet these two were tossing Suho into the meat grinder with a smile. While Chulman fumed, Suho maintained a chillingly calm smirk, already sensing the secrets inside those sealed gates. Park Kumon whispered a secret to the president. Suho realized they were already calculating their profit margins. These monsters were only interested in the bottom line, indifferent to the mountain of bodies left behind. To the association, victory and power were everything. Human lives were just collateral damage. Kyung-hoon's eyes locked onto Suho, questioning his true ambitions for the upcoming promotion. Suho just smirked, Level 5 by New Year's, Suho declared. Kyung-hoon scoffed, asking if he actually understood that suicidal difficulty. High rank meant high stakes and better loot. Suho needed a guild to sharpen his blade first. Chulman chimed in, backing the play. Real-world combat experience was the only currency that mattered now. When asked about contract duration, Suho shrugged. Paperwork didn't interest him. Power did. He sought the heat of battle. Any guild providing that would be his temporary home until the trials. Kyung-hoon let out a bored yawn, wishing him luck. But Suho's mind was already racing ahead. If the president bit the hook, Nexus was his. He saw the perfect path to link them together. A bridge between the association and Nexus. Suddenly, the doors swung open. Chief Pai had arrived. Suho turned cold. Pai strutted in, joking about his superiors hoarding all the good food without him, but he froze when he spotted Suho. A sinister wide grin slowly spread across Pai's face. He feigned an exit, but Kyung-hoon stopped him, introducing Suho as the legend who cleared the tower. Pai searched his memory before the realization hit like a lightning bolt. Ah, I remember now. Chuckling, he reached out a hand. The special department chief at your service. It's an honor. Sung Suho, he replied, gripping the hand. They traded pleasantries, but Suho's gaze remained razor sharp. Once they settled, Chulman dropped the bombshell. Suho was gunning for the level 5 rank. Pai's jaw dropped at the sheer insanity of it, but Suho didn't flinch. He was going in. Pai stood there, speechless. Then an executive dropped another hammer. The association had big plans. Suho was getting the keys to the sealed gates. Pai's blood ran cold. Those were death sentences. He muttered a prayer under his breath, shielding his shock while casting a frantic look at Suho. Are you insane? Those gates are literal death traps. Suho watched Pai's panic with a twisted sense of irony. It was almost funny. Suho calmly confirmed he knew the risks, but Pai remained visibly shaken. Crossing his arms, Pai sighed. He couldn't stop this madness, but he prayed Suho would survive. Suho realized Pai was a true hunter, one who respected raw talent. His fear wasn't for himself. He genuinely didn't want to see a rising star extinguished in some dark, forgotten dungeon. Pai made a sudden offer. Join my special dept, and I'll personally ensure you're looked after. Chulman snapped, warning him to back off. Suho was already claimed by the gate department. Why there? Pai asked. The answer was simple. Suho wanted to crush every gate in existence. Pai's eyes narrowed in understanding. If total annihilation was the goal, his team could provide the firepower. He smirked at Chulman, seeking confirmation. With a heavy heart, Chulman gave a slow, reluctant nod. Pai laughed, noting that a level 5 pass would turn their hierarchy completely upside down. Things might get awkward, Pai mused. But let's save the politics for after you survive the trial. He offered a sincere wish for success. Suho thanked him, though internally he labeled Pai a cunning fox. Suho glanced at Chulman. Passing meant becoming his boss, a shift that would change everything between them. It was a recipe for pure awkwardness. Suho sighed quietly. This was why their dynamic felt so strained. He hated the idea of making Chulman feel obsolete. As the meeting adjourned, tension filled the air. They walked the long hallway in silence. Chulman looked defeated, his eyes glued to the floor in worry. Still thinking about what Pai said, Suho asked. Chulman didn't hide it. His concern was written all over. Talent was one thing, but sealed gates were another beast entirely. Even for Suho, it was a death trap. Watch your back, Chulman warned sternly. He promised to beg the president for every bit of backup available. He wanted Suho to have an army behind him. Suho felt a rare flash of gratitude for the man. I appreciate that, Suho said softly. But Chulman wasn't playing nice. This was a desperate warning. He reminded Suho of his rookie status. Ordinary gates were child's play compared to the sealed nightmares ahead. Finally, he asked, do you know why the state only trusts us with these gates? Suho played it cool, noting that even S-rank guilds rarely get a shot at these restricted sealed rifts. Locked by strict safety codes, Chulman stopped dead in his tracks, staring at Suho in total confusion. Pressured on why he'd double down, Suho simply claimed a total victory was already in the bag. Insisting it was a done deal, Suho flashed a faint smirk, mentioning one specific forbidden portal. Under association control sat the nameless sword. Chulman turned stone cold the moment he heard that name. He gasped that it was pure nightmare fuel, yet Suho's poker face didn't even crack. His grin widened as he claimed the solution was already his. Fast forward to a military ride waiting. Parked among Gyeongju's ancient rooftops, they stood at the edge of the nameless Sword Gate Square. Guards intercepted Suho and Jinwoo, ordering a halt. Suho nodded, playing along with the protocol. The reporter leaned in, whispering that the tension was suffocating. Suho just kept his composure. Association run or not, this was military turf. Then the two young men spotted something up ahead. After a crisp salute, a soldier turned, double-checking if this kid was really the hunter Sung Suho. With the green light, he introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the commander in charge. Suho offered a polite nod of respect. Major Kim noted the team leader was waiting inside. Once inside, Jinwoo pointed toward the rift, asking if they were heading straight in. The answer, yes. As the structure towered over them, The reporter's eyes went wide, paralyzed by its sheer scale. He realized this was gold for his story. Major Kim explained the titan walls circling the gate. Forged from iron and special alloys, they were built to trap any beast trying to breach. They also kept the portal from swelling. Jin Woo stared in awe, shocked by its massive size. It surpassed his wildest dreams. Every step closer revealed more insane details. Suho added that the military had locked this rift down tight. The group pressed on toward the heart. Major Kim reached Chulman, announcing Suho's arrival. The official's face lit up with a smile. He welcomed Suho warmly, their eyes meeting with a sense of shared history. Chulman noted. It was a hell of a trek, but he was relieved Suho made it there so quickly. Seeing Chulman beat him there, Suho asked his arrival time. The official said he'd just pulled up. He glanced at Suho's companion, but before he could ask, the reporter jumped in hyped. Introducing himself as PBS's Cho Jin-woo, he extended a hand with a massive grin. They shook, yet Chulman remained baffled, wondering why a reporter was at a secure site. Suho cut in promising 0 photos until the raid ended, asking for the green light. The official agreed, noting the site wasn't classified, so there was no reason to block him. Still puzzled, he admitted he was just stunned. Suho brought his own personal cameraman along. Jin-woo thanked him, brimming with energy, saying they'd likely be seeing a lot of each other, so he'd better remember his face. Chulman agreed he would. Then Major Kim stepped back in. Clutching an M416, he confirmed that Suho was officially leading the charge. Suho gave a sharp nod. The major hesitated, then apologized before asking for Suho's level. Suho answered level 51. Major Kim's jaw dropped before he quickly looked away. He muttered an acknowledgement. They arrived at the gate where a tangent-sized door loomed. Major Kim signaled the inner perimeter was set, giving Suho the green light to dive in. He warned that once Suho crossed the door, was locking tight. Suho just smiled unfazed. Suddenly a voice called out. Chulman rushed over asking if he actually had a game plan. Suho confirmed he did. Major Kim watched, baffled by their casual vibe in a death zone. In this high-stakes zone, Suho claimed, explaining the plan was way too complicated. But he'd clear it just like the Tower of Challenge. He added that if he pulled it off, Chulman had better honor his deal for the other portals. The massive door hissed open. Chulman prayed for his return. Suho just shrugged, saying 60 minutes was all he needed. Chulman's jaw dropped as he sputtered in disbelief. 1 hour, Suho just shot back a lethal, confident smirk. Promising they would meet again soon, Suho vanished as the doors thudded shut. Jinhui sighed. He's officially stepped inside. Closing his eyes, Chulman muttered that now it was all up to fate. Major Kim whispered, "Is this really okay?" He was terrified. A dungeon like this wasn't something you could just stat check through on your own. He questioned if Sung Suho was actually a healer. Jinhui blinked, stunned, as the major pressed for an answer. The reporter flashed a wide grin, correcting him that Suho was only a healer on paper. Major Kim looked floored. Chulman raised a hand, swearing he'd never seen anyone dominate a blade quite like Suho does. The major doubted his skill, so Chulman recounted the absolute insanity he'd witnessed during the hunter trials. Suho was there for a healer license, yet he butchered every monster while keeping his patient completely untouched. He cleared it without a hitch. Jinhui gripped his bag tight, hearing this legendary tale for the first time. He wondered if that was even legal. Chulman admitted the sheer audacity of it had left him speechless too. But since Suho met every requirement, no rules were broken. The soldier and reporter just stared in pure disbelief. Major Kim realized Suho possessed god-tier swordsmanship, finally understanding exactly why the young hunter had come here. He was here to conquer this specific gate. Chulman stared toward the dungeon and nodded in grim agreement. Major Kim was dead on. Before Suho stood the nameless sword portal, a trial restricted to a solo challenger. As he stepped through, massive cliffs locked him in, while the system announced his official entry. Blade in hand, Suho trekked through the dense forest, feeling the weight of how long it had been. The path through the trees was clear, bringing back bitter memories of his desperate struggles to survive this place. Back then, he was barely hanging on. Suddenly, a high-pitched ring echoed as a dark shadow flickered nearby. Drifting between the timber, the system flagged the boss. A knight clad in heavy armor stepped into view. The nameless swordsman stood ready with his blade, the atmosphere around him beginning to shimmer with intense pressure. A radiant golden light erupted as the system confirmed the swordsman had initiated his unique battlefield. In this zone, the knight's stats would become a perfect mirror of Suho's own current power level. Every fighter within this field was stripped of everything except their raw sword skills and blade-related techniques. Suho smirked, greeting the boss like an old friend. The knight did not waste a second, charging instantly. Steel shrieked against steel. Suho parried the heavy blow and immediately pivoted for a brutal counterstrike. The knight blocked with 0 effort. Arcane energy hummed between them before they both leaped back to reset. Sizing up his foe, Suho analyzed the footwork. He watched the Sword Emperor maintain a flawless, unbreakable balance. To kill any momentum, the knight swung again. Suho knew that right now the boss was basically untouchable. Pure skill would not cut it. Suho watched closely as the Sword Emperor locked both hands onto his hilt. The enemy's rhythm shifted the moment their blades met cycling stances to keep Suho completely off balance. Worse, the knight attacked from impossible angles, constantly warping his trajectory as he closed the distance. Suho realized the terrifying truth: this opponent's greatest weapon was his ability to adapt on the fly. He evolved based on his prey. As the knight lunged, Suho dodged, marveling at how cunning the enemy was. But this was exactly how Suho had mastered his craft before. With a knowing grin, he braced himself. As the swordsman went for a high-flying leap, Suho caught a split-second opening and lashed out fiercely. The enemy spiraled away just in time. Still, Suho's blade bit into the armor, leaving a jagged silver scratch. "Did that catch you off guard?" Suho taunted. The Sword Emperor merely stared back, a silent, cold sentinel. Suho remembered it well. This warrior would not utter a single word until his very last breath. The knight reset his stance, blade held tight. Suho hammered him with a heavy strike, prepping his next assault. He revealed this was his 7th attempt at this legend, pouring every ounce of intensity into his attack. The knight's counter whizzed over his head. With a surgical arc, Suho sliced clean through the warrior's arm. He followed up with a brutal kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing through the dense underbrush. Looking at the wreckage, Suho recalled how people always wondered what ghost really lived inside that armor. The knight rose again, missing a leg. Suho looked him in the eye, asking if he knew how disappointed he had been. Gripping his blade, Suho revealed the truth. This foe was hailed as the Nameless Swordsman, or the Sword Emperor, but titles are deceptive. In reality, he was merely the lingering spirit of the Sword Demon. Spectral limbs flickered where the Emperor's leg and hand should be. Steel clashed once more in a dance of death. Their blades shrieked, carving deep scars into the earth. Suho braced himself, parrying a strike that shook the air. Crimson aura ignited his blade as he countered. The strike tore a massive hole through the boss's chest plate. He hammered the same spot. Purple cracks spiderwebbed across the Emperor's fading form, spreading like poison. The knight leaped back to regroup, but Suho was faster, closing the gap while piercing the enemy's defense with his gaze. "I've mastered every counter to your style," Suho smirked. He unleashed a final, devastating arc of cold steel. Shards of heavy armor exploded into the air. Finally, Suho stood victorious over the broken legend. The system chimed, Nameless Swordsman defeated. Gate cleared. Suho crowned the undisputed MVP. Looking down with bittersweet eyes, he whispered, "I'm glad we met again, old friend." He owed his strength to this phantom. Without this rivalry, he'd never have achieved such god-tier swordsmanship. Staring at a shattered gauntlet, Suho remembered. This very enemy led him to the title of Sword God. Dark energy swirled as he offered a final blessing. "Rest now. I'll visit you every Teacher's Day." The system showered him with massive experience and bonus stats. He was leveling up fast. Level up notifications flooded his vision. +1 to stats, +1 skill point, and 5 bonus points for the clear. A lone sword remained on the cold ground. Suho sighed. This ghost had no blood to spill, no shadow to steal. His most lethal passive skills were completely useless here. But the loot was legendary. He grabbed the blade, seeing his reflection in the rank F nameless sword. The metal groaned and shattered into glowing dust. Suddenly, the system announced Nameless Sword Soul absorbed. Sword understanding activated. Suho felt his entire combat style evolving in real time. The phantom soul merged with his guardian sword, transcending its limits. Suho's smirk widened. Guardian sword rank S+. This was the ultimate technique Suho built from the ground up. It was perfection, a flawless trinity of offense, defense, and evasion that no mortal could touch. After fusing with the Nameless Soul, the rank surged higher. It had absorbed the swordsman's unbreakable will. Unlimited growth potential unlocked. Suho's ideal sword was finally born into this world. Outside, the spectators were glued to the monitors. Jin Hui noted the sudden silence from within the gate. Cholman frowned. He trusted Suho, but this boss was a nightmare. Clearing it should have taken hours. Jin Hui cut him off. "It's only been 30 minutes. There's no way." Major Kim stepped forward, demanding permission to enter and scout the situation personally. He geared up to move, but the reporter froze. "Wait," Jin Hui gasped, cold sweat dripping. The major turned confused. But Jin Hui was pointing at the screen, eyes wide with pure shock. "Look at the portal." Suho stepped through the shimmering veil, casual as ever. Jin Hui's scream echoed through the camp. "The gate is cleared. He actually did it." Suho squinted at the sunlight. Suddenly, Cholman and Jin Hui charged like kids toward an ice cream truck. The reporter was filming like a madman at a festival camera held high above the crowd. "Calm down," Jin Hui's face was glowing. He was losing his mind with excitement. "How you soloed a sealed gate in under an hour? This is absolute insanity." Cholman was shaking. This monster had slaughtered hundreds of challengers, over 200 failed attempts. He gripped Suho's shoulders, checking for injuries. "Are you really okay after fighting that thing?" Suho just shrugged with a chill smile. "Piece of cake. I handled it without a scratch." The major stood frozen. This boy just called a legendary butcher easy. He couldn't compute the power gap. Suho caught the major's gaze. The soldier looked like he was staring at a god in human skin. Cholman started bouncing, shouting for a victory photo to commemorate this historic conquest. The major wavered, but Suho brushed it off with a smirk, calling it a mere formality that required zero concern. He reminded the officer that as a low-profile grunt, his face rarely graced any cameras or news feeds. Besides having high-ranking military brass in the frame, screamed legitimacy. Finally, a reluctant Jong-gu stepped into the shot. Flashed to a high-end laptop screen, where that very image flickered before the eyes of the Nexus Guild leader. Suho confirmed what he'd teased over the phone. The legendary nameless sword-sealed gate had finally been conquered. In that picture, he stood flanked by a Hunter Association official and the stone-faced Major Kim Jong-gu. Gesturing toward the man beside them, Suho introduced Jo Jin-woo from PBS, explaining their alliance for this historic snapshot. To kill any rumors of fake news, Jin-woo flashed his business card, officially declaring himself Suho's exclusive personal reporter. Dong-wook rubbed his temples in frustration, dismissing the card while insisting he never planned on twisting the narrative anyway. Towering over Suho, the guild leader's voice dropped. He demanded to know how a nobody pulled off such a miracle. Suho just blinked, playing dumb. Dong-wook exploded, gesturing wildly at the impossible reality of Suho gaining access to that restricted gate. He pressed for answers. How did Suho speedrun a nightmare that had already slaughtered over 200 elite hunters? Suho's response was ice cold. He simply visited the association president for a pass, then stepped inside to handle business. Dong-wook stood frozen, his brain short-circuiting as he raked a hand through his hair, trying to process the sheer insanity. Unfazed Suho pivoted to the real goal. Now that his power was undeniable, it was time to sign the contract. Flashing 2 fingers, he gave the guild leader total control over the paycheck, but with 2 non-negotiable terms. Nexus had to provide absolute unwavering support, and the moment Suho passed the association exam, this exclusive deal was dead. He casually mentioned that the association president was already in the loop, and other major guilds were circling like vultures. Suho made it clear he'd only sign with the highest bidder who was willing to bet everything on his potential. Dong-wook glared with pure skepticism, his face a mask of suspicion, before his expression suddenly shattered into something else. He let out a thunderous laugh, shouting that the deal was on, and barked at his secretary to fetch the paperwork. The guild leader's doubt transformed into electric excitement. This hero had just proven he was the real deal. After the initial friction, Suho reached out, and the two locked hands in a bone-crushing agreement. Dong-wook warned of the grueling path ahead, but Suho's gaze didn't waver. Later, they hit the neon-lit evening traffic. Suho leaned back with a grin, offering to drive his friend home since he'd been the one to bring him there. Jin-woo laughed it off, claiming he was just doing his duty as Suho's manager. Suho raised an eyebrow at the title. Jin-woo explained that, with the massive scoops Suho kept dropping in his lap, acting as a personal chauffeur was the least he could do. He noted that this sleek sedan offered a much smoother ride than his old clunky minivan, so he'd upgraded specifically for this. Suho stared at him speechless once again, realizing that his friend was basically living life with a cheat code. That golden spoon energy was undeniable. As they cruised, Suho asked if the reporter would get roasted for ditching work. Jin-woo beamed with pride, noting that his string of exclusive headlines had made him untouchable at the office today. No one would dare complain, especially since he'd promised the higher-ups that he'd eventually deliver Suho to them on a silver platter. Suho realized Jin-woo was a shark who'd never let such a golden opportunity slip away. The reporter began strategizing. They'd start by breaking the news of the gate clearance, then slowly leak the bombshell of Suho joining Nexus. By spacing out the reveals, they'd keep the hype train rolling, though public interest was always a fickle beast. Suho closed his eyes, telling him to handle the media circus however he saw fit. He just wanted it done. Then, Jin-woo's tone shifted, growing heavy as he asked how Suho had actually decoded the nameless swordsman's impossible movements. Suho explained the beast was predictable. He was already well-versed in the Sword Emperor's legend and the rules of the duel. He knew the encounter demanded nothing but cold steel, a test of pure, unadulterated swordsmanship against a phantom. He admitted it sounded cocky, but he was dead certain his blade work outclassed the monsters. Jin-woo looked on in awe. Gripping the wheel tight, Jin-woo listened as Suho credited his victory to raw experience and a foundation of absolute martial skill. The reporter reminded him that this thing had slaughtered 200 warriors, including the nation's top blade master. Suho didn't flinch, explaining that the nameless swordsman merely mirrored its opponent's stats and adapted to their fighting style. Inside that gate, status and items meant nothing. It was a world where only the sharpest technique could survive. Still driving, Jin-woo finally asked the burning question. Did Suho even possess a formal swordsmanship skill? Suho confirmed it an S-rank skill, though his status window kept it under wraps. The car jerked as Jin-woo slammed his head against the wheel, totally floored. He barked, demanding how Suho snagged an S-rank. Swordsmanship mastery so suddenly. Pure hype radiated off him, but Suho told him to chill out. Before he reached a boiling point, he cautioned that big news is best served in small doses, not a total data dump. Jinwoo took a breath, promising Suho total access to his own secrets, whenever he asked. Pacing the car, he confessed. Suho had a knack for dropping bombshells, and never thought he'd be playing second fiddle. Suho gave him a reassuring nod, and Jinwoo thanked him for the trust, apologizing for his early doubts. Suho just laughed it off. Reaching their high-end tower, the air finally settled. Jinwoo checked if they were clocking out. Suho agreed. He was wiped. The reporter insisted on an escort to his door, a gesture Suho warmly accepted. Later, as night claimed, the city Suho collapsed onto his bed and finally let out a breath, savoring the massive winds of the day. Toweling his hair, he was shocked to find he still had energy to burn, despite the chaos. He tossed the towel and summoned his UI. With 7 bonus points banked, he realized this was his shot to finally trigger Unified Train. The requirements were brutal. Every stat needed to hit a perfect sync, with identical values across the board. If even a single point remained, the system would force level the lowest attributes to match the peak. Suho navigated the menus with surgical precision, tracking the system's final audit. Suddenly, the notification flared criteria met, and Unified Train roared to life. He watched mesmerized as his leftover points auto-distributed. To balance his power, his player card flickered, revealing a flawless stat line. Red level rank, 14 across every category. Adrenaline spiked as Suho gripped his fists. He'd actually done it. In his previous life, this peak was a pipe dream. He'd never even dared to try. But now, staring at the glowing screen, a triumphant smirk crossed his face before he flopped back, fueled to keep this momentum. His phone buzzed, vibrating against the mattress. The caller ID flashed a familiar name, Gu Yunhua. Relaxing back, Suho noted it had been a minute since they'd spoken, and her timing was perfect given his peak mood. She immediately quipped that he must be bored out of his mind. Confused, he told her to drop the formalities and explain. Yunhua mentioned the article. Suho grinned, surprised the press moved that fast. Admitting he hadn't seen the comments yet, he asked for the public's vibe, but she just called him sir again, and demanded a face-to-face first. Suho pushed for a straight answer, but she countered, sharply reminding him they hadn't signed on to his plan yet. Suho calmly stated that, if they weren't feeling it, he wouldn't force their hand. Stunned silence followed before Suho pressed again. Yunhua exhaled and asked about their next move. Suho sat up, promising a full breakdown. During tomorrow's meeting, he told the crew to hit Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She instantly balked, citing work shifts and lectures. Suho's expression went cold with disdain. He sighed, claiming he'd clearly overhyped them since they preferred trivial errands over real growth. He winced as Yunhua went nuclear through the speaker, swearing at him before screaming she'd be there. She slammed the phone after confirming the time. Suho just chuckled. The next day, at the towering Nexus Academy, Yunhua arrived with attitude, claiming she only ditched class because she needed a nap, not for him. The rest of the squad gathered while Suho lounged on a bench. He dryly noted he never asked for her excuse, making her fume. She snapped, demanding the reason for the summons. Suho stood his gaze, sharpening as the atmosphere shifted. With a chill smile, he dropped a bombshell. Today I'm going to kill you all. The Banshee members froze in terror as he handed out tablets, telling them to sign the forms first. Yunhua glared at the screen, expecting a death waiver or a corpse disposal contract, but realized it was just a basic skill evaluation survey. You want our secrets, she pressed. Suho raised a hand, making it clear joining the special department meant he needed elite freelance ghosts. He wasn't looking for pawns. He needed true phantoms, genuine shadows, reiterating the ultimatum he'd already given them. No room for weaklings here. Turning away, he warned that their upcoming regime would be a soul-crushing nightmare of pure exhaustion. From raw combat to peak skill mastery, they'd be forged in fire until their absolute limits shattered. Transparency was non-negotiable. Only he would see their files, as this alliance functioned on absolute unwavering trust. He'd already bared his secrets. Now it was their turn to be honest. The squad traded nervous, heavy looks. Inside the Nexus training grounds, Suho flashed a black keycard with a predator's grin. It was time to begin. He recalled Suye's briefing. This obsidian card was a golden ticket granting total unrestricted access to the entire academy. Even the S-rank private halls were now open, allowing him to sharpen his blades in silence, far from prying eyes. Suye had even tossed in the guest passes he'd requested. Glancing at the card, Suho realized how chaotic his schedule had become. He'd almost ghosted Daehwan despite their promise to meet. He'd have to arrange that reunion sooner rather than later. Nearby, the Banshees were locked in training pods. Suho shrugged off the pressure as the landscape suddenly warped and flickered. Massive, jagged cliffs erupted around them. They'd arrived at the Kunlun Mountains where Suho welcomed his new recruits to hell. This was their new home for every waking second of free time. He scanned their stats with a cold, calculating eye. Since they were all stuck below level 50, he could break them and rebuild them however he pleased. Back to basics, he declared. They needed to master combat refinement before the special department eventually sniffed them out. With their current amateur skills, they were sitting ducks. Did they really think cheap parlor tricks would save them forever? Yonhwa barked back, insisting their strategy was flawless, and that they were far too clever to be caught. Suho just crossed his arms, smirking. He'd already caught them himself, hadn't he? Perfect crimes were just myths in this world. In a world crawling with overpowered monsters, they needed real teeth. They had to learn to protect their own. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a localized armory of weapons materialized. Pick your poison. It's time to kill your fear. Priority 1, Fundamentals. Yonhwa grabbed a blade, her eyes flashing with a mix of defiance and raw curiosity. Is that all? She challenged. Suho tilted his head. Do you even remember what the world calls me now? The Sword God, she whispered. Suho's hand ignited with a divine glow as he gripped his hilt, confirming the legend. Standing before them was a literal deity of the blade. Expecting anything less than absolute perfection would be a fatal mistake. To reach the peak, they had to seal their secondary skills. Those crutches would only stunt their ultimate growth. The group's faces darkened with dread. Come at me with intent to kill, Suho commanded, drawing his steel as the bell tolled. He vanished. In a heartbeat, the air turned to blood as the sword god danced through them, sending heads flying. Don't just stand there gaping, he barked at the survivors. Seconds later, he deleted the final 2. Then the squad respawned. Death was just another lesson. Suho warned them not to freeze like brainless rookies, and they immediately snapped into a guard. Better, he mused. But as the group looked up, horror dawned. His next strike was already raining down from the sky. Suho crashed into their formation like a meteor scattering bodies. My grandmother moves faster than you, clowns, he taunted. He buried an elbow into a chest, mocking the delivery driver for being so sluggish and out of breath. Did you get fired because your customers starved to death? The boy was sent crashing into his own teammate. Pivoting to the third, Suho sneered. A teacher, and you can't even parry a basic strike. How pathetic. How could he educate kids when he couldn't even react? The man stammered, claiming he hadn't dodged on purpose. Save the schoolboy excuses, Suho spat. Their blades trembled as the recruit cursed, wishing the bastard would just shut up. They lunged in unison. Suho noticed their rising focus. This controlled rage would keep them alive when they entered real gates. An explosion rocked the terrain. Suho's voice cut through the smoke. You won't be errand boys. You'll be warriors. They were destined to clear gates as his elite shadows. He stepped onto their blades, pinning them to the dirt. There is no shortcut to power, he growled. Strength only awakens when you believe there is no retreat left. The carnage was relentless. Hours later, the exhausted Banshee squad lay broken and gasping in the mountain dust. Suho finally lowered his hand. Decent effort, he admitted. But I've got other business to attend to now. They stared in shock. He told them the simulation would run until the timer hit 0, and they had to keep pushing. You're just leaving us here, Yonhwa gasped. She couldn't believe his audacity as he turned his back on them. Suho's digital double flickered into existence. He calmed her fears, promising his clone mirrored his god-tier powers. Brandishing its blade, the clone spat insults, calling them literal trash, and demanding they prepare for death. Livid, the Banshee squad cursed Suho's very existence as he calmly stepped from the training pod. Checking the others' progress, he ended the session. His phone buzzed. It was Sue, sounding urgent. News of his Nexus Guild recruitment had leaked. She was calling to verify the explosive report. Suho guessed Jinhui wrote it. She confirmed the exclusive, noting the PR team was ready to drop more. Staring outside, Suho smirked perfect. He ordered a follow-up, though Sue worried it was way too early. Suho knew fans would flip. He'd previously promised to join the government, not a private guild. This sudden pivot would trigger massive hate, but Sue believed his master plan would flip the script. Public rage would simmer down soon. Meanwhile, Suho kept his Rank 5 exam a total secret. That year-end Rank 5 test would shock everyone, but for now, he kept his cards close. Time for another play. He dialed Jinhui, who answered eagerly while typing away at his desk. Jinhui took the call. Suho noted the Nexus article was trending, and the internet was absolutely on fire. Suho had a new move, a fresh headline announcing his next impossible mission, clearing another sealed gate. With a grin, Suho targeted the Swamp of Despair. Suddenly, the news went viral across every platform. Headlines screamed, Suho conquered the nameless sword gate. Netizens were losing their minds in the comments. Didn't he just finish the tower? One user asked. How's he already dominating a sealed gate? Is he the new Sword King? No, another snapped. Call him the freaking Sword God. Boom, another report dropped. And Suho officially signs with the elite Nexus Academy. Fans felt betrayed. Wasn't he joining the association? Some called him a sellout, hurling toxic insults. The hate was real. Then a third bombshell. Nexus Hunter Suho is moving again. His target, the Swamp of Despair. This guy is a total psycho, one commenter screamed. Fans clapped back at the haters. Where are the money-hungry accusations now? Look at your faces. Day ones flexed their loyalty. Suho was now a literal idol with fans ready to catch hands for him. Scrolling through his phone, Suho watched the hype build. The positive vibes were overwhelming. He smirked. Phase 1 was complete. Just then, a weary Chulman dragged himself into the room. He looked wrecked, clutching his head in exhaustion. Suho wasted no time asking the big question. Did I get into? The swamp Chulman nodded, recalling the president's hilarious explosive reaction. The association chief had roared, "Of course he gets access. Are you an actual idiot, Chulman?" He got roasted for hesitating. Now Chulman realized Suho was basically the world's VIP hunter. Every gate opened for Suho, automatically leaving Chulman buried under a nightmare mountain of paperwork. "Thanks for the hard work," Suho said, weaving through the busy office desks with a secret. He dropped the bombshell he was aiming for. "Rank 5 soon. Keep it secret," Suho warned him. Chulman mimed, zipping his lips, swearing total silence. Suho chuckled at his dramatic, loyal reaction. It was mostly a joke, but the response was gold. "Let's go," Suho said, gates waiting. Destination Incheon. The Rank S swamp of despair loomed ahead, a terrifying abyss of darkness. Suho faced the portal under a barrage of cameras. Spectators whispered, this was a literal suicide mission. No one survives this gate. Even with Suho's freakish talent, the crowd doubted he'd return alive. In the command center, Jinhui watched intently. He told his sweating colleague to just chill out. "Wanna bet?" Jinhui smirked. 1,000,000 won says Suho clears this nightmare with ease. The man took the bet, praying for Suho's life while certain that clearing it was impossible. Suddenly, Chulman froze in terror. "The gate, it's vanishing," he screamed. The monitors flickered in disbelief. "Is he already done?" Jinhui gasped. Panicking, he accidentally elbowed Chulman right in the face. "How long has it been?" 10 minutes, Chulman shook his head. "It's been less than 5. The second Suho crossed the threshold, the system pinged. The swamp of despair was already over. This gate welcomed everyone, a limitless death trap. Now Suho looms before a gargantuan sky-high staircase. Piercing a cursed sky, Suho recalls the horrific body count this dungeon has already claimed. Deadlier than the nameless sword, it's a one-way trip to hell that no outsider could ever grasp. The secret zero monsters spawn here. To conquer this nightmare, you simply have to reach the summit. Each step is a mental slaughterhouse rigged with psychological landmines and phantom terrors surrounding the path. Those who failed became stone monuments. Fortunately, Suho has cracked the code to surviving this hellscape. Without an S-rank mental fortress skill, the absolute despair will literally rot your soul from within. You'll just end up as another frozen corpse. This is why it's dubbed the Swamp of Despair. 0 survivors. Ever. Suho smirks, taking his first step. The past means nothing to him now. Instantly, a tidal wave of agony strikes. His legs tremble as dark energy swirls, yet his smile never fades. System alert. Dragon blood has triggered total mental immunity. With that power surging, this entire dungeon becomes a casual walk in the park. Suho ascends, ignoring the grotesque shadows haunting the periphery. He maintains a calm pace. The stone victims thin out as he climbs. Almost nobody reached the halfway point. Agonized faces stare back eternally, frozen in grief. He remembers failing to save them in his previous life. The original conqueror trained his mind for months, desperately trying to rescue these lost stone souls. But a single touch crumbled them to ash. He finished the climb alone, haunted by his own helplessness. Reaching the summit, Suho surveys the graveyard below, acknowledging the sheer weight of their torment. Hands clasped, he vows to break their chains. Liberating their spirits is the only mercy left. A radiant portal opens. The system crowns him MVP, showering him with massive experience point rewards. A skill point is granted. Since he's the first solo conqueror, he nets 5 bonus skill points. Level up. His stats skyrocket alongside another skill point. Suho grins. It's time for the legendary loot. He receives the Ring of Emotions, allowing him to visualize feelings as colored auras and siphon energy. He can manipulate this energy indefinitely. Suho recalls the legendary player from his past life who held this artifact. That hero used it for healing, only for enemies to eventually plunder it from his cold hands. Suho raises his hand, determined to change destiny. He finally slides the ring onto his finger. High above the ring pulses hungrily, feasting on the dark sorrow radiating from the fallen statues. Shielded by dragon blood, Suho's mind remains ironclad. As he touches the earth, the system pings. The ring detects intense trauma. Deep obsidian energy swirls as Suho raises his hand to the sky. Capacity reached. It won't cleanse the entire stairs, but it's the best he can do right now. Facing the exit, Suho looks back one last time and whispers, "Time to head out." The second Suho exits, a swarm of paparazzi descends their cameras, strobing like lightning. He shields his eyes while aggressive reporters bark questions, desperate for a front-page shot of the hero. Chulman and Jinwoo sprint forward, ecstatic. Chulman is literally shadowboxing the air in pure hype. They scream, "How did you blitz that hellgate in just 4 minutes and 17 seconds? This place was supposed to be deadlier than the nameless sword." Jinwoo is absolutely losing it. He's already drafting a viral article, Suho chuckles, telling them to chill before posing for a selfie. They beam with joy. Meanwhile, the internet is having a total meltdown over the impossible clear. Did he really conquer the legendary swamp of despair? The rumors are true. Suho just rewrote history. Dongyuk stares at his tablet frozen. Sub 5 minutes. That's not just fast, it's superhuman. His jaw hits the floor as he processes the data. Suddenly, his office phone begins to scream. On the line, none other than Young Kyung-hwan, president of the prestigious Korean Hunters Association. He asks for a moment of Dongyuk's time. Dongyuk knows exactly who they're discussing. Suho. Invited to the headquarters, Dongyuk counters with a lunch meeting. The president accepts immediately. A colleague tries to interrupt, but Dongyuk brushes him off, paging his secretary Kim Mi-gang. He orders a priority meeting with Hunter Oh Suho. Moments later, a sleek white sedan arrives. "We're here," Jin Hui announced. Stepping onto the pavement, Suho questioned if his next stop was the TV station. Hui revealed the Swamp of Despair scoop was ready, just needing a final polish before breaking the internet. He pitched an epic food tour for their next outing. Suho grinned, totally down for some legendary eats. Watching the car vanish, Suho admired his ring, sensing it hum with the pure, fiery passion Hui radiated. Inside the diner, Cumin boomed a welcome hailing Suho as the ultimate protector of the nation. The president gestured toward a chair by Mr. Dong-wook. Suho bowed to the big shots and settled in. He scanned the heavy hitters Kyung-hwan Kuman Dong-wook and the lethal special force chief Baek Song-yeol. The stiff vibe felt weird, but Kyung-hwan broke the ice, praising Suho's god-tier speed in clearing those gates. Labeling Suho, the country's rising star, Kuman hoisted his glass for a toast, and Suho quickly followed suit. They toasted to their mutual victory, crystal clinking as the feast began, while the president dropped a crucial detail. Regarding Suho's open-ended contract, Dong-wook noted that while standard deals run 3 years, Suho is a total anomaly. Since he is a national-level asset, they would give him zero restrictions, allowing him to operate with absolute freedom. Kyung-hwan chuckled, loving the synergy between the guild and the association, then looked to Suho for his take. Suho expressed deep gratitude for the guildmaster's kindness, but then Chief Baek decided to chime in. He looked forward to Suho's inevitable association debut, claiming it would skyrocket their prestige and the nation's morale. With a cryptic smirk, Cumin announced the president had prepared a prestigious official letter of appreciation for Suho. Suho screamed internally with joy. This document was basically a get-out-of-jail-free card for the Level 5 exam. "I am incredibly honored," he replied humbly. Kyung-hwan then admitted the original plan for tonight was quite different. They meant to celebrate the nameless swordsman, but Suho's breakneck clearing speed left even the top brass spinning. Suho deflected the praise, crediting the president's clearance. The room loved his tactful high IQ response. Clutching his drink, Chief Baek probed about the Swamp of Despair, a death trap from which no soul had ever returned. Intel was non-existent. Suho instantly recognized Baek's interrogation tactics, a sharp memory flickering from his previous life. Keeping his guard up, Suho played it cool, claiming the gate held no beasts, just a single, unending staircase. Sensing immediate peril, he relied on his gear pushing through the climb until he finally reached the summit. Jaws hit the floor as Baek stroked his chin. Stunned, Suho's mind had not shattered under that immense psychological pressure. Kuman then pivoted to Suho's stats, curious if the rumors were true that he had not even reached level 100. "I am only level 53, Suho dropped. Baek almost choked on his drink, demanding to know what crazy skills he had unlocked. As his ring flared with a pure white glow, Suho realized these guys were itching to turn him into their puppet. He claimed to be a healer, but his passion for blades led him down the path of the master swordsman. Baek nodded. A sword path was not rare, but it was certainly a bizarre choice for a support class healer. The special forces were used to freaks, so Suho's power did not wow them, but he hated being scouted like prey. Refusing to be their hunting dog, Suho requested resources to sharpen his healing arts alongside his lethal swordsmanship. "A hunter's life is fleeting," he noted. Dong-wook and Kyung-hwan nodded, acknowledging the grim reality of their profession. The Nexus Guild promised top-tier training. Kuman beamed, positioning himself as the vital bridge between the guild and the state. Baek also offered his backing. Suho felt buried under the sheer weight of all these high-level political favors. Clenching his fist, Suho vowed to wipe every gate off the map. Cheers erupted, and Kuman refilled the glasses once more. Darkness fell as the summit concluded. Suho and Chief Baek stepped into the night air, bidding the elites farewell. After the cars departed, Baek pulled a pack from his jacket, offering Suho a smoke to cap off the night. Suho passed, but the chief lit up, claiming it was his ritual after a win. He then handed Suho his personal card. "I ignore everyone, but I will pick up for you," he grunted, before asking where Suho was currently crashing. Suho explained his old place was swamped by fans, forcing him into a hotel. Baek scowled, calling it a nationwide headache. Top-tier hunters are always stalked by crazed fans, though Suho brushed it off as just some harmless, intense love. Baek's aura instantly turned pitch black. Suho realized his words sounded naive to a man who saw civilians as mere pawns. It was a cold mindset shared by the elites. Bake noted that even with the year-end exam approaching, Suho was already a lock to pass. Suho just nodded, making the chief realize his modesty was just cold confidence. Chief Pai finally dropped his mask, revealing a sharp, calculating edge. He tossed an arm around Suho, suggesting they practice their superior-subordinate dynamic before Suho officially joined the association. Since Suho would soon be his direct report, Pai wanted to set the tone early. Suho played along perfectly, drawing a loud, satisfied laugh from the chief. Then Pai leaned in, asking if Suho was ready to ditch the monotonous gate-clearing grind and jump straight into the elite special force unit. Suho felt the atmosphere shift immediately, sensing the bait in Pai's words. As the chief nonchalantly flicked his cigarette, his true motive became crystal clear. Pai hadn't just stuck around for a simple debrief. He was there to personally scout Suho and lock him into the department. Triggered by Dong Hyuk, Suho's ring of emotions flared, emitting a soft white glow. Internally, Suho focused its power on Pai, subtly steering the man's intentions. With a calm smile, Suho hyped up the prestige of the Special Force Unit. The ring worked its magic, cranking the positive energy to the max. Faint white wisps drifted from Pai's eyes as he beamed, praising Suho's raw ambition, a trait he respected above all else. Most hunters were just chasing empty fantasies, but Pai saw something real. He leaned in, curious about Suho's connection with Chu-man from the gate department. Suho played it cool, mentioning his bond with Chu-man, while subtly hinting he wanted strong ties with both Pai and the association president. He specifically emphasized how much he looked forward to working under the Special Force head. Pai beamed, clearly satisfied with the response. He clapped a firm hand on Suho's shoulder, impressed by the kid's silver tongue. Suho offered a polite nod of gratitude in return. When Suho mentioned entering the department through a special recruitment slot, Pai stroked his chin, weighing the possibility aloud. He noted that official recruitment for rank 5 hunters was already slated for the end of the year. There was no reason to pull strings for someone who'd obviously passed the regular test. Meanwhile, Suho watched the manipulation take hold. He felt the ring's aura twisting Pai's interest into something bordering on emotional loyalty. It was a temporary fix, but it was enough. This was all the leverage he needed for now. Standing side by side, Pai admitted he was shocked by Suho's intense dedication to the association. Regarding the special recruitment, Pai explained it was rare, but for the right asset, he could make the necessary arrangements. Suho showered him with praise, making the tough chief act surprisingly bashful. Pai then explained the complex decision-making process involved. While the big shots upstairs made the final calls, a shortage in the special department would give him the perfect excuse. But there was a catch. Pai needed cold hard proof that Suho was actually an asset worth the extra trouble. Suho asked if clearing more gates was the key, but Pai shook his head. The special force focused on hunting awakened criminals. That was the real priority. Suho realized he'd momentarily overlooked that crucial detail. Pai warned him that awakened thugs were incredibly dangerous. They were unpredictable and deadly. Suho was a beast in the gates, but hunting human monsters was a whole different game. Slaying monsters and fighting crime required different skill sets. Pai challenged him to track down any wanted fugitive on the list. If he could hand-deliver a criminal to the department, he'd be recruited within 2 months. Just then, a car pulled up. As Pai finished, most rookies would be shaking in their boots at the thought of hunting criminals, but Suho didn't even flinch at the challenge. With a grin, Pai promised to wait for Suho's news. Suho recalled how in his previous life, Pai hadn't even remembered his name. Back then, it took the nameless swordsman's victory to get noticed, but the script had changed. As the car sped off, Suho knew. These villains and their henchmen were about to become the perfect pawns or sacrifices for the grand plan he was building. Approaching a row of tidy buildings, Suho's shadow elongated across the pavement while the faint scent of tobacco drifted from the windows. Walking right into the Viper's pit, he whispered. Activating his magic detection, he pinpointed a cluster of shady signatures hiding inside. This was definitely the place. Without breaking his casual stride, Suho snatched a heavy brick off the ground with his left hand. He hurled it with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the window where the thugs were lurking. Inside, the criminals jumped in pure shock. "What the hell was that?" one stammered, while another roared that some brat was looking for a death wish. The gang scrambled outside, ready to tear apart whoever dared to disturb them. They surrounded Suho, barking aggressive demands. A blonde thug eyed him with a mix of nerves and annoyance, asking if he was wasted or just insane. Suho just smirked. He calmly confirmed his sobriety before asking if they were the lowlifes behind the recent cryptocurrency theft scams. As he mentioned their elaborate schemes, a flash of pure terror crossed their faces. Suho wasn't finished with them yet. He demanded to know if Seogi-won was being held captive. The thugs swapped, panicked, looks baffled by this mysterious stranger. How did he know their secrets? One whispered he might be a narc, but another snapped that it didn't matter, he had to go. One coward hesitated, worried about the potential fallout, but the leader shut him down with a murderous glare. "This bastard knows too much," they hissed. If we don't silence him now, things can't get any worse. Suho offered a bored, weary smirk. These guys were pathetic. Internally, he dared them to actually try something interesting for once. If they showed any backbone, they might actually be useful. Suddenly, his shadow spear materialized, whistling dangerously close to a thug's head. Purple lightning shattered his restraints as a violent aura erupted from Suho, leaving his bald companion paralyzed with terror. Thugs swarmed him with insults, but Suho danced through the chaos. Suddenly, a blonde fighter lunged, his spear gleaming. The strike connected perfectly, yet Suho didn't even flinch. The criminal froze, his face pale with utter disbelief. Splattered in blood, Suho's grin turned predatory. The system chimed, and a lethal crimson spear materialized in his grip. He slammed the weapon into the thug, sending him flying. Suho mused that while killing was off limits, a brutal beatdown wasn't. "You moron," another shouted, charging blindly. Big mistake. One heavy blow sent him soaring through the air. Only the bald leader remained, his knees knocking as he whimpered. To him, this wasn't a fight, it was pure madness. He turned to bolt, but a blood-red spear pinned his leg to the floor. Suho's voice was chillingly calm, leaving so soon. With the trash cleared, Suho glared at the groaning pile. "Shut up," he warned, "unless you want a second round of pain." He swept them into his subspace portal, like yesterday's garbage. Hands dusted, Suho turned his focus to finding COG-1. The kitchen was a total wreck, but there he was. G1 sat slumped against a wall, looking completely drained. He'd passed out right in front of his laptop. Suho called out, and the man's eyes fluttered open in a daze. Finally awake, Suho asked. G1 looked around with trembling eyes, his mind struggling to process the carnage. Suho introduced himself with a warm smile. G1's heart stopped. "Wait, are you the Han Suho from the news?" He couldn't grasp why a superstar hero was here, or where his captors had vanished. Pure terror radiated from him. Suho remembered the autobiography. This man had endured 6 months of absolute hell under those thugs' boots. Seeing the man paralyzed by trauma, Suho knew words weren't enough. He reached out, a steady, comforting hand. His ring pulsed, sensing the pitch-black despair within G1. Suho placed his palm gently over the man's heart. He drew the darkness out, absorbing the pain. G1 gasped, staring at Suho as if he'd just witnessed a miracle. The shaking finally ceased. Suho knelt down, speaking softly about the skill he used to soothe his fractured mind. G1 took a shaky breath, his eyes wide. "What happens to me now?" he whispered. "Am I going to prison?" Suho looked him in the eye, his expression firm. "Prison. Now why on earth would you go there?" G1 confessed to his forced crimes, but Suho cut him off. "Victims of circumstance don't belong behind bars." He told him straight, the law isn't for people like him. G1 nodded slowly, a tiny spark of hope finally igniting. Still, G1 wondered how Suho found him. Suho credited a secret skill, one that revealed things no one else could see. "I'm here because I genuinely need your help," Suho revealed. G1 gripped his hand, feeling like a useless broken tool. "I'm worthless," G1 muttered. Suho didn't hesitate. "Hardly. You're the only cyber-type user in all of South Korea." G1 froze. Among the millions of traits globally, the cyber-type was a mythic rarity that Suho knew all about. It allowed a human mind to dive directly into the digital realm, a power that could reshape reality itself. Only two had ever awakened it, G1 and the monster known as Overload, who once nearly brought the internet to its knees. Overload was a digital god, a threat that even the system couldn't contain once he seized total control. And the only person who ever stood a chance against that nightmare was standing right here, COG-1. In the original timeline, G1 sacrificed his life to stop Overload, earning the legendary title Media. His life was a tragedy written in blood. But Suho clutched that knowledge tight, he wasn't going to let it repeat. "I won't let Overload rise and I won't let you die," Suho vowed. "That's why you're essential to me." The coming apocalypse from the gates was too massive for one man. Suho couldn't fight this nightmare solo. "Will you lend me your strength?" he asked. As G1 watched, black energy spiraled from the ring once more. Another successful absorption. G1 closed his eyes, stunned that a guy like him could actually be a world-class threat. He would have sold his soul just to escape that hell, but now he felt a deep debt to his savior. Clenching his fist, he realized the terrifying scope of his power. In the wrong hands, he could be a weapon of mass destruction. "I don't know if I'm ready," G1 admitted, his voice gaining strength, "but I'll do it. I'll help you." This was the hero Suho read about, selfless even after walking through hell. Suho thanked him with genuine warmth. "First mission," Food Suho declared. G1 blushed, being penniless, but Suho just tossed him some slippers and smiled. When asked how he knew so much, Suho just gave a cheeky smirk. "Let's just call it a very special skill." Tears blurred G1's vision as they ate. Finally, someone understood the weight of everything he'd endured. G1 stammered an apology, face flushing as he practically inhaled his meal. It had been ages since his last feast. Suho just shrugged, ordering another. Scraping the bowl clean, G1 offered a timid thanks before hesitating. Suho cut him off, reminding him they were officially comrades now. "Drop the formalities," Suho insisted. Since they were close in age, he told Jiwon to just ditch titles and use his name. Digging into Bowl 2, Jiwon nodded. He told Suho to treat him like a longtime friend from now on. Then came the big question. Why stick with the association instead of running a top-tier powerhouse guild? Despite the red tape of government work, Suho leaned back. He knew that even the mightiest guilds, his strength had its limits, yet he refused to let the world burn. Every life saved mattered. Only the association could pull this off. Jiwon finally caught on nodding as Suho set his spoon aside. Suho made a solemn vow. Once he went official with the association, no one would ever touch Jiwon again. A grateful smile touched Jiwon's lips as he trusted him. Standing up, Suho prepared to handle the man's past. Confusion hit Jiwon again while Suho grabbed his jacket. He asked if those kidnappers were really orphanage brothers. It was time for a brutal reunion. The second Jiwon laid eyes on those lowlifes, his blood began to boil. Pure fury erupted. He unleashed a merciless beatdown, while they screamed for mercy, terrified of his righteous wrath. Blood stained his knuckles as he roared for them to shut up. Against the wall, the blonde lay cold. Jiwon asked to patch the villain up again. Suho glanced at the wreckage and questioned the number of rounds. 7 times, Jiwon chimed in happily. Suho checked the clock. The special forces were closing in fast. The violence had to end. He healed the blonde, recalling the deep-seated trauma that mirrored his own dark history. Perhaps this would help him escape the pain. Just then, a sleek gray sedan rolled to a sharp stop. Chief Pai Song Joel emerged, scanning the scene. It looked like Suho had already solved the entire puzzle. Standing over the unconscious thug, Suho thanked the chief. Pai admitted he had a soft spot for him. Suho winced at the awkward phrasing, feeling weirded out. Around them, the kidnappers remained dead to the world. Are these the scumbags? Pai asked. Suho nodded. The chief noticed something strange about the guys on the floor. There wasn't a single scratch on them. Suho explained they resisted, so he just fixed them up afterward. Pai roared with laughter, loving Suho's ruthless vibe. A hero who hits hard, Suho offered a sheepish apology. He was still new to this work. But Pai wasn't mad, he actually approved of Suho's unconventional methods. He told Suho to go wild. The association's healers could wipe away any evidence of a brutal interrogation. Pai ground his heel into the blonde's head, muttering that trash like this deserved execution, not mercy. Modern society was too soft. Suho remembered mastering these dark tactics during his time in the special department. That was a lifetime ago. Pai's eyes then drifted to Jiwon, who was hovering nervously behind Suho's shoulder. He'd heard this kid was a pawn, a cyber type. Those were rare even in the association's database. He labeled Jiwon a potential threat who needed locking up. Suho and Jiwon both shot him an icy glare. Suho stood his ground. Jiwon was a victim. He shoved a folder of evidence and testimony into Pai's hands. The paperwork was flawless. Pai was floored. How did Suho gather this so fast? Then he got curious. Could this digitization work inside a gate? Suho saw through Pai's play and shut the idea down immediately. It's strictly for the digital realm. Useless for slaying monsters, but a god-tier asset for high-level cybersecurity. Pai flipped through the files. If he wasn't a combatant, the special department had no use for him. Suho quietly asked for leniency. Pai teased that Suho was turning into a softie for the kid. Still, after reviewing the horror, Jiwon endured. Pai's expression softened. He barked an order to his team. Suho was right, the victim shouldn't pay. The case was closed, effective immediately. Jiwon was finally free. They'd even help him secure compensation. Suho bowed in respect. For Pai, justice was the bottom line. But how did Suho sniff this out? This was the moment Suho expected. He raised a finger. Jiwon pinged a digital SOS. Suho just verified the signal and moved in for the tactical extraction. You sure that's how it went? Pai asked skeptically. Suho kept a straight face, hiding the truth. Pai handed over the files, impressed by Suho's execution. Suho played it cool, claiming it was just luck. Luck follows, the talented Pai countered. He clapped Suho's shoulder, promising the recruitment was a done deal. Jiwon finally approached, asking about his next move. Suho just gestured toward the path behind them. You're coming with me. Jiwon stared at the high-end apartment in disbelief, while Suho raided the fridge. This place is insane, Jiwon gasped, overwhelmed. Suho shrugged. It wasn't actually his crib anyway. It's Jojin Woo's place, the reporter. Suho poured a drink, mentioning the owner was out of town. He's on a trip, so we've got the place to ourselves. Jiwon took the glass with shaking hands. Won't he be furious? Jiwon whispered. Suho just waved it off like it was nothing. Suho played it cool, but told Jiwon to keep his mouth shut. Jiwon thumped his chest with extra energy, swearing to be quiet as a grave. He leaned in, eager for Suho's next move. Suho took a sip and broke it down. Jiwon got snatched right after hitting level 50 and unlocking his powers. Right. Jiwon nodded, the trauma still fresh. Suho warned that an overload was coming. To survive the surge, Jiwon needed a massive power-up and fast. He had to grind until he reached Suho's tier to stop the literal apocalypse. Jiwon's jaw hit the floor, wondering if they'd be raiding gates. But Suho just typed away, rejecting the idea. They weren't doing traditional grinding. Forget standard dungeons. Jiwon had to master his digital type traits and push his efficiency to the absolute limit. Suho flipped the screen around and made a wild offer. "Wanna go online together?" Jiwon froze. Was that even a thing? Suho told him to check his stats, hinting at a secret the system kept hidden. Even though Jiwon could dive into the network solo, there was no rule against dragging a passenger along for the ride. Jiwon looked skeptical, but game. He slammed his palm onto the keyboard and triggered his digitization skill. A neon circuit glowed under his hand. A system alert popped up. Player Seo Jiwon is requesting a consciousness transfer. Suho hit accept instantly. The system chimed, initiating the transition into the digital realm. Suho's eyes widened. Suddenly, he was standing in the center of a sprawling, vibrant vineyard. Under a crystal-clear sky, it hit him he was literally inside his own laptop's default wallpaper. Seeing it in 4K was surreal. Jiwon came sprinting over, shouting with pure hype. This digital void was usually lonely. It felt weird for Jiwon to have company here. Suho admitted this whole digital isekai thing was a first for him too, and honestly, it was epic. Jiwon scanned the infinite fields, still doubting they were actually inside a desktop background. Suho nodded. It was a high-res winery, photo vines and all. He snagged a grape to test the physics, making Jiwon laugh. The rookie reminded him this was just pixels, no flavor. Just visuals, no vibes. Suho spat out the fake fruit, satisfied with the experiment as they trekked through the vines. Jiwon wondered how the hell they'd level up in a screensaver. Suho couldn't believe he was that clueless. XP is XP. The system doesn't differentiate between the real world and the digital frontier. He reminded Jiwon how he'd leveled his sword skills during that virtual reality hunter exam. Jiwon still doubted if virtual grinding worked. Suho explained skills level up anywhere, but character stats usually don't. But this zone was different. In here, there's no game over screen death is permanent. The stakes are real enough to end you, which is why it forces the system to sync up. They halted before two massive digital doors marked File Cleaner. Jiwon stared at the folder. Inside was a perky pop-up window. It promised to optimize the system. Suho smirked. This wasn't antivirus software. It was straight-up malware. Leveling via virus, Jiwon asked. Suho nodded. Malware acts like monsters, corrupting and wrecking everything in their path. To get that XP, Jiwon had to put his life on the line. Suho's warning was, chilling, die here, die in real life. He stressed one rule: don't answer the guide or a viral horde would swarm. They stepped into the darkness. A blue-haired avatar chirped, offering a free scan. Suho grinned and played along, calling the offer tempting. Jiwon nearly fell for it. Suho shoved a weapon into his hands, tagging him as a backline mage. His job, stay back spam spells, and let Suho handle the aggro on the front lines. The digital girl's voice turned icy as she repeated the prompt. Suddenly, dozens of glitchy black shadows materialized. Glowing-eyed monsters hissed behind her. Even the system struggled to scan these corrupted abominations. The status window was just gibberish and broken code. Shaking, Jiwon clocked the sheer size of the mob. Suho summoned his blood-soaked blade. They're trapped in here, he joked. The firewall keeps them inside, but if Jiwon failed, he was toast. He had to make every spell count. A giant skull-faced beast lunged. Suho took its head in one clean swipe. Charge up, he roared. A magic circle ignited around Jiwon's fist. Jiwon gave the signal and Suho dove headfirst into the glitchy mess, carving through waves of code monsters. After a brutal clash, the last of the viruses exploded into a rain of dead pixels. Jiwon hit the ground, panting and trembling. He really thought his subscription to life had ended. You're still kicking, Suho noted, checking his own level 59 status. Jiwon checked his, he'd jumped to 55. Suho saw it. The kid was a sleeper talent. With the right training, he'd be a lethal asset for the Banshees. Helping Jiwon up, Suho called it a day. Jiwon was all in. Back home, Suho cracked a cold coke, vibing with his new exploit. Safe leveling without the death risk. Absolute win. He checked the latest hype about his swamp raid. The internet was exploding. Fans were demanding medals and treating him like a literal legend. Suho smirked, feeling the clout. In this world, clearing gates turned you into a god. That kind of power made everything worth it. Every piece of his plan was finally clicking. It was time for Phase 2. Suho hit up Guild Leader Bei, late night skipping the small talk. He wanted that S-rank gate. The deal. He'd surrender every single drop of loot to Nexus. Total profit for the guild, no strings attached. The target. The Nightmare Fuel Mole Mine. An S-rank hellscape packed with mana stones and infested with those glitchy hyperspeed mole beasts. They moved like shadows on fast forward. Suho could already feel the massive headache coming on. The monster density was insane. Looting there was like stealing from a hive of angry hornets. But he just grinned. This death trap was nothing more than a light warm-up for him. Bei went quiet, analyzing the play. If the casualty count spiked, things would get ugly. The government would seize the dungeon instantly. Suho's plan was the only way to keep it. It was a strategic goldmine for Nexus. Still, Bei couldn't figure out the kid's rush. Lounging on his couch, Suho finally dropped the truth bomb on the guild leader. He was joining the Hunters Association early. His contract with Nexus was about to end. This raid was his parting gift, his way of settling the tab before moving up. Bei understood, though, the sting of losing a top-tier talent definitely hurt his pride. At least Suho was being real. Most hunters just ghost their guilds for the association. Suho promised to handle the heavy lifting. He'd build the team. Nexus just provided miners. No pressure, no rush. Bei finally sighed and gave the green light to the operation. He'd call when the prep was done. The next morning, Suho hit the academy lounge. Daewon was there greeting him with a firm handshake and a massive grin on his face. "It's been a minute," Suho laughed, then turned to introduce Jiwan to his old comrade. "This is Kong Daewon, my day one teammate from the exams." Daewon looked totally bashful. "I only made it because of your advice," he admitted, as they sat to talk business. Suho cut to the chase was Daewon in a squad, yet the guy was still grinding solo. He was hitting gates alone to gain experience. Suho watched him weighing the rookie's potential. Newbies usually need a team to survive. With a faint smirk, Suho made the offer. "Join my personal squad. I'm hitting some big gates soon, and need someone I trust." Daewon's jaw dropped, then he beamed. If Suho wanted him, he was ready for anything. "I'm in," he shouted, hyped out of his mind. Suho grinned. "We're starting right now." Daewon froze in shock. Inside the simulator, the Banshees were currently getting wrecked by Suho. "Flank him, go left." The arena echoed with desperate screams and the sound of defeat. Yeonhwa braced for impact, but the ghost Suho was too fast. She was gone instantly. The team stood there, paralyzed. Gritting her teeth, Yeonhwa swore she'd eventually kill him. "I'll take his head myself." "Your form is improving, the real," Suho whispered behind her. The squad jumped, faces pale with shock. The real deal was here, checking his system. The vibe was total gloom. "We've died 100 times, Yeonhwa snapped, looking completely exhausted. Morale was trash. But Suho just smiled. Their eyes showed they were finally adapting to death. They weren't scared anymore. That was the goal. Jiwan and Daewon watched, totally weirded out. "Listen up," Suho announced. "I'm adding fresh blood to the team. Meet your new squad mates." The squad sized up the rookies as Suho made the introductions. Daehan flashed a confident grin. Jiwan looked visibly shaken. Turning to the Banshee crew, Suho asked if they were sick of this dump yet. Yunhwa's knuckles turned white. Bored, not even close. She hissed that she wouldn't stop until she took Suho's head. Pure, murderous intent radiated from the entire Banshee squad like a suffocating physical weight. Suho smirked, loving the fire. He told the rookies to cultivate that same killer instinct. Yunhwa demanded to know why. Suho's voice was chillingly calm. "It is the only way to survive a real gate. From today, they train together." As Yunhwa stepped up, Suho noted the new recruits were a mage and a tank. No blades for them. He told her to structure the unit, leverage the clones, and push everyone to their absolute limits. Yunhwa agreed, but demanded intel on the gate. Suho just flicked through his glowing system interface. He muttered about recalibrating the clone settings, promising they would understand everything once the carnage started. "Get ready," he warned. When she pressed for details, he casually called it a very ordinary gate. He added that screaming random names in the heat of battle was amateur hour. They needed official titles. Yunhwa scoffed. She did not know his rank, but she would literally rather die than call him Appa. Focused on his screen, Suho decided that since they were a team leader would do. She accepted the rank. Suho announced he had business elsewhere, telling them to notify him when they were prepped. Daehan and Jiwan watched, stunned, as the digital Suho manifestation ripped a blade straight out of the earth. When they asked for orders, Yunhwa told them to just watch. The virtual Suho leveled his sword at them. "You are all trash," he barked. "Stop standing around like sitting ducks and attack me right now." Daehan was floored by Suho's sudden savagery, but Yunhwa just sighed. The guy was always a total menace. "Brace yourselves or your heads will roll," she warned. Meanwhile, the real Suho stepped out of a cab. The driver apologized, saying cars could not go any further. Suho would have to trek the rest on foot. Suho did not mind. He walked toward the towering skyline and triggered his ring via first Mumu. System alert monochrome solitude activated. Suddenly, his presence vanished from the world entirely. He strolled through Paju, a district once legendary enough to be called the Golden Land. Looking at the broken souls on the street, he recalled its former glory before the gates changed everything. With 0 hunters to clear the portals, the area had withered into a desolate, rotting wasteland. Passing the shadows of the poor, he saw the truth, a hellscape of gangs, narcotics, and starvation. He knew saving every soul was impossible, but his resolve did not flicker for a single second. He needed to conquer this gate fast. When the time was right, these ruins would become his greatest asset. Scanning the horizon, he realized this ghost town had lured in exactly the kind of people he needed. He stopped at a weathered door, a place he had haunted many times in his previous life. A pair of eyes peered through the slot. Suho stated his business clearly. He was here to buy the mine. As first Mumu deactivated, the man's eyes widened. On Suho, Suho just gave him a cold, sharp smile. The man ushered him in, gesturing to a worn sofa. They were not open, but orders had already been given. He was told to treat Suho like royalty. He asked if the young hunter had ever visited Paju before. Suho ignored the small talk, asking if the man was uncomfortable. The guy blinked, in total confusion. That mask looks heavy, Suho noted. The man froze. Do not worry, Suho added. We are the only ones here. The disguise came off, revealing a breathtaking woman with hair like wildfire underneath. She admitted she expected someone who solo cleared 2 gates to have sharp eyes. Suho knew her Choi Yun. In the future, she would be the nation's top gate broker, though right now she was a complete nobody. She crossed her legs, curious how he found her, and why he used the slang term mine. The term was underground code. She found it fascinating that he avoided the official term gate. Suho knew her fame only spiked after she joined the Union Korea's most dangerous underground syndicate. He slammed his briefcase on the table. I have my ways, he said. Now let us talk business. He wanted gates. She leaned in, eyes narrowing, and asked exactly what kind of nightmare he was hunting. Suho's request for Twisted Forest access hit Choi Yun like a physical blow. She froze as he slid a heavy briefcase across the table. He demanded a solo entry pass. Stunned, she revealed the Twisted Forest had only just hit the black market. It surfaced barely 3 days ago, a ghost of a secret. How did you even find out? I held the keys, she whispered. The price was irrelevant. Suho went cold, reminding her that in the underworld, questions were a waste of breath. In the gate business, silence was gold. Only 2 paths existed: buying the portal or buying a ticket to hell. True ownership cost a fortune, but even a one-shot pass into a top-tier gate would drain a man's life savings. Choi Yun's voice trembled as she named the price 100 million won for a single suicidal trip. A solo raid was madness. She questioned his sanity, but Suho simply produced a massive brick of cold, hard cash. My life, my responsibility, he countered. He shoved a stack forward, the down payment for his brush with death. The balance would be paid at the portal. Smirking, Choi Yun finally caved, mesmerized by his dangerous confidence. As they crossed the bridge, Suho spotted a specific logo on the dash. Choi Yun was already a Union puppet. Union protection meant fewer headaches. He stared out at the passing ruins while she asked if he felt the nerves yet. Crossing into North Korean territory was surreal. Ever since the gates opened, the North had spiraled into a lawless wasteland. China's attempt at a land grab failed against border monsters, leaving a chaotic playground for elite South Korean hunters. Choi Yun broke the silence, noting that Suho was far more blunt and straightforward than the rumors suggested. The news made you look like a different man, she teased. Suho just shrugged. He was simply playing the long game. They arrived to find a wall of guns. Choi Yun stepped out, introducing Suho as the lunatic, ready to enter. With the fee secured, they approached the forest. A scarred thug sneered, expecting a weakling but finding someone much more dangerous. Suho's presence felt heavy, unsettling the man. Watch your tone, Choi Yun snapped. Where's the man in charge? A bald figure emerged from the shadows. He grinned, welcoming Suho with a fake politeness that reeked of blood. Suho's eyes narrowed. This was Bang Doek the woodsman, a monster who dealt in human lives, not just gates. He treated humans like logs to be sold. In Suho's previous life, this trash ended up rotting behind bars. He was supposed to be serving life. Suho searched his memories. The woodsman shouldn't be running a Union gate. Standing by a sterile transport, Choi Yun pressed for entry. She wanted the deal done and over with immediately. Bang Doek paused. He argued that a monster who solo cleared 2 gates didn't fit their typical client profile. He wiped his glasses, revealing a sinister smirk. We only sell to the weak, those destined to fail inside. Suho didn't fit the victim mold. He realized the woodsman's logic was a trap designed to harvest the helpless. Choi Yun bristled, demanding to know if he was shaking them down for more cash right now. She warned him against the disrespect. Bang Doek's smile widened, waving it off as a harmless dark joke. Even a bottom feeder like the woodsman knew better than to cross a high-ranking Union broker for too long. Muttering about a lack of humor, Bang Doek led the way. Choi Yun beckoned Suho toward the shimmering abyss. She promised protection, but the surrounding thugs watched Suho like vultures, waiting for a fresh corpse to drop. Winning inside meant a fight outside. Suho sensed the ambush already brewing for his inevitable return journey. This was why brokers charged a premium. The shutter groaned open, revealing the swirling neon vortex of the portal. Going in solo, you think you're God? Bang Doek sneered, his eyes filled with mocking, murderous curiosity. Suho didn't blink. He stepped into the sapphire light, leaving the trash behind to enter the twisted forest. System alerts flooded his vision. Entry confirmed. Constraint level, 99 max. This was no playground for amateurs. 8 hunters max, but Suho was a one-man army. He looked up at the gnarled, suffocating canopy of the woods. This wasn't in the plan. Even with his past memories, this specific nightmare was uncharted territory for him. He knew the legends, though. Summoning his shadow spear, Suho prepared to hunt before he became the prey. He reached out with his senses. Purple mana pulses rippled through the air, mapping every hidden threat nearby. A colossal jaundiced eye snapped open in the bark. The forest wasn't just a setting, the trees were monsters. Level 93. Twisted Ants. Suho didn't hesitate, launching his spear directly into the creature's wooden skull. An axe would have been perfect for this lumberjack job, but he'd have to make do with raw power. The monster shrieked in agony. Suho unsheathed his crimson blade, recalling the sheer brutality of his last boss fight. These fodder creatures were a total headache compared to his past trials. To crush them easily, Suho definitely needed to grind more XP. He didn't hesitate, cleaving the beast's strike in half with a flash of steel. The system chimed. Decapitation skill activated. Gripping his hilt tightly, the power gap was undeniable. A massive 30-level chasm separated him from this monstrous insect. It made sense why he couldn't one-shot it yet. Fine, then he'd settle this using pure, raw swordsmanship. His blade carved arcs of crimson through the air as another roar echoed. Moments later, he stood amidst the monster's butchered remains. His hand pulsed from the strain. Taking down just one ant was a struggle, but his power was steadily climbing. He pushed deeper into the woods. This infested hellscape was actually the perfect hunting ground to level up fast. A jagged, tooth-filled maw snapped at his heels from below. Suho didn't flinch, launching himself high into the sky. He soared above the carnage, promising to turn the beast into kindling. Shattered timber piled up beneath his feet. Perched atop a mountain of dead ants, he finally exhaled. Success. He pulled up his glowing status window to check the gains. The progress was agonizingly slow, but he'd finally hit the jackpot. His eyes widened at the notification on the screen. The system flashed its congratulations. His healing light had officially hit max level. That puny, rank F skill. It was now a mana-efficient beast. Its potency had skyrocketed while the cooldown times were virtually non-existent. As he tracked his path from level 50 to 100, he remembered the struggle. Back at level 40, he was a one-skill pony. Level 50 brought rank A mastery, and level 60 pushed it further. But level 100, that was the real game changer. That's when he'd unlock a total class awakening. Suho hopped down, walking coolly with hands in pockets toward the horizon. The big bad had to be close. Deep within a nearby stagnant pond, a mysterious horned shadow sat in eerie silence. Its eyes snapped open, glowing with pure malice. The system identified the threat, Malion, Tyrant of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 boss. Suho stood his ground, coming face to face with his very first one-star nightmare. Usually, anything under level 99 was just fodder. But once they hit triple digits, the star ratings began. 1 star for every 100 levels of terror. Malion growled about uninvited guests, but Suho wasn't having any of it. Invited you monsters tore open the portals first, Suho spat. A bit rich calling me the intruder, don't you think? Honestly, the irony was hilarious. He summoned his shadow spear, telling Malion he clearly didn't understand how this worked. Divine power surged as Suho charged, launching the spear like lightning. Malion caught it with a single effortless hand. Detecting the holy resonance, the boss sneered, asking if Suho served the heavens. Suho just condensed a sphere of swirling blood. He gave a casual nod, confirming the hunch. The blood orb screamed forward, colliding violently with the trapped spear. The impact drove the steel straight through Malion's chest. Suho sighed, disappointed. Is this really all a one-star can do? A twisted, predatory grin spread across Malion's face. He ripped the spearhead out, declaring Suho's death sentence was signed. The entire forest shook with the boss's rage. A suffocating wave of killing intent crashed against Suho like a physical wall. Then the dragon blood in his veins boiled. Dragon armor activated instantly, shrugging off the pressure like it was nothing. Sure, Malion's aura was strong, but in the food chain this was a mere deer facing a god-tier dragon. Malion barked, demanding to know what forbidden magic shielded him. Suho smirked. This wasn't magic at all. Call it the fruit of my hard work, Suho replied, recalling his spear. Malion scoffed, asking if he was out of tricks. I'm just getting started, Suho countered. He slammed the spear down, and pitch-black chains erupted, binding the boss tight. Shadow binding and shadow bleeding activated in tandem. But with a roar of pure strength, Malion shattered the restraints. You think these petty parlor tricks can hold me? Malion mocked. He raised his arms, making the pond water boil with dark energy. Corrupted mana geysered into the air. Sinister shapes rose from the depths as the boss wore a confident, lethal smirk. Behold the gap between our souls, Malion bellowed. Suho just watched, unfazed. Don't disappoint me, then, he challenged. A devastating blow swung his way, but Suho danced around it, counterattacking with blades dripping in empowered blood. His steel glowed a lethal crimson. Decapitation activated. This guy was definitely a step up from those trash ants. Way tougher, Suho realized. He flipped back narrowly, avoiding a massive root while slicing through another in midair. Malion sneered, mocking his clumsy swordplay. Surprisingly, Suho just grinned and agreed with the monster's assessment. I just need a little more time, he whispered. Malian squinted, unable to read the human's plan as the slashes continued. Faint crimson marks began scarring the roots. Malian noticed the divine power had vanished. Why was he using such weak attacks? Nothing Suho did made any sense. Growing impatient, Malayan spread his arms wide, sending a forest of roots surging toward his prey. He vowed to shred Suho into bloody ribbons, but as the strike landed, the massive roots simply parted like silk. Perched on a jagged crag, Suho's cold composure left Malayan utterly speechless. The monster stammered, desperate for an excuse. Malayan thought his weak spots were targeted, but as his limbs were sliced like butter, Suho smirked. The technique was flawless. He unleashed a lethal execution move for the system to judge, and finally it verified his absolute mastery. A massive surge of raw power flooded his veins. Gripping his crimson-black blade, he watched the system alerts flash. His blade work transcended human limits, evolving. Decapitation to S rank. Then another notification blinked into existence. The nameless sword's dormant will resonated with his growth. Grinning Suho scanned the newest system logs. The blade's soul awakened, bestowing its blessing upon him. As it locked onto a new target, the system cheered. He was now the true successor of void swordsmanship. Enraged, Malian unleashed a forest of roots, screaming Suho was finished. Suho glanced up and bifurcated the massive trunk with zero effort. The system identified this god-tier move as void/first form. Malayan lost it, shrieking. What kind of forbidden sorcery is this? This isn't magic, Suho countered. Leveling his blood-stained blade at the monster, he added, the real party just started. The system declared Suho's comprehension of the blade had officially surpassed every living being in the database. His unique style was being archived. Suho recalled inventing this art once, foolishly believing he'd already peaked. But then he met monsters like the nameless swordsman beings whose skills defied the very laws of humanity. The first high-tier skill he mastered was Steel Void Slash, and he'd achieved it way faster in this timeline. Malayan vowed to crush this dark magic, but Suho just scoffed. Learned nothing, huh? Then the system triggered Steel Slash. Suho struck. Malayan raised his arms in pure disbelief, unable to process the speed. Are you blind, old man? Suho mocked. You're too old for this. Refusing to retreat, Malayan summoned a wall of colossal beasts to back him up. They were twisted forest golems levels 96 to 98. To Suho, however, they were just pathetic piles of rubble. Malayan sneered, barking orders to kill. Suho blurred forward, obliterating the first golem with a single devastating swing. Steel Slash flared again. Golems crumbled into dust, leaving behind glowing blue stones. Suho stood tall amidst the wreckage. Cutting steel is like slicing water for me now, Suho remarked. Your rock puppets never stood a chance. Malayan snarled, lashing out with more vines. Suho shredded them instantly, noticing the boss was finally running on empty. He vaulted across the terrain, declaring the end was near. Soaring through the air, he delivered a brutal flying kick. The impact sent the boss crashing into the rapids. As water choked the monster, Suho summoned a sinister spear of shadows. He bound the beast in dark chains. Malayan thrashed wildly, screaming for Suho to shut his arrogant mouth. How dare you mock a god like me? But the chains held fast. Suho swung, decapitating the monster in one clean stroke. Fatal blow landed. The system announced the king of the Twisted Forest was dead. The S-rank gate was officially cleared. Crowned the MVP, Suho raked in bonus experience, skill points, and a massive stat boost across the board. A glowing blue sphere rose from the corpse. Found it, Suho whispered. The system identified the cursed priest orb. This god-forsaken artifact was designed to dominate and corrupt unstable minds. It was pure, unadulterated evil. This orb was the source of Malayan's priesthood and his grip on the forest. Suho inspected the prize closely. The void technique was great, but this orb, this was his real target all along. Mission accomplished, time to bounce. Outside, the portal jaws hit the floor. The gate was clear. Choyun stood frozen, unable to believe he actually did it. Bang Duak was fuming, his blood boiling as he stared. This S-rank nightmare usually required an elite 8-man squad. It was deemed impossible to solo, yet it was his personal goldmine. Or at least it used to be. He'd bled for these rights, and now some brat had snatched it all away. He exploded, screaming his lungs out at Choyun. Do you have any idea what I spent? 100 million won won't even cover the interest, he bellowed. His thugs smirked as the order came down, skinned Suho alive. Choyun stepped forward, her voice ice cold. Do you idiots even realize who you're messing with? Bang Duak just spat back a string of filthy curses. What has the association ever done for me? Before he could finish, a shadow spear punched straight through his chest. Terrified, he stared at the hole in his ribs before collapsing. As his gang panicked, Suho calmly stepped out of the gate. He loomed over the trembling thugs huddled around their dying boss. His eyes narrowed, radiating pure, unmitigated danger. Can we go now? He asked Choyun. The remaining goons glared, barking at him to get lost. Suho asked. Since they planned to refund him, Suho let his sword's sharp tip graze the man's shoulder. Pressing the crimson-edged blade against his neck, Suho growled that the portal owners had violated the terms. Now it was time to pay. He demanded his money back, and the guy folded instantly. A door slammed shut. Behind the wheel, Choi Yoon offered her thanks. Suho smirked, saying gratitude was the bare minimum. He noted that thanks doesn't pay the bills, hinting at a real reward. She sighed at his sharp tongue. Being a swordsman requires a sharp edge, he quipped. Sliding his phone over, he requested her digits to keep the connection alive. Choi Yoon promised to reach out first. Suho welcomed the idea, especially for another prime gate. With a final wave, he vanished. Watching him, Choi Yoon whispered that he was surprisingly soft-hearted after all. Cut to Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. Boots thudded against concrete as the squad wondered about their destination. Suho gripped the trunk lid, promising a full briefing upon arrival. With a heavy thud, he slammed it shut. "Don't keep the boss waiting," he urged. He led them toward the quarry, igniting a wave of anticipation. The team buzzed with hype. They assembled before the portal's containment field as a sleek car screeched to a halt. Bae Dong-yuk greeted them with gratitude. Suho kept it cool, glad for the smooth trip. Massive iron walls loomed ahead. Suho eyed the mine entrance, while Dong-yuk detailed the high-tech safety zone, designed to seal the gate's erratic energy. Behind him, a sea of yellow-helmeted workers stood ready. The mining crew was prepped to Suho's exact specs. Suho nodded, ready to dive into the mission briefing. It was go time. In the war room, Suho tapped his tablet, revealing the horrors lurking within the mine. Landkeeper kobolds infested the tunnels. Exterminate them, and a fortune in mana stones was theirs for the taking. A massive haul of mana stones awaited. The plan simple: slay every beast in sight. Loot the stones, crush the boss, and conquer the Landkeeper's gate. The guild secretary blinked in disbelief. Could it truly be that easy? Doubts flickered through the room as questions began to surface. Why skip the boss until Suho's answer was chilling? He would handle the boss entirely solo. No need to worry about what's already dead. He raised a finger, reminding them of the original deal. Every cent from this raid belonged to the Nexus Guild. He sealed the pact with a firm handshake. "I'm putting my faith in you," Dong-yuk said. Suho vowed not to let him down. With a sharp grin, he told the miners to hold position until he gave the signal to move. The miners signaled his compliance. Suho turned to his team, his eyes scanning for any signs of hesitation. First portal dive, he checked their nerves. In their minds, a demonic image of Suho loomed large, a haunting memory of his brutal training. Tears welled in Yunhwa's eyes as she confessed their shared trauma. They were still haunted by his hellish training sessions. "Stop exaggerating," Suho joked, facing his elite unit. "This is a marathon, not a sprint. Conserve your energy. Daehan, you're on G1 6. Hold the line, everyone. Our #1 job, keep those miners breathing at all costs. This isn't Kunlun, death here is final. No resurrections. One mistake and it's game over." The Crimson Gate throbbed with malice. "Move out," Suho commanded, and the squad surged forward with fire. System entry confirmed. They plunged into the abyss as the UI flickered with the mine's lethal stats. Level cap 88. Entry limit 56. Suddenly a spear pierced a kobold's skull. Suho charged the next beast. Wielding a crimson-slicked shaft, he executed the monster. Cobalt blood sprayed from its maw. The blood jade hungrily drank the spill. Suho noted the thin herd, plenty of time to harvest. Perfect for blood collection. A miner gaped, stunned by how Suho deleted the entire pack instantly. One shot, one kill. A Banshee member nodded in awe. When the miner questioned Suho's power, Kawan confessed they'd never seen him go all out. Their leader usually just did the talking. "Eyes on the prize," Yunhwa barked. The squad dove into the fray, focused on wiping out the kobolds. "Shield the miners." Ji-won ignited a glowing magic circle for cover, while Daehan lopped off a monster's head. "Hold formation, no reckless moves," Yunhwa commanded. Suho glanced back, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Seeing his orders followed to the letter, Yunhwa signaled the miners to finally begin their grueling work. As hunters secured the perimeter, miners struck the earth. Radiant crystals shimmered like stars deep underground. One worker reported they were nearly finished, requesting the precious stones be hauled back to the surface immediately. He reminded the crew to scan for hidden treasures and clear away any rotting monster corpses blocking their path. Suddenly, a miner froze his eyes, locked on the shadows. His partner asked what was wrong, but he stayed silent. The young man gaped at the carnage. Blue blood sprayed everywhere as Suho unleashed another lethal, lightning-fast strike. He impaled a goblin and activated his crimson blade. His eyes surged white with overwhelming raw power. With a mountain of corpses at his feet, he rested the blood-soaked steel on his shoulder, a true conqueror. The squad stood paralyzed in awe. The workers erupted into cheers, their faces lighting up with pure, unbridled hope. They shouted that fighting alongside Sung Suho was legendary. Suddenly, Suho sensed a threat and barked a regroup order. Yonhwa reacted instantly, pointing out a hidden, jagged tunnel branching deep into the dark mine. The team saw it clearly. Suho explained the Nexus Guild abandoned this gate because the kobold swarms were endless. Someone suggested splitting the group. But as Suho summoned his crimson blade, the atmosphere grew heavy and cold. Suho announced he was going solo. The team gasped, but he merely raised his deadly weapon. He sensed a boss inside. With a thunderous strike, his cutting steel skill shattered the solid rock walls. Dihan couldn't believe Suho sliced through stone like butter. Even Yeonhwa questioned how such insane power was possible. Standing before the tight crawlspace, Suho explained he purposely restricted the entrance to bottleneck the incoming monsters. He ordered them to hold the right flank while he vanished into the left. No monster was to pass them. When asked if they should slaughter any goblin that emerged, Suho gave a cold, unwavering nod of confirmation. He almost sealed the entrance entirely, but realized they'd miss out on that sweet, precious experience by doing so. Turning his back on the group, he warned them not to follow him regardless of what they heard. If he did not resurface within 12 hours, they were to evacuate the entire mine and never look back. Yeonhwa nodded solemnly. Internally, Suho knew he'd need every single minute of those 12 hours for his plan. With one last glance, he promised they'd meet soon. Dihan muttered, wondering if Suho had finally lost his mind. Hyunmin worried that despite Suho's status as leader, this solo mission was a suicide run. He couldn't survive. Jiwon snapped back, reminding them that Suho had already conquered 2 sealed gates and countless portals all alone. Yeonhwa smirked, noting they all remembered his feats. Now, they just had to trust their incredible leader. One fighter agreed, determined to show Suho how much they had leveled up by the time he returned. The group tightened their grip with burning resolve, ready to unleash the results of their brutal training sessions. Shards of rock lay scattered across the dark floor before him. Nothing was holding him back now. Facing a literal ocean of kobolds, Suho declared the real hunt was beginning. A faint smirk played on his lips. The sheer volume of monsters waiting in the dark was truly insane. Yet to a hunter like him, their numbers were just a meaningless statistic. The kobolds snarled viciously. The system flagged them as level 72 to 74. Without hesitation, Suho lunged into the fray like lightning. He delivered a barrage of strikes. Suddenly, a smaller beast dropped from the ceiling, but Suho's instincts were faster. He parried the blow with an amused grin, impressed they actually used tactics even if it was just annoying. The system pinged, confirming another batch of landkeeper kobolds had been wiped. Outside, Dihan finished off the last enemy and turned to his comrades with a satisfied, confident smile. A Banshee squad member nodded, noting that as long as they stayed sharp, the mission would be cake. A miner suggested they finally take 5 and cook up a well-deserved hot meal for everyone. Exhausted workers collapsed near the glowing crystals, relieved that the lunch break had finally arrived at last. One man was shocked that half the grueling workday had already vanished into thin air. A miner approached the hunters, praising their hard work and asking if the young warriors were feeling drained. Yeonhwa listened from behind, as the worker commended Jiwon for single-handedly holding back the savage kobold horde. Jiwon humbly explained this was only possible because Suho had cleverly engineered that narrow bottleneck tunnel. A massive monster swarm would wipe them out in less than an hour. Yeonhwa watched grimly as kobold corpses littered the cavern floor. She felt certain Suho had been here before. Remembering their first meeting, she hoped he was still holding it together. That initial encounter was a disaster. She'd pegged him as a total lunatic. But as time passed, things changed. She realized she'd actually started worrying about him. With a faint smile, she accepted she was powerless to help him right now. Deep down, she wondered which of them was actually in more trouble. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black depths of the mine, Suho sat perched on a boulder, his blood sword dripping crimson. Munching on a candy bar, he grumbled about the kobolds, refusing to engage. He was casually snacking right in their faces. Standing up with a tired sigh, he noticed the monsters glaring with pure hatred, yet they didn't budge. He wondered if they were finally terrified of him, then shrugged it off as irrelevant. They weren't even a challenge anymore. Standing on a high ledge, he had only one goal in mind. He needed to find the gate boss. It was too dark to see, so he pulled out a flare gun to light the way. The system confirmed the light would last quite a while. Suho pulled the trigger, and the cave exploded into a brilliant glow. Under the flare's light, a bizarre creature with an elephant-like head emerged. The system identified it, the Bulgasari, level 99. Suho remembered its reputation. These things were nearly unkillable, because they literally ate iron ore for breakfast. That diet made their hides harder than any ordinary monster. Approaching warily, he recalled they were part of the 3 most dangerous species. Summoning his shadow spear, Suho declared it was showtime. He hurled the weapon straight at the Bulgasari's head, but the beast just shivered as if it were being tickled. Suho's smirk turned sharp when his spear simply bounced off. It was like striking solid granite. The Bulgasari finally stirred its razor-sharp claws, digging into the earth as it rose. It let out a deafening roar that shook the walls. Terrified, kobolds covered their ears while distant miners panicked in fear. One man screamed that it felt like an earthquake. Others lamented that they never expected to die in a hole like this. Rocks rained from the ceiling, and Yeonhwa realized the epicenter was exactly where Suho had gone. Sweat poured down her face as she tried to process the chaos. Meanwhile, Suho stared up at the massive Bulgasari. He chuckled, noting the beast clearly wasn't a morning person. The system flashed a warning the boss was using a skill. It was the intimidation skill of a high-tier monster. Huge fangs gnashed as it roared again, but Suho didn't flinch. The system reported that his dragon blood had kicked in, granting him total immunity to the fear effect. The Bulgasari's eyes burned with murderous intent. Suho summoned his blood sword and dared the beast to come at him. The monster fired a steel projectile from its trunk directly at Suho. He remembered that the Bulgasari could convert iron ore. It turned ore into high-velocity ammunition stored inside its body. It was a primitive attack, but the destructive force was insane. Suho gripped his sword with both hands, knowing steel was one of the hardest materials to overcome. Very few things could stand against it. With one clean stroke, he sliced the projectile in half. Steel cutting was active. Suho smiled, announcing it was time to break this beast. He was relieved he'd already harvested plenty of blood for fuel. The Bulgasari roared in fury and charged. A burst of white energy exploded as its heavy footsteps moved the earth. It lunged with its mouth wide open at a terrifying speed. Suho admitted that such agility on a tank was just unfair. The monster slammed into the cavern wall with full force. Suho barely leaped aside, feeling the shockwave rattle his bones. He couldn't waste a single second, or the whole cave might bury them alive. Diving off a boulder, he summoned his blood sword. Gripping the hilt, he channeled every drop of collected blood to unleash his most devastating strike. With one decisive slash, his steel cutting skill severed one of the Bulgasari's trunks. The beast shrieked in absolute agony. The severed limb thudded onto the ground. Dropping to one knee, Suho carefully analyzed the creature and his new skill. The effectiveness of his strike didn't depend on how deep he cut. No matter how thick the enemy's armor was, his blade would always inflict maximum damage. Staring at the fallen trunk, he knew he could conquer this titan. Suho considered the classic strategy, fire. In his past life, this monster was only ever defeated by overwhelming flames. But that required an insane amount of firepower to pull off. Since he wasn't a mage, that wasn't an option. Standing tall with his blood sword, he realized the blade was his only choice. Before him, the Bulgasari scraped its claws against the dirt. It let out a low, menacing growl. Its gaze shifted, and Suho felt a massive wave of energy radiating from the beast. The system warned that the Bulgasari was shrinking its body to trigger high-speed regeneration. The mangled stump throbbed with a sickly light. Suho watched closely, knowing the beast's legendary regeneration was kicking in. It compressed its massive frame, fusing absorbed minerals to knit its flesh back together. This was exactly why the Titan was feared as an immortal nightmare. Suddenly, a tiny, almost ridiculous-looking limb began budding from the raw wound. Suho smirked, mocking the monster's desperate attempt to recover. Did it really think he'd just stand there? Violent golden surges of energy suddenly erupted around the Bulgasari, and the system screamed, Ultra Enhancement active. A jagged mineral exoskeleton solidified, encasing the beast in lethal armor, giving it a terrifying new form. As they squared off, Suho realized the monster was finally going all in. Every ounce of its primal fury was being channeled into this final strike. It knew this was do or die. With a cold, confident grin, Suho welcomed the challenge. The Titan lunged, triggering ultra rotation. Suho gripped his blood-stained hilt, bracing for the coming impact. He'd always wondered just how much raw power the legendary Bulgasari truly possessed. Now was the time to see if his blade could shatter such absolute formidable defense. They collided. His steel screamed against the monster's spinning hide in a violent explosion of sparks. The beast's eyes flared, but Suho stayed icy. With one fluid motion, he sliced through the defense, sending limbs flying. The Bulgasari let out a pathetic whimper, collapsing as it stared up in sheer, confused disbelief. Was it over already? Suho raised his sword high, the air crackling with killing intent. System Steel Slash activated. He swung with devastating force, cleaving the massive beast perfectly down the middle. A soul-shaking roar filled the room. As the beast's eye faded, Suho pulled out a green orb, declaring that the Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside, the heroes and miners waited near the rubble. The ground finally stopped trembling. One miner whispered that the chaotic shaking had finally died down. Yeonhwa looked up as Jiwon noted the kobolds had vanished. It seemed they'd already harvested enough Mona stones anyway. The girl sighed, lowering her head. Guan muttered that waiting was their only option. Suddenly, Yeonhwa's face lit up. A system notification had appeared. The dungeon was cleared. The miners cheered as the message hit their screens. The system crowned Suho the most valuable player. Yeonhwa and Jiwon breathed a sigh of relief. Jiwon chuckled, never doubted the boss for a second. Back inside, the system rewarded Suho with 5 skill points for his legendary achievement. Grinning, he watched the green sphere glow. More points poured in, along with a massive level-up notification. His stats skyrocketed. Clutching the brilliant orb, he shouted, "I actually pulled it off." He knew that final strike would have vaporized any other monster, but he didn't come here to kill. The sphere hummed with life as Suho explained his true goal. He wanted a new pet. Using the control sphere from Malayan, his aim was to tame the beast, not end it. He tossed the orb. It shattered, revealing a tiny, adorable elephant-like creature blinking at the world. System check, Bulgasari level 99. It was packed with elite skills that left Suho stunned. With Phantom Beast and Species Domination, this thing was a certified S-rank monster. It was a literal cheat code. Suho knelt before the mini-elephant and cast a healing spell. His hand glowed over the creature, whose eyes were tightly shut. "Hey there," he whispered. The little guy chirped and looked at him attentively. "Listen up," Suho said. Standing among the massive crystals, he laid out the plan. He loved the enthusiasm, but since they couldn't return, they had to strip this place of every single ore. The tiny Bulgasari flapped its ears happily. "Ready?" Suho asked, and the creature chirped in agreement. Meanwhile, his squad was losing their minds with anxiety, wondering what was taking their leader so long. Cut to Suho's insane subspace mansion, an elite hideout only the world's top players could dream of. In the silence, he reflected on his past. He'd lived through the end of the world twice now. In his previous life, only one player had ever tamed a Bulgasari Gaia, Master of Earth. That hunter became a legend solely because of this monster's overwhelming world-shaking power. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used that strength to dominate the rankings. This legendary beast devoured any metal in sight, forging it into raw, unstoppable power. It hoarded massive mineral deposits within, evolving into a literal walking fortress of compressed mana. Inside the subspace, Bulgasari, now dubbed Bulbul, looked surprisingly adorable compared to its colossal true form. Resembling a bouncy chrome-skinned hippo, the creature hopped around before unhinging its massive jaws. It vacuumed up a mountain of glowing magic stones instantly, then flopped onto its back. A rhythmic, pulsing light surged through its body. Suho grinned. This little guy was the ultimate miner. He smirked. The Nexus crew outside had likely already harvested their agreed-upon share. Per the contract, everything left in this subspace belonged exclusively to him, and he'd ensured that. Near the sealed tunnel entrance, Daewon, Yeonhwa, and Jiwon's team waited with bated breath. Daehan's anxiety spiked as the minutes crawled by. Among the miners, uneasy whispers began to circulate. They suspected Suho triumphed but might be bleeding out. A few even debated a rescue mission, but Jiwon stood his ground, demanding they respect Suho's commands. Yeonhwa nodded in silent agreement. Though fear gnawed at her, she reminded the squad that a team without faith in its leader fails. Disobeying would mean certain disaster. Suho had been crystal clear about staying out for 12 hours. Trust held them steady. Suddenly, the rock wall shattered in a violent burst of violet energy. Suho stepped through the swirling dust, looking as relaxed as if he'd just finished a light workout. Instead of a death match, it looked like a stroll. His team swarmed him, demanding answers for the delay. Jiwon, being his extra self, practically tackled him. Suho just smirked and teased their over-the-top worry. He joked they should have checked on him, but they quickly reminded him of his own strict orders. Suho's teasing faded as he squeezed Jiwon's shoulder, acknowledging the boy's unwavering loyalty to the plan. Yeonhwa breathed a sigh of relief, though she still hated being coddled like some helpless rookie. Suho simply noted they'd walked vastly different paths, and that fact was impossible to ignore. Their grim destinies had finally shifted. He felt a surge of pride for rewriting their future paths. After thanking the crew, Suho announced it was finally time to ditch this cave for good. The squad erupted in cheers, craving sunlight. Meanwhile, guild leader Bae Dong-yuk was losing his mind. The silence was suffocating. He gripped his desk tightly, knowing a disaster for Suho, total liability rested on his shoulders. Just then, an aide slammed the door open with massive news. Suho and the entire squad were back. Dong-yuk sprinted out, nearly weeping with absolute relief. Suho confirmed the dungeon was clear, requesting that the official paperwork be filed sometime later. Back at HQ, they tallied the loot. Dong-yuk's jaw hit the floor as he scanned the data. Despite the lightning-fast contract, profits were insane, roughly 7.2 billion won in raw materials. Refined, it could top 10 billion. Suho secretly thought about the elite stones he'd already pocketed. He'd claimed the best loot beforehand and nearly laughed. His personal haul was a literal goldmine. To stay fair, Dong-yuk offered the squad a 10% bonus. Suho played off the shock perfectly. Inwardly, he knew it was overkill since he'd already scored big, and asking for more felt toxic. After some smooth back and forth, they shook on a deal that left everyone feeling like a winner. With the deal inked, Suho dropped a bombshell. He wanted to form a covert raid division. Since he was headed for the Hunter Association as a government asset, he couldn't lead them publicly. He asked Dong-yuk to fund them in the shadows, keeping them as the guild's secret weapon. Dong-yuk jumped at the chance. Suho reflected that his regression was the ultimate cheat code for this. He'd sidestepped past betrayals and handpicked a team that actually had his back this time around. He didn't want snakes. He wanted brothers in arms who would bleed beside him until the end. Later, Suho entered the locker room, finding his squad still riding the high from their successful raid. Jiwon practically pounced on him with his usual hype. Suho signaled them to lean in for the news. From today, we begin our own legend and etch our names into history. It was official. Nexus was finally a reality. The squad stood there in shock, realizing the Banshee members had truly torched their past lives for this, all for the chance to follow his lead. Now they were looking at fat paychecks, real careers, and that sweet official B-rank status. Even A-rank promotions felt within reach now. Dihan and the crew were absolutely hyped, celebrating like they'd just hit the ultimate jackpot. Suddenly, Suho's phone buzzed. It was Chief Pai, and he was dropping more heat. Suho's ticket into the Hunter Association was finally punched. The green light was lit. He was about to go official, get the medals, and sign his soul to a government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was getting way too overpowered, but Suho just smirked. He wasn't even close to peaking yet. Breaking expectations was just part of the plan. Fast forward to the next day inside the high-tech Nexus Lounge. The entire Banshee squad was grinding deep inside the digital dimension powered by Jiwon's insane digitization skill. From the outside, the sterile white void looked futuristic, but once you stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted completely. The world was crawling with pixelated nightmares, their glowing red eyes cutting through the static as they emerged. They clawed their way out of corrupted data streams, screaming in distorted tones as they swarmed. But the squad didn't flinch. Dahan was barking orders, holding their defense together against the digital onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Younghwa's eyes drifted toward Jiwon. He was gasping for air, practically using his staff as a crutch to stay upright. She asked if he was reaching his limit. Jiwon claimed he was solid, but he was clearly redlining. He refused to show even a flicker of weakness to the team. He had to prove he was truly Banshee material. Just then, a veteran teammate slammed a heavy, playful hand onto his back. The blow nearly sent him face first, with the senior teasing that their rookie was extra thirsty today. Another teammate reached out to steady him. A firm hand landed on his shoulder, silencing the banter. Younghwa stepped in, helping Jiwon find his feet again. She warned him to keep his head high if they planned on hitting level 100, to stay in the race, and keep up with their leader's god-tier reputation. They had a mountain to climb. The crew nodded. Jiwon needed to earn his stripes. The only way forward was through the fire. Their morale exploded as the entire squad roared in unison. No matter how brutal the grind, they were going all in. Watching from the sidelines, Suho took it all in. He stood amidst the dissolving remains of the monsters he'd already erased. Their sudden burst of energy actually made him smirk. Honestly, the team was getting a bit too wild. He'd asked Jiwon to crank the difficulty to hard mode, but even Suho hadn't expected them to go this hard. He joked to himself that if this data virus ever leaked online, the entire World Wide Web would be cooked in minutes. Suho strolled over to Jiwon, checking if he was still breathing. Jiwon tried to play it cool, acting like he was just taking a tactical breather before diving back into the fray. Suho just shut it down, telling him the session was over and to log out now. Jiwon completely froze. He couldn't wrap his head around Suho soloing the entire stage so fast. The rest of the squad looked drained and salty. It felt like their leader was playing on a completely different level. They barked that they were just warming up, but Suho just grinned. He realized they were redlining their engines just to keep pace with him. Leaving the simulation, he headed back to reality. Suho was chilling solo at Angel and Earth Coffee, a quiet spot on Seoul's outskirts. He scrolled through his phone, plotting his next move. Now that he was officially in the special recruitment program, his free time was about to evaporate. Speed was key. His top priority was hunting down a specific person. Right on cue, a white car slid to a halt outside. Choi Yoon stepped out with major main character energy and strolled inside. She immediately ordered a strawberry frappe without missing a beat. Suho reminded her that she wasn't exactly the one calling the shots, since she was only there to pay off a debt. Time to settle the score. But before she could even protest, the waiter slid the drink right in front of her. Suho had beat her to it. She blinked, stunned that he knew her go-to order before she even opened her mouth. Even the timing was flawless. Suho played it off as gut feeling, but in reality, his memories from the past life held every detail. He knew everything, even her favorite snacks. Pivoting quickly, he asked if she'd finally tracked down his target. She tossed a folder onto the table, still baffled why he was wasting time on some random junkie. Suho shut that down fast. The man wasn't a loser, he was a master craftsman. In Suho's mental database, that junkie was destined to become Nam Hee-won, the greatest blacksmith to ever walk the earth. Finding a ghost like Hee-won was nearly impossible, but Choi Yoon pulled it off. She was scary good at her job. Suho then revealed the next phase, hitting a Union safe house hidden right in the heart of Cheongdam. She turned pale. Those hideouts were legendary, and the Cheongdam spot was strictly for the Union's elite inner circle. Even top-tier fixers avoided this place. Her heart hammered against her ribs, realizing the weight of her secret knowledge. Suho casually played his debt card. She tried bargaining, but he just smirked and tightened the screws on her. If her entire existence was just a signature, perhaps he'd overpaid. Drenched in sweat and totally trapped, she babbled pathetic excuses before finally caving. She walked off to call, while Suho stood there, completely unfazed. He knew the Union would follow the cold math. They'd sign off on his insane request eventually. She returned looking absolutely crushed, whispering if Cheongdam was mandatory. Suho's dark look spoke volumes. Instantly regretting the question, she realized he chose it for pure convenience. Fine, it was his to use. But there was a catch. Meet her terms, and the elite Cheongdam hideout was his for half price. Even discounted, the cost was staggering. She grabbed her phone, ready to seal the union's deal. Suho stopped her cold. He wanted the fine print first. To her, he seemed unnecessarily paranoid, especially for someone asking favors. But Suho just shrugged. He had to be careful now. After all, he was entering the Hunter Association. Finally, Cho Yoon dropped the bomb, clear a new gate. The Union discovered a portal they needed to keep secret, located in a high-traffic urban zone. At Namhansan, Suho probed for details. She described Sky Mountain, a nightmare realm crawling with massive wyverns. These blue speedsters shredded even elite squads. Only those below level 110 could enter. This wasn't supposed to be a solo run. Suho just had to support the main raid team. But Suho was already 10 steps ahead. When he mentioned the wyvern's color, Cho Yoon froze in shock. Standing up, Suho asked for the start time. She grinned with total confidence, telling him, "Right now." Suho told her to scrap the deal. He was soloing the gate. Fast forward 2 days later. Sunlight pierced the forest canopy, illuminating a swirling blue rift that pulsed like a living beast. Crates of high-end gear sat abandoned nearby. Suho didn't even glance at them as he walked past. He marched straight toward the rift. Behind him, Cho Yoon watched alongside a Union veteran, Kim Suwon. Suwon couldn't believe his eyes. The kid refused every supply and was going in totally alone. Cho Yoon just shrugged. Their boss believed that whether he succeeded or burned, watching Suho was worth it. She bet on a win. Suho always had a way of shattering every glass ceiling put before him. Suwon was hooked. If the kid pulled this off, he'd become an instant living legend. But failure would be a brutal public execution. Either way, this was the ultimate entertainment. Inside, the system initialized a jagged new realm, Celestial Mountain. It was a vertical stone wasteland. Piercing winds whipped through peaks high above the clouds. The system flashed a warning level 110 max. The limit was 31 hunters, yet Suho stood at the trailhead alone, ready to massacre the mountain. He recalled the association's grim files regarding this specific dungeon. Officially, it was mid-tier, but reality told a bloodier story. Dozens had failed, and many never returned. Wyverns ruled the skies here. Only mages and snipers were recommended. Melee fighters were told to stay home, since fighting mid-air was suicide for them. But Suho didn't play by the rules. He drew his blood, igniting his blood weapon skill. A crimson blade crystallized in his hand as he eyed the peak. He ignored the path entirely. With a massive leap, he launched upward, cutting through the gales with ease. Scaling the vertical cliffs like a phantom, he sprinted straight toward the summit. Suddenly, he hit a plateau swarming with sky wyverns, all level 100 plus. Their alpha was level 109. The monsters shrieked in confusion, baffled by the lone human invader standing before them. A wyvern dove for the kill, but Suho was a blur. He drew his blade instantly. A single quick draw flash bifurcated the beast. The remaining swarm froze, paralyzed by primal fear. They realized this human was a predator. They weren't interested in a fair fight, though. The wyverns lunged simultaneously from every angle. Suho realized they were using a highly sophisticated pack strategy. The front line was just bait. The real killer, the alpha, was silent and closing in from his blind spot. As the leader pounced, Suho spun and delivered a devastating counterslash. The sky exploded in fury. The sky wyvern triggered its fear skill, surging azure pressure across the peaks. However, Suho's dragon blood left him unfazed by the weak aura. This intimidation was honestly a joke. Only legendary dragons could rattle him. These wyverns were just low-budget imitations. Enraged, the leader unleashed a lethal. Meanwhile, lesser wyverns weaponized the mountain, hurl-spamming boulders to trap Suho in place. It was a flawlessly timed pincer move. The leader wound up while rubble rained down with lethal force. The alpha lunged for the kill, but Suho triggered leap, soaring effortlessly above the chaotic onslaught. Chaining air style 1, sever with cutting steel, he transformed into a falling blade of pure destruction. With one surgical strike, he split the leader from skull to tail, then calmly analyzed the loot. His new kit felt smoother now, though he knew he had not reached his true ceiling yet. As he climbed toward the gate's true boss, the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy and pitch black. A titan emerged, draped in midnight blue scales and crowned with a wickedly jagged set of horns. Its roar shattered, the silence trembling the entire peak. The Sky Wyvern King had finally entered the chat. Sensing its fallen pack, the king marked its territory. For Suho, the real game had just started. Reaching the summit, the sky bled dark as the massive beast landed, eclipsing the very sun. Level 113. The king unleashed a thunderous roar, surging with waves of abyssal energy. Suho's dragon blood neutralized the pressure instantly. To him, this king was just an overgrown lizard. While it looked like a dragon, Suho knew true drakes were infinitely more terrifying. The king began circling. Instead of rushing, Suho decided to use this high-level boss to grind his technical mastery. That is when he spotted them a clutch of glowing wyvern eggs. Messing with them was guaranteed aggro. He baited the beast by stepping closer. Predictably, the king lost it and dove with murderous intent. Shockwaves cracked the earth, yet Suho remained unfazed as the king's fear aura failed once again. He countered with cutting steel, but the boss's ironclad scales shrugged off the majority of the damage. A 40-level gap was no joke, but Suho only grinned. This was the ultimate training session. It was time to level up. In response, the king shrieked, summoning a literal army of wyverns. Suho expected reinforcements, but the sheer volume of monsters flooding the sky was actually insane. With boosted stats, he was faster and stronger. This chaotic battlefield was his new personal playground. Weaving through the swarm, he used a wyvern's back as a tactical jumping point to stay airborne. Ding Leap evolved to rank S, unlocking a second jump that defied the very laws of physics. Now twice as mobile, Suho kicked off the air itself to close the gap on the king. In a flash, his blood weapon morphed into a lethal red staff, perfect for mid-air combat. He extended the pole, smashing the king's neck and cratering the massive beast into the mountain. The monster scrambled up, fueling Suho's excitement. He hoped this fight would not end too quickly. Desperate, the king ordered its terrified minions to swarm him, hoping to buy some breathing room. But the lesser beasts froze, trembling in fear. They realized Suho was the real apex predator here. "I guess I am the king now," Suho quipped, sending the true ruler into a blind, screeching fury. The minions charged again, but Suho danced through the sky, treating their heads like simple stepping stones. Despite the chaos, he noticed his sword-drawing skill was not gaining experience fast enough for his liking. These mobs were too weak to push his limits. To speed things up, he blitzed toward the summit. There he faced the Sky Wyvern Queen, a purple-scaled titan even more formidable than her mate. Bound to her nest, she could not move, turning this final showdown into a test of pure power. The queen launched massive boulders to crush him, but her stationary nature was a fatal weakness. He diced the rocks effortlessly. Her ear-piercing shrieks called every remaining wyvern to her side for protection. Suho stayed icy. He knew she was just hiding behind her army, instead of facing him head-on. As the king swooped down for a desperate final strike, Suho decided to end this legendary hunt. Holding back his ultimate move, he focused entirely on evolving his sword drawing to its absolute limit. True masters only need one blade. Suho embraced that philosophy, sharpening his focus to a razor's edge. Executing the strike repeatedly, the system began to resonate with his flawless, god-tier precision. Notifications exploded in his face. Sword drawing had finally transcended, reaching a supreme legendary rank. Inside him, the Guardian Blade awakened, evolving into the S+ rank Cloud Cutter. Crimson lightning crackled through his hair and eyes. Suho swung Cloud Cutter, unleashing a devastating vortex of sanguine energy that ripped straight through the Wyvern King. The boss let out a final death rattle before collapsing. The pack shrieked in terror, but Suho wasn't finished. Cloud Cutter hummed again. With one lethal arc, he obliterated every last wyvern, including their queen. The system chimed, announcing his total victory. Suho stood atop the peak blade, resting casually on his shoulder. The gate had been conquered. Once the dust settled, Suho checked his status window. This dungeon had granted him a massive power spike. His experience bar was surging. With strength already pushing past 80, he was nearing the next level. A smirk touched his lips as he spotted the new skills Double Jump and Cloud Sash. These were exactly what he needed. His strategy was finally bearing fruit. He turned toward the queen's lair. Time to claim the spoils. Inside sat 12 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs, double what the association had predicted. That meant the extra half belonged to him. With the mission done, he eyed the fallen wyvern remains. High-rank monster parts were worth a fortune for crafting. The queen's body was a gold mine. It was a top-tier find. He summoned his shadow spear to handle the cleanup, planting it near the massive corpse. It began feasting immediately, consuming the flesh, bit by bit. The spear's violet aura flared with newfound hunger. The weapon pulsed with life, evolving as it absorbed the essence. Watching the transformation, Suho noted that even low-tier beasts provided prime fuel for the Ghost Blade's shadow consumption. Looking at the spear, one more heavy meal would trigger an evolution. With that goal, he guided the spear toward the king's remains for a second feast. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside the gate. Voices cried out that the mana readings were dead wrong. The crowd watched in stunned disbelief. It dawned on them that the guy inside wasn't a mere healer. He was a god-tier swordmaster. A dark-haired hunter wiped his brow, reeling. He knew that even an elite raid team would struggle here. Survival wasn't guaranteed, yet this man cleared it solo. And he wasn't even a combat class. He was officially a healer. Choyun just shrugged, reminding everyone she knew he'd dominate. He agreed, but her excitement was suspicious. She just claimed he was imagining things. They fell silent as Suho stepped through the portal. They immediately praised his incredible solo run. The girl cheered wildly, followed by the guy. Suho nodded and pulled the wyvern eggs from his inventory. He presented 10 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs, claiming that was the total haul. Su-won stared absolutely dumbfounded. Suho maintained a straight face, hiding the fact that he'd pocketed a few extras for himself. Regarding the boss corpses, he claimed they'd plummeted off the mountain peak during the final clash. Recovery was impossible, he lied, omitting that Ghost Blade had already devoured every trace. Not a bone remained. Lowering his voice, Su-won asked if he could inquire about something. Su-won hesitated, then blurted out how a registered healer could possess such insane swordsmanship. Did he really slay those beasts with just a blade and heels, even for a pro? Hunting aerial monsters with only a sword should be impossible. Su-won figured a hybrid like Suho would need arrows, spears, or high-tier scrolls. As a veteran hunter, he was desperate for the secret. Suho just smirked, saying one blade sufficed. Su-won looked completely starstruck. He stammered, asking if Suho truly soloed those aerial bosses with just one sword. Just that one blade, Suho nodded. Su-won's eyes practically sparkled with pure, unadulterated fanboy worship. Cho-yoon nudged him teasingly, asking if he was the same guy complaining 5 minutes ago. Pivoting, Suho asked if he'd met the requirements. Cho-yoon beamed, saying he'd far exceeded them. He cleared the gate solo and delivered 10 eggs. She promised him the elite penthouse unit. At Cheongdam residence, her boss's word was law. She asked when he wanted to move in. Suho wanted in today, plus intel on upcoming rare loot and stones. He flashed a charming smile. She agreed instantly. From liquidating loot to washing cash, she was his go-to for everything. Her service was top tier. Suho then slid a small diary forward, requesting one final favor. She gestured for him to proceed. Inside, a photo of a green-haired man waited. Suho's focus shifted to a patient named Nam Hee-won. He was at the Yangdong Post Danyak Center. Flipping through the diary, Suho demanded every scrap of intel on the man. Choi-yoon froze, realizing this was the exact file she'd just swiped. Confused, she asked what this Hee-won guy actually did. Wasn't he just a technician? Slidden into his car, Suho shut her down, asking if a full history lesson was really necessary. Every time he asked for a favor, she'd offer a playful apology for her slips as he settled into the driver's seat. Pouting from outside, she complained about his cold shoulder. After everything they'd survived, shouldn't they be on better terms by now? Suho's response was ice-cold small talk was fine, but nothing more. Clasping her hands dramatically, she called him a heartless man. She then confirmed the Cheongdam residence would be ready in 2 hours, promising to send the address once everything was set. He ordered the full dossier on Hee-won next. Tapping her screen, she verified he was indeed a resident at the Danyak Center. Cracking those drug records would be a breeze, 10 minutes tops. She began scrolling through her contacts with expert speed. Promising a swift update, she hung up. Later, as Suho navigated through traffic, Choi-yoon's name flashed on his screen. The Cheongdam spot was primed for move-in, and better yet, she'd already gathered every single detail about their target. A ping echoed as Hee-won's profile hit his phone. Suho gave a rare word of thanks for her fast work, but Choi-yoon still pushed, asking why he was obsessed with some random addict. Suho didn't bite, ending the call instantly. Ignoring her nagging, he pulled up the map. His eyes locked onto the coordinates as he whispered the name Yangdongpo. This was the man's lair. Time to recruit him. Moments later, Suho pulled up to a decaying cluster of gray buildings. The structures were crumbling, looking more like a forgotten wasteland than a neighborhood. He stopped before one rotting entrance. This was it, Hee-won's hole in the wall. He leaned down, peering through the grime-stained window of a cramped semi-basement. Curtains were drawn tight. He reached for the buzzer, but it was dead. Without hesitation, he began hammering against the door. He barked out for Nam Hee-won, but silence followed. After a beat of nothing, he assumed the guy wasn't home. He prepared to bail, unaware that inside 3 predators were currently looming over a broken, collapsed Nam Hee-won. A brown-haired thug knelt down, mocking the idea of Hee-won having visitors. They decided it was time to finish him. Before they could land the final blow, a thunderous boom rattled the door on its hinges. The thugs went stone still. The door groaned under the massive impact. The one responsible was Suho. He stepped into the room like a shadow. A tattooed punk barked a demand for his name. Suho's gaze was lethal as he told them his identity wasn't their concern. The punk opened his mouth to spit an insult, but Suho's palm moved like lightning, connecting squarely with his jaw. The slap was a blur of pure speed. The other two just stared, stunned, as their leader went stumbling back in a daze. Suho's glare swept over the remaining trash. His voice dropped to a low growl, ordering them all out into the hall. His mana detection had already mapped 4 heartbeats inside. Now 2 idiots were standing in his way, screaming in his face. "Who the hell are you?" they shrieked. One thug trailed off, his eyes widening as if he recognized Suho's terrifying face. Recognition flickered in his eyes too late. Meanwhile, the third thug was still lying unconscious on the floor from that slap. The fourth man was their victim, Hee-won. One thug surged forward, accusing Suho of ignoring him, but he was too slow. Before another syllable could escape, Suho's hand whistled through the air, delivering a soul-shaking slap across his face. The man's face contorted into a mask of pure agony before he went airborne, crashing into the floor like a puppet. The lone survivor watched in horror. One slap, two slaps, his crew was dropping like flies in a sudden hurricane. He didn't even have time to react. Suho pivoted, his arms swinging in a brutal arc that caught the thug's chin. The force sent him into a violent spin. He sailed across the room, landing in a heap with a spectacular fall. Suho calmly checked their pulses, wondering if he'd accidentally sent them to the afterlife with those single strikes. Relieved they were still breathing, he turned to the real prize. He reached down, hoisting Nam Hee-won up by his shoulder. He told him to wake up, but as he saw the man's face, Suho froze. Hee-won was limp and completely drugged. His features were twisted in an unnatural grimace. A used syringe lay nearby, telling the grim story of what had happened. These bastards hadn't just injected him. They'd tortured him until his muscles were locked in a state of rigid agony. He was practically petrified. The dosage was high, and the timing was bad. Suho realized the man's state was critical. The poison was ravaging his system. There was no time to lose. Suho immediately channeled his mana into his recovery skill. This was the ascended form of his cure ability. A high-tier recovery spell forged specifically for a crisis like this. Actual sickness, lethal toxins, and raw trauma pain that predated the system's arrival. His reach was limited to his fingertips, but Isabella once whispered a secret about mana infusion. It could forcefully amplify his range. A confident smirk emerged as mana surged into his palms. The irony wasn't lost on him using an assassin's intel to save an innocent soul. Fate certainly had a twisted sense of humor. Eventually, Suho's treatment worked, and Hee-won stirred. Through a hazy fog, a shadowy figure asked if he was conscious. He bolted upright instantly. Suho coolly reassured him he was home. Once his vision cleared, he saw the trashed gangsters. They lay broken and trembling, leaving him to wonder what happened and who this stranger was. Suho explained they wouldn't cooperate, so he subdued them. But the real problem was the narcotics. Shaking uncontrollably, Hee-won swore he hadn't used willingly. They had forced the needle into him. He desperately pleaded for Suho's trust, his voice wavering as he insisted on the truth. Suho observed. He was clearly too traumatized for a real conversation. Suddenly, a memory from a future interview surfaced. The legendary blacksmith Hee-won once confessed the Chung-sik gang had forcibly drugged him. Those toxins left him with lifelong scars. Suho realized he had to heal this man properly. As his hand hovered over Nam, Hee-won the system hummed. His ring of emotions pulsed intensely. It began draining a deep pitch-black hue. Hee-won suddenly gasped, clutching his chest in agony. As the ring extracted the darkness, the crushing weight lifted. Pure relief finally flooded his senses. Suho checked his condition, and the green-haired youth nodded. Standing tall, Suho offered his genuine trust. Formally addressing him as Mr. Nam Hee-won, he confirmed the attackers were indeed the Chung-sik gang. These unconscious thugs were part of that same crew, originally known as Ben Gold Made Hand. The original name was so cringe that the association officially rebranded them as the Chung-sik gang. Suho inquired about his rehab progress. Still trembling, Hee-won confirmed it, shocked by Suho's knowledge. Suho shrugged it off, claiming he uncovered the truth while investigating the gang. The nightmare was over. Drugging a recovering patient was a heinous crime. Suho vowed to personally ensure justice was served. The case would be settled. Hee-won's eyes lit up with gratitude as Suho emphasized the situation's gravity. He promised a follow-up visit soon, then asked if withdrawal or dehydration was setting in. Hee-won confessed the chills were starting. Suho knelt down, gently gesturing for him to stay seated. He complied instantly. As Suho triggered recovery, a brilliant blue radiance mesmerized the young man. Suho explained, this specialized healing art was designed to neutralize toxins and soothe withdrawal pain. It would purge the remaining narcotics, though a total cure would take consistent long-term care. This technique drained massive mana reserves, making it a rare feat even for elite healers. This explained why Isabella became such a powerhouse among the last crusaders in his previous life. It is the reason he chose the healer path after regressing. Suho stood up and addressed the boy. Consistency was key to recovery. They would meet again, but now Suho had business at the station. Panic-stricken Hee-won begged him to stay desperate to know which organization this mysterious savior represented. Suho introduced himself as an official hunter from the association. As he departed, Hee-won sat frozen. He was stunned, the name An Suho echoing in his mind. Even without a television, he knew it. The man had dominated every headline lately. His savior was none other than the legendary Suho himself. The world was obsessed with him. Below the district resembled a literal war zone following multiple gate shocks. Yongdongpo lay in absolute ruin, a decaying wasteland. Suho navigated the shattered, desolate streets. Neglect hung heavy in the air. This central Seoul district had devolved into a lawless den of iniquity. Surveying the decay, he realized this was the one corner the authorities chose to ignore. They simply turned a blind eye. Before him sat a building marked by a gaudy gold-made sign. He marveled at the sheer audacity of a low-level gang using such a pretentious title. With a cold expression, he threw open the door and stepped into the lion's den. Neon lights hummed in the ground floor convenience store, its shelves perfectly stocked. Suho instantly saw through the facade. Seeing a fully functional shop in the heart of the slums was a dead giveaway. The local syndicate was definitely running the show. There was zero chance a place like this stayed untouched without some serious muscle backing it. Suho headed straight for the rear. He found the staircase, but a gravelly voice barked an order to freeze from above. A bald thug stepped into view. The man warned him that one more step meant a death sentence. He demanded to know who the hell Suho was. Suho just flashed a smirk at the guy's fake authority. A low-level gatekeeper, how typical for a villain's lair. When Suho casually dropped Chung-sik's name, the bald man's face twisted in pure, unadulterated shock and rage. The thug roared, losing his mind that some random kid dared to speak their leader's name so disrespectfully. But then, the gears shifted. Recognition washed over the thug's face, and he froze solid right where he stood. He realized he was staring at Sung Suho. Suho gave a small wave, but the thug mistakenly thought he wanted a high five. As the goon raised his hand, Suho delivered a soul-crushing slap that sent the bald man spinning across the room. Striding past the fallen grunt with a chilling grin, Suho calmly told the rest to let Chung-sik know his guest had arrived. Deep inside the executive office, Chung-sik heard the sudden explosion of violence erupting just outside his heavy doors. The chaos intensified until the door literally splintered open, and a body came flying through courtesy of Suho's lethal kick. Suho stepped into the room looking bored. He sighed, muttering that these underworld losers never seemed to understand plain English. Behind him, the corridor was a graveyard of unconscious thugs, looking like piles of discarded trash waiting for pickup. Running a hand through his hair, he asked Chung-sik why it was so difficult for them to just invite him over. Stepping over a groaning body, he mused about what the gang would have actually done if he'd put up a real fight. Chung-sik sat perfectly still, his face a mask of cold indifference. Behind him, 2 elite bodyguards stood like stone pillars. Approaching the desk, Suho sensed the truth. Over 80% of this entire organization were actually awakened individuals. Seeing criminals using their powers so openly was the ultimate proof that the nation's security had already spiraled into total collapse. In his past life, the Chung-sik Syndicate had grown into a massive monster, far larger than what he saw today. They'd left a trail of broken lives behind them, and tearing them down had been an agonizingly long process back then. Suho's fist tightened. With a voice as cold as ice, he declared that cancer needed to be cut out early. Chung-sik finally spoke, addressing him as Hunter Sung Suho, while asking what prompted this sudden violent visit. Suho leaned in, telling the boss to drop the act. After all, they were the ones who drew first blood. When the boss played dumb, Suho called him out. They had made a fatal mistake by targeting someone named He-1. He slammed a syringe onto the desk, making both men stare. Suho revealed he'd just come from seeing He-1 himself. He asked if they really planned to lie. Chung-sik whispered to his man, genuinely clueless about who this girl even was. As the subordinate explained, Suho's leg came down like a hammer, shattering the expensive desk into 2 jagged pieces. He growled that they'd ruined his best friend. His eyes burned with a crimson glow as he demanded an explanation. The bodyguards were paralyzed by the killing intent. Chung-sik gripped his chair, fighting to keep his composure against the fear. Wiping his face, the boss ordered his men to step out. Confused, they hesitated, wondering why he'd want to be alone. He screamed at them to leave immediately. The guards scrambled out of the room, leaving the air thick with tension. Now alone, Chung-sik swallowed hard and suggested there was a misunderstanding. He pleaded for a calm, rational conversation. Suho stepped right over the wreckage. He told the boss that every syllable he uttered was just another reason to strike. Trembling now, Chung-sik threatened to call the police if Suho laid a finger on him. It was a pathetic move. Suho's punch silenced the nonsense. A gangster calling the cops. The irony was just too much. The impact sent Chung-sik sliding across the floor, his chair still stuck to his backside like a comedic prop. Suho laughed, finding it hilarious that a mob boss would beg for the law. On the floor, Chung-sik groaned in agony. Suho figured a syndicate leader could take more than one hit. Chung-sik let out a pained, defiant chuckle, refusing to surrender. But as Suho closed the distance, pure terror flooded the boss's eyes again. He realized the nightmare was far from over. Suho reminded him that he was practically begging for a beatdown. He wound up and launched a devastating blow into his face. Outside the office, the guards flinched as they heard the rhythmic, brutal sound of fists colliding with flesh over and over. Panicked, they stormed back into the room, shouting for their boss. But all they found was Suho standing over the remains. Standing before the shattered glass, he told them their boss had fled. A guard stared in pure shock. When asked what happened, Suho calmly explained that Chung-sik smashed the window and dipped. He gestured at the jagged frame like it was obvious. The bald guard just stood there, totally confused. The thug stammered about being on the 3rd floor, but Suho shrugged. Chung-sik is level 100. At that level, he can jump without a scratch. With a cold grin, Suho vowed to destroy everything. He offered a trip to Cheongok prison to anyone following him. The name alone made the thugs freeze. Cheongok is a maximum security hellhole near Cheongsong. It is built specifically to cage dangerous awakened criminals. Packed with high-tier monsters in human skin, it is a nightmare where only the strongest survive. Its reputation made these low-level thugs tremble. Sweat was literally pouring down their terrified faces. Suho mentioned his ties to the Hunter Association. He told them to run before he locked them up. Either bounce now or get dragged to Cheongok with their boss. The gangsters ground their teeth in fear. A second later, they were sprinting away, screaming they had no boss. Suho watched them scatter like roaches. He never expected loyalty from these bottom feeders. But if even one document went missing, he would personally shred them to pieces. He ordered them to leave empty-handed once the building was cleared. Suho ignited his magic detection skill. A blue circle pulsed under his feet, locking onto a strange signal. Faint mana leaked from the corner of the third floor. Suho walked over and uncovered a hidden safe. Predictable. That scumbag really thought this would be a safe spot. It was a high-tier, reinforced vault. It only responded to the owner's mana signature. As Suho touched the steel, blue light surged across it. The steel was too tough to cut without damaging the loot. Suho summoned the legendary Bulgasari. The tiny monstrous elephant materialized from thin air, standing at attention like a loyal soldier. Bulgasari obeyed instantly, wrapping its trunk around the door and tearing it off like wet cardboard. Suho praised the little guy and let him snack. Inside, he found cash and gold, but ignored them. He was hunting for the Black Ledger, a hit list of victims. This gang built their empire on blood. They preyed on civilians to gain power, then hooked hunters on a devastating drug called Aviciner 1. That addiction was the literal spine of their operation. It gave them total control over their targets. This stuff was way more lethal than normal stimulants. Holding the files, Suho thought of Nam Hee-won. He realized Hee-won was a miracle for escaping that nightmare without having any supernatural powers. Anyone else would have crumbled completely. Suho decided these monsters truly belonged in the depths of Cheongok. He swore an oath to make them feel the exact agony they inflicted on every single victim. After the brutal battle, Suho brought Nam Hee-won home and finished the healing process. Hee-won was overflowing with gratitude, finally breathing normally. Suho warned he still needed time to recover, but at least the crisis had passed. Then Suho handed him a thick folder. Hee-won looked confused. Suho explained, these were the gang's debt records, proof that their entire criminal empire was officially dead. Hee-won could not believe his ears. The terrifying Golden Hand Gang had been wiped off the map. Suho broke down their sick method, trapping people in debt cycles with impossible soul-crushing interest rates. They turned victims into ants in a toxic nest. Even though Hee-won stayed clean, they forced drugs. Shaking Hee-won revealed he only survived because of a unique resistance. He fought the addiction alone. He brewed his own antidotes and begged for help, but the police and the association ignored him. To the elites, the slums were invisible. He felt like the outside world was just another enemy. Suho felt his pain. He told Hee-won he joined the association to fix this broken system. It was not for fame, but for people like him. Suho placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He promised things would be different now. A flicker of hope returned to Hee-won's tired eyes. They sat in silence in the small room, while the rain outside washed away the brutal past. Suho knew this was just the beginning of a larger war against the shadows controlling the world. He would not stop until every villain paid their tab. Suho tightened his fist resolve, turning to iron. He saluted his bravery. Consumed by emotion, Hee-won collapsed in tears, showering him with endless gratitude. Suho pivoted to a crucial matter. He was ready to drop a game-changing offer and scout a vital new partner. After confirming Hee-won's resolve, Suho revealed he'd uncovered the secret behind his unique awakening: synthesis. This legendary ability allowed Hee-won to fuse raw materials into entirely new high-tier creations. Every fusion turned out exactly as he envisioned. It was a terrifyingly broken S-rank level skill. Digging through the Syndicate's dark records, Suho realized the sheer scale of the innocent lives destroyed. The casualties were too massive for one man, but Hee-won had already brewed underground cures. Suho extended a formal contract, develop a mass-produced antidote to save thousands from their misery. He guaranteed elite wages, a high-end hideout, and premium treatment for Hee-won's personal recovery journey. Hee-won froze in shock. To him, simply being cured was a miracle he didn't even merit. Now he had a shot at redemption through saving others with a salary. It felt like a hero's path. If gods walked among men, Suho was surely one. Without hesitation, Hee-won swore his absolute loyalty. He refused any gold, promising to work himself to the bone, just to repay Suho's kindness. Suho remained unyielding, insisting on a professional salary to keep their arrangement strictly business and legitimate. They headed to Suho's newly acquired 3-story fortress in the heart of elite Cheongdam. Boasting a top-tier lab and elite staff, the base even saw a visit from the legendary Banshee Squad. They barely had time to admire the luxury before their workaholic leader buried them in a fresh mission. Hee-won stood breathless. Suho commanded him to choose a suite and begin synthesizing those life-saving cures. Once settled, Suho departed for Nexus headquarters, leaving Hee-won with a direct line for any emergency. Suho contacted the ace journalist Jin Wei, leaking the explosive evidence of the underworld's atrocities in the slums. The genius reporter grinned, confident he could blow this scandal up 10 times bigger than imagined. He planned to paint Suho as the legendary hunter who dismantled a vicious syndicate single-handedly. By saving the forgotten, Suho would become a beacon of hope in a front-page blockbuster article. Suho trusted him. Jinwei was a master at manipulating public opinion to force the world's attention. Later, at Nexus, Suho rendezvoused with guild leader Bak Dong-yuk to finalize the master strategy. Nexus would monopolize Hee-won's entire supply, distributing life-saving neutralizers throughout the entire nation. This heroic narrative would completely rebrand Nexus as the ultimate protectors of the people. Dong-yuk, ecstatic, sealed the deal with a handshake and vowed to protect their new asset. Success was imminent. Suho's perfect win-win gambit was rolling, healing the masses while exposing the darkness. Justice was coming for the guilty. Meanwhile, the camera pans to a broken, desperate Chung-sik. The former slum tyrant now cowered like a pathetic dog inside his devastated penthouse. Trembling on his knees, Suho's name haunted his fractured mind like a relentless, inescapable curse. The scene spoke for itself. A discarded syringe and a half-empty vial told a tragic story. He'd injected a forbidden substance, the kind that grants temporary power at the cost of one's sanity. Such poisons warp the soul, and his hollow, fractured gaze proved his mind was long gone. He chanted Suho's name like a madman, the only remnant of thought left in his broken skull. Stepping through the shimmering azure gate, Suho returned to his highly restricted personal domain. His once pristine sanctuary of marble and gold had been transformed into a total war zone. It looked like a hurricane hit. Suho surveyed the shattered stone and ruined high-end decor. Someone had gone on a rampage. There amidst the wreckage, Chung-sik was convulsing on the floor. Pale and spasming uncontrollably, it was clear the narcotics had triggered a violent physical backlash. The thug hadn't escaped. The chaos had somehow sucked him right into Suho's private dimension. Unintentionally abducted by fate, the man lay helpless. Suho knelt, placing a steady hand on him. Azure light surged as the system initiated recovery. Dazed and confused, Chung-sik's eyes slowly fluttered open. Suho ordered him to focus, but Chung-sik snapped, lunging in a blind rage. Suho simply delivered a crushing kick, blasting him back. Chung-sik wailed like a banshee, realizing he wasn't just trapped, he was locked in with a monster. Suho smirks, rolling his eyes. The guy clearly still has plenty of energy to burn. He figured the drug was overstimulating him, but Suho brought extras. No need to stress. Sensing lethal danger, Chung-sik crumbled. He hit the floor in total pathetic desperation. He crawled forward, begging Suho for mercy. He'd do anything to avoid that chemical nightmare again. Zero sympathy. Suho's boot slammed onto his chest, pinning him as he shrieked for help. He screamed about being kidnapped, but Suho knew nobody could penetrate this secret fortress. His gang had already vanished like cowards. Suho mentally vowed to hunt every last one down. He told the scum to rot in regret. By sunset, Suho was back at his pad. Later that evening, Suho finally arrived at his brand new house. Hee-won practically tackled him, vibrating with excitement. Suho could tell something big was coming. He'd just finished a new neutralizer for that toxic drug. He called it Hammer 2. The system identified it as Grade C, its specialty, shattering the effects of the illusion drug. Suho was floored. This kid whipped up a counteragent in just 2 hours, absolutely insane. Hee-won explained the name Hammer 2 was designed to pulverize illusions into literal dust. Suho remembered how Hammer 4 became legendary in his past life. This version was already reliable. Humble as ever, Hee-won credited Suho. To him, the whole process felt like a game. He compared it to grinding for loot. With enough gold and time, RNG eventually favors you. Suho wondered just how cracked Hee-won's stats would become once he truly reached his peak. When asked about mass production, Hee-won nodded. The formula was set. They just needed ingredients. That was the best news possible. Suho finally felt the weight lift off his shoulders. A quick status check showed Hee-won had spiked to level 51 from the crafting experience. Calling Gi-won was officially off the table. The kid was already a top-tier asset. With a high-level hunter ready, Suho focused on healing the victims rotting in the slums. By morning, news of the association's neglect hit the web. The slums were finally being heard. But the algorithm was cruel. Only 500 views all day. There was zero viral hype. Suho realized that Jinhui was absolutely right. Unless things were explosive and cinematic, the public simply looked the other way. Still, the grind began. Suho started distributing massive crates of food and clean water. Along with rations, he handed out magical neutralizers to the grateful residents of the slums. A Nexus transport soon arrived with more supplies. The community worked together to unload everything. Nexus really came through. Then Chief Pai called, sounding like a relaxed, supportive uncle. They finalized tomorrow's ceremony. Suho was low-key hyped a plaque meant special recruitment was possible. After some quick banter, Suho called Jin Hui about the news. The slum article was tanking, which likely spelled trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. Jin Hui stayed chill. He'd broken no laws, and he knew only hype stories went viral. Part 2 was coming, and PBS would cover the ceremony. The momentum was building. He asked for Suho's Instagram. When Suho said no, the reporter practically had a meltdown. Apparently, a fan cafe called An Shin Temple already existed, calling Suho the guardian priest. And the moderator behind the curtain, it was Jin Hui the whole damn time. He was gatekeeping Suho's image, making sure the brand stayed clean and free from toxicity. He offered to run Suho's social media, boasting about turning him into a global superstar. Suho preferred the DIY route. He'd post whatever content Jin Hui sent. That tiny bit of cooperation made the reporter lose his mind with pure hype. He even urged Suho to drop selfies for his fans, but Suho felt camera-shy and hesitant. The reporter told him to chill and launch the account. Suho was destined for influencer status. Once the Instagram went live, Suho's phone exploded with a relentless storm of incoming notifications. Followers flooded in by the thousands. Inside, Hae-won watched the device buzz without a break. Suho brushed it off, knowing Jinwei was already marketing the new profile like a madman. He silenced all alerts. Finally, the massive day for the plaque ceremony arrived at last. A colossal crowd swarmed the association headquarters, packed with frantic reporters and sign-waving fans. They roared Suho's name and title Guardian Priest. He expected a quiet event, but the fans screamed. Aggressive reporters told a wilder story. The sheer volume of people created a surging sea of hype. Security struggled to hold the line, pleading with the surging crowd to stop pushing immediately. Two association staff stood frozen in shock. They frantically double-checked the event details in disbelief. This entire mob had gathered for one man, Hunter Han Suho. It felt completely surreal. Since the event wasn't even listed online, this turnout made association history for the first time. Suho's fame had officially reached god-tier status. Inside the main auditorium, the chaotic energy intensified. Fans packed the hall, hoisting sword god signs while buzzing with pure, unadulterated anticipation. One girl admitted to ditching school just to be there. Others gossiped about the fan president. Since Golden Horse was missing, they planned to snap endless photos for her from the front. Reporter Cho Jin-wei was frantically texting, warning Suho about the insane mob awaiting his arrival. He searched for the star, but Suho was already there quietly watching the madness unfold. He activated monochrome solitude, a skill that kept him invisible until he chose to be seen. A fan sat inches away, totally clueless that the legendary sword god was right behind her. Suho soon got a ping from Chief Baek requesting a secret meeting near the waiting room. He ghosted through the crowd to meet his senior. Baek was stunned by the massive turnout. He teased Suho about being a superstar, making him grin. Then Baek mentioned the recent exposé. The article about the Yeongdongpo slums had sparked massive public outrage toward the Hunter Association. Suho knew the press would bury the association, but Chief Baek didn't seem to care at all. That explained how the reporter got in. Baek congratulated Suho and then vanished on urgent business. True to his icy style, he vanished. Suddenly, the announcer called everyone to their seats. The event began. Suho walked toward the stage as the massive crowd erupted in cheers. Flashbulbs blinded the room. Fans thirsted over his visuals, claiming they finally understood the Suho hype. Fans joked they'd let him slay them. Suho stepped up to accept his prestigious plaque. President Young presented the award. They posed as the president teased him about his stiff stance. Suho stayed humble, skillfully deflecting the praise back to the president to keep things smooth. The president praised the Yeongdongpo mission, hinting that a major job offer was coming soon. Suho sensed a special recruitment. Then he was handed the mic for a quick speech. Suho thanked the crowd, stating he simply did what was necessary as a righteous hunter. He felt awkward being rewarded for basic kindness, but promised to keep pushing his limits. Fans screamed their love. Suho laughed, thanked them, and started a brief Q&A. Reporter Kim Sang-won asked if he'd join the association. Suho's answer was a firm yes. Another asked about his new Instagram. Suho credited a friend for pushing him to join. Hearing he'd gained 50,000 followers in one day, Suho was asked how it felt. Having muted his phone, he was clueless, though the crowd's energy proved the massive interest. When asked about his first post, Suho planned to upload a photo of today's plaque. Suddenly, Jinwei stood up, and the room turned icy. Staff whispered, recognizing the troublemaker. He was the one who trashed the association in print. President Gyeong-won fumed, but the reporter only cared about the truth. The reporter leaned in, asking if Suho caught his piece on the Yeongdongpo slums. Suho nodded. Then came the biting criticism. He exposed how the police and association abandoned the weak. "Are you aware of this negligence, Suho?" he pressed. Suho remained ice cold, confirming his awareness. The air grew heavy. The room was packed with powerful, high-ranking association elites. Undeterred, the reporter pushed further. "Will your enlistment actually fix this broken system?" The president nearly lunged forward, restrained only by his panicked aides. Meanwhile, Suho let a faint smirk play on his lips. He declared that upon joining, he'd ruthlessly purge every ounce of corruption from their ranks. Never again would the public doubt them. The reporter nodded, satisfied with the bombshell answer. The curtains closed on the public ceremony. Later, inside their getaway car, Suho gave Jinwoo a well-deserved pat on the back. Jinwoo joked those death stares nearly killed him, but Suho countered, noting he looked like a total boss under pressure. The reporter apologized for the heat, explaining that in his line of work, he has to play a part. With the world watching, he needed to strike while the iron was hot. A second exposé was already in the works. Suho smiled. The reporter had given him the perfect stage to drop some hard truths. He wanted the association reformed. The reporter stood stunned. Suho actually meant every single word. "I don't lie on stage," Suho clarified. He was dead serious about flipping the script on them. Fast forward a few days. Suho finally held his new ID officially minted as a high-ranking level 5 civil servant. It was an unprecedented promotion speed. Simultaneously, the digital world went into an absolute frenzy over the news. Clips of Suho obliterating thugs in the Yangdongpo slums resurfaced, going viral instantly across every platform. Countless articles flooded the web, racking up millions of views. Suho was the only name on everyone's lips. Fans hailed him as the only real one in Yangdongpo, crowning him the city's new legitimate hero. Naturally, the haters crawled out, whining that the authorities should have handled it themselves. They questioned if he was just a Nexus puppet or an attention seeker chasing clout and headlines. Internet trolls even joked that the defeated thugs might actually sue him for excessive force. However, the consensus was clear: the criminals were the trash, and Suho was the cleanup crew. Despite the debates, everyone felt the shift. Then massive headlines began detonating across every major news outlet. On Suho joins the Hunter Association. The breaking news looped endlessly on every screen. They hailed the Yangdongpo hero, announcing that Swordmaster Suho had secured a prestigious special level 5 rank. An ocean of fans and paparazzi swarmed the association's gates, chanting his name in a deafening roar. He looked more like a rock star at a stadium tour than a government worker punching the clock. Theories flew online about the fate of Nexus now that their star player had officially jumped ship. Was there bad blood? A hidden contract? Deep inside Nexus headquarters, the big boss remained strangely composed. Bae Dong-yuk smirked. The hype was peaking. "It's time," he muttered. "Let's give the people an official statement." Nexus flooded the media with support for Suho, explicitly clearing the air regarding any contractual drama. They revealed no signing bonus was ever paid. The message was loud and clear: Nexus supported his move. Meanwhile, in the shadows, two figures, likely seasoned hunters, watched the broadcast with calculating eyes. They praised Nexus as the real deal, mocking corporate giants like Hexagon for only chasing profits. They whispered about Hexagon's sins, letting a low ranker bleed out just to save a few coins on a potion. They worked mages to death. Just then, Bae Dong-yuk's face appeared on screen for a high-stakes interview. When asked if Suho was kicked out, Dong-yuk laughed it off. He claimed Suho craved raw frontline experience. He needed a stepping stone before the government exams, and Nexus was proud to be that path. With a fake sigh, he admitted his sadness, but insisted Suho was born to save lives, not profits. It was a masterclass in PR. Meanwhile, back at the association, Suho felt the heat of 1,000 spotlights. He kept his composure while the crowd roared and camera shutters clicked like rapid-fire weaponry. The crushing weight of fame hit him. He recalled Jinwoo's advice: "Give the fans what they want, Suho. Smile." Disappointment was a dangerous thing. Suho conceded it was logic, despite his urge to stay the mysterious loner. This time, he would be the author of his own legend, not a puppet in someone else's show. Suho stepped into the Hunter Association lobby, where President Kyung Hwan and Vice President Q Man stood waiting for him. Blinding flashes erupted from every direction as the president greeted him with an unnervingly radiant and friendly smile. Proclaiming the day a historic milestone, he showered Suho with praise before ushering him toward the waiting elevator. The moment the doors hissed shut, the formal mask crumbled. The president's tone shifted casually, asking how Suho was holding up. He questioned if Suho knew his upcoming schedule. Suho admitted he was ready, though the specific details remained a mystery. The president simply noted that the vice president would handle the full briefing once they reached the designated floor. Once the president departed, Suho remained with Q-Man, finding it strange that such a high-ranking official was handling a briefing. Without a word, Q-Man guided him through sterile hallways to an office where Chief Pai and Chu-Man waited. Q-Man introduced the duo as his new guides and offered a quick good luck as Chief Pai flashed a grin. Offering a seat with exaggerated hospitality, Pai ordered Chu-Man to grab a drink, leaving Suho amused by this dual supervision. Pai leaned in, suggesting Suho drop the formal act and simply call him senior, when they were in private. He insisted on the official title only for public situations. Suho nodded, realizing the massive weight behind such a personal request. Knowing Pai was obsessed with prestige and reputation, Suho listened as the chief began probing his knowledge of the job. Suho explained the typical probation path, where a grade 5 officer usually trains at the center before any branch assignment. But since the association was unique, Suho would rotate through every single department to gain a complete understanding of their operations. Every division was desperate to claim a superstar like him. Chief Pai promised that after this training he would join Special Forces. Suho remembered the real deal. He was destined for the elite Special Forces, bypassing the mundane gate management track entirely. With the world watching his every move, Suho knew he had to play the game and follow the official procedures perfectly. Chief Pai then formally introduced Chu Man as Suho's primary supervisor, the man responsible for overseeing the bigger picture. Chu Man would handle the details and answer his questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized the true reason for the visit. The man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chu Man: do not try to poach Suho for your department. Finding the pettiness amusing, Suho let it go. Chu Man then outlined the plan involving Special Forces Administration, Awakening Gate, and resources. Suho didn't miss a beat, reciting exactly what each of the 5 departments handled within the association's complex structure. Chu Man was impressed, but assumed Suho had simply memorized a document. He revealed the first rotation started in the Awakening Department. As they walked, Suho's mind sharpened. This meant a face-to-face with Director Lee Wanik, a man he planned to eliminate soon. Wanik was a key member of the president's faction, making him a primary target in Suho's quest to clean the association. Chu Man explained that every department would be monitoring him, throwing constant tests to see if he could actually handle the pressure. This meant Suho had to crush every challenge. Still, Chu Man remained relentlessly upbeat, insisting Suho would breeze through it all. His cheerful energy didn't waver. As they finally crossed the threshold and arrived at the Awakening Department's main office, Suho realized his specialized memory skills weren't even necessary here. There was one person in this room no one could forget. Standing behind his desk with an air of cold authority was Lee Wanik, looking every bit the powerful director he was. He stood immediately to greet them, calling it a true honor to host a national superstar for his first departmental rotation. Wanik claimed he would personally grade Suho's work while acting overly friendly. Suho merely watched, recalling the man's dark history. Wanik was an association legend with deep ties to the chairman, though rumors followed him even after he left for another firm. Whispers of human trafficking had once swirled around him, but nothing ever came to light despite the severity of the claims. The president had buried the evidence before, but Suho held the truth now. This time the outcome would be very different. This den of corruption needed a total purge. A sharp knock interrupted his thoughts, as Wanik announced a visitor named Jun Song. Before calling him in, Wanik introduced him as the officer tasked with assisting Suho. The 2 men exchanged a polite handshake. Jun Song admitted he'd heard the legends and felt amazed to work with a celebrity, while Suho maintained his humble facade. Internally, Suho realized he had zero memory of this man. Since everyone below team leader was just an officer, it made sense. After joking about wanting an autograph, later Jun Song told Suho not to stress, noting his future was already set in stone. Suho played dumb, forcing Jun Song to clarify that everyone knew he was destined for the elite Special Forces division regardless. It was clear Chief Pai hadn't kept the secret at all. Suho didn't care. Having powerful backers just made life much easier. While being treated like royalty felt a bit awkward, the influence it provided was an undeniable asset in his dangerous mission. Jun Song then handed him a surprisingly thin folder, describing it as the department's quick manual for his new responsibilities. They'd cooked up a custom, simplified version just for Suho. Having high-level connections really is the ultimate cheat code. He broke it down. The Awakening Department was split into 2 heavy-hitting sectors, Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Business. Each section ran its own elite squads. Suho's first mission: destroy a theory exam before tackling the field trials. He had to clear training with every single division. Don't sweat it, he promised. We've already prepped everything. Sliding over a business card, he told Suho to hit him up if anything went sideways after he left. Suho dove into the manual. Even the light summary felt like a massive lore drop, but he wasn't stressed. He had the Library of Memories, a biological cheat engine for his brain. Suddenly, the system flared to life. A torrent of data flooded his mind effortlessly. To a guy like him, any memory test was child's play. 40 minutes later, Jun Song returned for go time. He figured the test would drag on for at least 30 minutes. The questions were rigged to be absolute brain teasers, but the second Suho started, his pen moved like a machine. Jun Song watched in total shock. Suho clocked out in 10 minutes flat and handed over his paper coolly. A new speedrun record. No one had ever finished that fast. As Suho got ready to head out, Jun Song tried to offer a cafeteria tour, but Suho passed. He already had lunch vibes locked in with Cholman. He checked if Cholman was free. Since the coast was clear, Suho suggested they grab a bite together. Keep this on the down low, he added. Chulman was hyped. Back at the office, Jun-song burst in. As the boss finished a call, Jun-song dropped the bomb. Suho had already crushed the theory test. Jun-song swore it was legit. They grabbed the exam and fed it into the grading scanner, hearts pounding. With bated breath, they watched the screen flash a perfect score of 100, a total system malfunction. They went old school with a manual review, but after triple checking, the verdict stood a flawless, perfect score. Jun-song was losing his marbles. Nobody pulls this off on day one. He finally realized the truth. Exactly why Chief Pai was so thirsty to recruit Suho. Chulman just laughed, admitting he'd wanted Suho first. But the chief's influence was just too massive. It's hard to compete when Suho is playing at God tier. Meanwhile, Suho was casually yawning in the hallway, totally unbothered. To him, this legendary feat meant absolutely nothing. They linked up for lunch on a bench by the vending machines. Suho insisted on grabbing the coffee tab. Chulman wondered why the sudden lunch date. Suho shrugged, being the new guy, meant his social circle was empty. He wasn't about that solo eating life, and Chulman was the only familiar face he had in the association. Chulman joked that Chief Pai would be salty hearing that. Suho just wanted a chill, comfortable spot to eat. It is what it is. After a peaceful, cozy silence, Chulman gave him major props for that perfect score. He confessed he'd graded it instantly because Jun-song wouldn't stop pestering him about the results. "You're a total monster," he laughed. Suho was a combat beast who'd entered as a special rank 5, and now he's a genius too. Chulman Suho was straight up living like a main character in a manhwa. Suho played it cool, crediting his squad and claiming he'd just seen similar exams back in the day. Chulman teased that being too humble is just annoying. So Suho finally laughed, admitting he was actually amazing. A genuine smile finally touched his lips. Since his life reset, everything had felt like a breath of air. He'd been grinding like it was nonstop homework, but this coffee break, it brought back some simpler vibes. He flashed back to his near-death poisoning. He'd almost lost it all, but now he'd never fall again. He'd crush every disaster to win back his peace. Then Suho pivoted, asking for the lowdown on the job. Chulman started the briefing. "You know what the Awakening Division actually handles, right?" Suho nodded. He knew. "They wrangle both awakened and normies." Chulman agreed, but stressed that keeping data fresh was the real war. Status windows are private property, only the user sees them. That means hunters have to show up in person. They've got to update their stats. Miss the deadline. That's a heavy fine or a one-way ticket to jail. After enough warnings, they get slapped with a nasty label, malignant non-updaters. The real troublemakers. Managing those punks was their bread and butter. See, awakened individuals are basically real-life superheroes. Some are bulletproof tanks, while others are literal ghosts. Every nation on Earth is desperate for their data. Keeping regular tabs might seem like profiling disasters, but honestly, there's no better way to maintain order. Suho probed about the unawakened. Chulman explained the parallel. Some shadow awakened as players, but kept their powers a total secret. Instead of simple registration, the Bureau hunted these rogue players down. Suho was already steps ahead, knowing the drill perfectly. Still, he played the rookie. Post-break, Suho strode back into the facility, flanking Jun-song with calculated calm. The officer checked in on his lunch before announcing their shift in the Awakening Department was officially starting. He praised Suho's flawless exam again, mentioning the director's certain approval. Soon they reached an office where a mysterious figure waited. "Meet Lee Moon-ho, the Awakening Section Chief." He offered a warm welcome, already briefed on Suho's legendary perfect score. Sliding a folder over, he authorized immediate field training. A brief good luck followed, which Suho met with a sharp nod. Navigating the corridors, Jun-song revealed Suho's debut mission, tracking down high-risk malignant non-updaters. His objective, hunt these troublemakers and force a system update. He then tossed Suho a thick file labeled Non-Updater Blacklist. Suho questioned if this hit list was legit. Jun-song confirmed it with a grim, unwavering look. He claimed the short list made the job manageable. However, the second Suho scanned the names, his gut tightened. His face turned to stone. This was insane. Every single name belonged to a notorious underworld figure. These predators were lethal threats who had terrorized the Awakening section for years, without consequence. Was this another of Chief Pai's twisted loyalty tests? The man lived to push his subordinates to their limits. Regardless, Suho welcomed the challenge. He'd dismantle everyone on that list, one high-profile target at a time. Since Jun-song was strictly desk-bound, he introduced Suho's actual field mentor, the veteran Han Ho-song. This grade 7 officer was a seasoned pro-legendary for dragging non-updaters out from the shadows. Jun-song vanished, leaving them alone. Suho gave his intro while Ho-song lounged against a desk, oozing casual confidence. Exuding chill vibes, he suggested a quick file review. But seeing those names made him exhale a heavy, frustrated sigh. The association ordered VIP treatment for Suho, yet they served him this suicide mission on a silver platter. It was packed with ghost-tier troublemakers, monsters who had vanished or were deemed utterly uncatchable. Hosong figured the higher-ups wanted a public hero moment since the entire world had eyes on Suho now. He checked if Suho mastered the stat scanner and tactical gear. Suho's proficiency meant they could skip the boring basics. Picked your first victim, Suho nodded, stabbing a finger at a photo of a man with long, raven hair. Hosong winced, asking if Suho knew the stakes. This malignant ghost had fled abroad, successfully evading every capture attempt. Suho didn't flinch. If the target was still active on the list, then he was fair game for the hunt. Slamming his hand onto the file, Suho obscured the target's face with a predatory, confident smirk. He geared up to hunt these myths. The page revealed their first prey, a shadowy figure named Kim Gung-won. This rogue chemist specialized in crafting illegal performance enhancers for both mundane and professional athletes. The catch: his gear wasn't just chemical, it was skill-based doping, a much deadlier and untraceable form of cheating. It was a nightmare to track. Suho noted that despite mountains of evidence, Kim Gung-won denied every accusation. Still, countless reports confirmed his guilt. His mandatory system update had been overdue for years, yet he remained hidden. He was a master of evasion, dodging every dragnet. Intel suggested he had long since vanished into foreign territories. Standard protocol declares unregistered hunters missing once they go dark for too long. However, his active status meant only one thing: this predator was still out there, prowling the shadows. Suho saw that the Awakening Division still feared the ongoing threat he posed. Even as a clear hunter crime, the Awakening Division held jurisdiction over it, rather than the elite Special Forces. The Special Forces were notoriously rigid, refusing to strike without rock-solid evidence regardless of the red flags. Snapping the file shut, Suho recalled that the Special Forces were currently crippled by a massive manpower shortage. More importantly, Chief Pai dodged any case he deemed a hassle or simply not profitable enough for him. Han Ho-song rubbed his neck nervously, worried that hunting a ghost in a foreign country was impossible. Suho's gaze pierced him, questioning if he honestly believed the overseas lie. Ho-song looked absolutely stunned. Suho dropped the bomb. Kim Gung-won was still local. Reports proved domestic athletes were still juicing his products. Easy access meant his lab was right under their noses. Suho noted that high-tier smuggling is way too risky. Strict customs made maintaining such a flawless foreign supply line impossible. Ho-song finally sat down, his mind racing. The logic held up, but at the end of the day, a report was just ink on paper. They still lacked concrete proof that these guys were actually juicing on illegal skill-doping drugs. Suho locked eyes with him, deciding to verify it personally, though Ho-song warned that skill doping leaves zero biological traces. Standard drug tests were useless here, so Suho declared he would handle the investigation his own way. This left Ho-song completely baffled, reminding the officer that they didn't even have an official investigation request. It was just a nameless tip, meaning no warrant was coming. He wondered how Suho expected to pull this off. Suho didn't budge. He had a secret strategy and insisted on tackling this case as a solo mission. Since it was technically a field evaluation, he wanted one shot to prove his unique method worked. If he struck out, they would pivot back to Ho-song's standard playbook. Ho-song just shrugged, still confused. He gave the green light, and Suho offered a respectful bow. Ho-song reminded him that backup was one call away. Suho exited the office, ready to move. Left behind, Ho-song leaned back, his mind racing with doubt. He had no clue what Suho was cooking, but he figured the rookie was about to learn a brutal lesson. Hunting a rogue, unregistered hunter was a different beast entirely, and reality was about to hit Suho hard. Stepping outside, Suho pinged Nexus Academy, informing them he was inbound and arriving immediately. He needed a specialized favor. Moments later, G1 appeared with a laugh, calling the request a total breeze. Deep inside the Nexus Academy lounge, the duo huddled up as G1 confirmed the specific mission parameters. The target was Kim Gung-won. Suho confirmed as G1 analyzed the files and formulated a digital plan. By tracing the numeric signatures in the reports, they could eventually hunt down Kim Gung-won's mobile signal. Once they tagged the phone, they would have his coordinates, allowing Suho to move in for the finish. Suho knew he had come to the right expert. G1 just played it cool, acting like it was light work. He asked to start now, mentioning a third member, Hyung Min, from the elite Banshee squad. G1 questioned the recruit, but Suho explained that Hyung Min's specific ability was the absolute key. They were going to breach a high-security device and ghost the data. Finally, the plan clicked for G1. With the strategy locked, Suho gave the signal. Soon after, G1 made a call posing as Kwon Song-min. Dialing from a telecom hub, he baited the target Ham Dae-young with a fake internet upgrade offer. The target snapped back with total disinterest and killed the call. Suho watched, impressed by G1's acting. G1 shrugged it off. Since the number was live and verified, it was time to initiate the breach. G1 ignited his digitization skill. Instantly, the three of them warped, shrinking down and entering the smartphone. They touched down inside the digital realm, standing on a glowing screen filled with hidden contact traces. G1 explained their goal: find the encrypted logs linking the target to a black market drug dealer. They spotted the Telegram icon, the notorious hub for illegal trades. That was their first destination. As G1 approached the app, a massive digital lock appeared, causing the tension to skyrocket. Suho signaled Hyungmin to step up. G1 panicked, warning them that these firewalls were nearly impenetrable. These defenses weren't meant to be broken. Suho revealed that G1 didn't truly know Hyungmin's secret power. Hyungmin could manifest a specialized gateway through any barrier. His skill was the legendary portal creation. Hyungmin raised his hands as a blue orb ignited, manifesting a shimmering door right through the defense. Suho knew Telegram usually flagged hackers, but Hyungmin's ability didn't actually attack the system. It triggered no alarms because it simply created a shortcut, leaving the firewall completely unaware of their presence. It was a grim reminder of how the Banshees executed surgical strikes with Hyungmin as their ghost key. Meanwhile, Ji-won felt a bit salty, remembering the grueling hours he used to spend manual coding through firewalls. Seeing his pout, Suho reminded him that without his digitization, they wouldn't even be inside the phone. Dragging the dramatic Ji-won along Suho led them through the portal. The hidden data was finally